Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had Ghost Rider Quirk and had Harem? Part 2. This story is Ghost Rider of My Hero Academia by Yaboy 1998. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. All Might sat alone in the UA teacher's lounge, a pen poised in his hand. It was the same day Eraserhead had announced the sports festival to his students. The symbol of peace took a deep breath and began to write. Greetings, it's been a while since you heard from me. I know you told me to find a successor among the elite at UA. However, I decided to give my power to someone you wouldn't believe. My successor confided in me about his past actions as a vigilante. Despite the blood on his hands, he demonstrated a powerful desire to protect innocent people from villains. This was proven further when he charged in to save someone from a dangerous situation, one that made both me and other pros hesitate. I was inspired by his heroic nature and how far he was willing to go to protect others. That is why I revealed the secret of my quirk, one for all, and chose him as my successor. This young man asked me if he could still be a hero despite having villains' blood on his hands. I told him yes, even when most had labeled him a villain or a monster. I was shocked when he protected his classmates and teachers from villains at the USJ. This young man has proven himself a worthy successor to my power, for he places others' lives before his own. He will undoubtedly become a greater symbol of peace than I ever was. I hope you'll feel the same when you decide to meet him. I'll keep you updated on what's happening, and on my successor. Believe me, this young man will become a symbol that inspires hope in others and fear in villains. Sincerely, Toshinori Yagi. An old man smiled as he finished reading All Might's letter in his home. He took a bite of his taiyaki and set the letter down on his desk, the smile never leaving his face. He was eager to meet All Might's successor. Colorful fireworks exploded above UA to signal the opening of the sports festival. Outside the school gates, the media crowded against the barricades, waiting for security to let them through. The security line is huge. What's the deal? A female reporter complained. This was Yu Shimamura, the same reporter who had managed to sneak into UA once before with her cameraman. She was 5 feet 7 inches, light-skinned, with brown hair tied in a high ponytail, and wore her standard blue suit. I don't know if that's her name, but work with it. Villains did manage to break into UA, her cameraman explained. So the university's making sure no shady characters get in. They even called in Sentinel to provide additional security. Though some people think the sports festival shouldn't be happening at all. That's perfect. Nothing boosts ratings more than a bit of controversy. Especially with everyone wanting to see the heroes from Sentinel. And, of course, all eyes will be on Class 1A. Shimamura declared, eyes gleaming with determination. Inside the campus, visitors browsed stalls, buying food and souvenirs. But the real excitement buzzed around the sports festival itself. I'm always excited for the third years, one male visitor said. They've got the most experience with their quirks. It's their last chance to show what they can do. No way. This year, it's all about the powerful first years. I can't wait to see them. Another man replied, hey, did you hear Endeavor is coming to watch the first year's events? A female visitor asked. No way, seriously. The first man blurted. Man, seats for the first years are gonna be packed, the second commented. Meanwhile, Mt. Lady stood at a takoyaki stall with Death Arms and Kamui Woods. I'll take one order to go, please, Mt. Lady said. Whoa, Mt. Lady, it's really you, the male vendor exclaimed. And hold the salt, please, the heroine added. Of course, that'll be 500 yen, he replied. 500 yen is roughly equivalent to $5. Mount. Lady suddenly patted her pockets and froze. I don't have any money right now, she admitted, pushing her bosom together with a cutesy expression. So cute. This one's on the house. The vendor exclaimed, blushing. Aren't you a dear? Mount. Lady purred. Do you have any shame? Kamui Woods asked, deadpan, as he and Death Arms stared at their friend. Later, the trio of heroes walked around the campus. I'd hoped to do some scouting while I was here, Kamui Woods said. Yeah, Too bad we're stuck on security detail, Death Arms agreed. Seems like pro heroes aren't the only ones handling security, MT. Lady added between bites of her takoyaki. I noticed some Sentinel soldiers around, too. Maybe we'll even see some heroes who work with the only hero agency that has diplomatic immunity. She glanced around at the Sentinel soldiers posted around the campus, civilians happily greeting them and taking photos. Elsewhere on campus, another group made their way through the crowds. This group consisted of 4 women and 1 man, all heroes from Sentinel. The first woman had pale skin and appeared to be around 28. She stood 5 feet 7 3/4, with a curvy figure and striking emerald green eyes. Her long green hair curled at the ends, and she wore a form-fitting black dress with long sleeves. 4 high-cut leg slits showcased her long legs, and she wore low-heeled black shoes. The next woman also had pale skin and appeared to be around 23. She stood 5 feet 5 3/4, with a curvy figure, chin-length dark green hair styled in a bob, and light green eyes. Her attire was a form-fitting dark green dress, thigh-high black boots, and several necklaces. The third woman had fair skin, blue eyes, blonde hair tied in a high ponytail, and an hourglass figure. She appeared to be 37, stood 5 feet 7 inches, and wore a futuristic Valkyrie suit. The lone man appeared to be a futuristic cybernetic ninja. His armor and visor made his profession clear, though his face was revealed, showing tan skin and brown eyes. He stood 5 feet 7 inches and looked about 35. These were Sentinel's heroes: the Tornado of Terror, Tatsumaki, Blizzard of Hell, Fubuki, Mercy, and Genji. I can't believe our boss has us guarding a sports festival, Tatsumaki grumbled. Aren't the soldiers enough? Well, they wanted to make sure villains don't pull another invasion like at the USJ, Fubuki replied. Besides, our presence reassures the civilians, Mercy added gently. And didn't you immediately volunteer when Hikaru asked for volunteers for the first year's sports festival? Especially after hearing what happened to Izuku. Genji pointed out. Tatsumaki's cheeks flushed, and she spun to glare at the cyborg ninja. Did you get brain damage on your last mission? I didn't come here just to make sure Izuku is protected. I'm here to make sure everyone is safe. Don't you dare forget that, or I'll send you flying. She shouted, her face bright red. Hey, guys, wait for me, a cheerful female voice called. Everyone turned to see a girl who looked about 19 jogging toward them. She wore a mecha pilot suit emblazoned with a white bunny logo on the chest. She had an athletic build, stood 5 feet 6 inches, and had brown eyes and long brown hair. This was another Sentinel member, Hana Song, aka DVA. DVA, I was wondering where you were. What took you so long? Mercy asked. I got stuck in a long security line and had to prove I was authorized to carry my pistol, DVA explained. Well, it's good that you're here now, Genji said. We've also got Cassidy, Ash, and Bob stationed at another part of the campus. What about Izuku's siblings and aunt? She told us she and her older nieces and nephews would be here too, DVA asked. They're already in the stadium where the first year's events are taking place, Fubuki answered. Now, let's keep moving and make sure no intruders slip in. I agree. Besides, Tatsumaki added, crossing her arms, I want to see if Izuku's gotten rusty since he left us to start his hero career. This is Izuku we're talking about, Tatsumaki, DVA said with a grin. The same guy who managed to beat you and get you to work with others. Knowing him, he'll win the whole thing with ease. Let's just get moving. The sports festival for the first years is about to begin. Tatsumaki snapped, a faint blush still on her face. Cassidy and Ash made a bet with the others, Genji whispered to Mercy as they walked, to see whether you and your sister or DVA will confess to Izuku first. Want to join in? Who's betting on who? Mercy asked. Cassidy, Ash, Torbjorn, Madrina, Tech, Roadhog, and Junkrat bet on the 2 Esper sisters. Hanzo, me, Reinhardt, Bridget, Winston, Tracer, Soldier, 76, Widowmaker, May, Farah, Anna, Zarya, Orisa, Bastion, Symmetra, Baptiste, Lucio, and Zenyatta all bet on DVA, Genji replied. My bet's on DVA confessing, Mercy said, smiling. You know, this reminds me of when everyone made a bet on us, Who would confess first? Everyone who bet on you won. Genji rubbed the back of his head, embarrassed. Still the best choice of my life, he said quietly, back when I first joined Overwatch before it merged with Sentinel. The Valkyrie-clad woman leaned in and kissed his cheek. Mine as well. Now, let's not keep the others waiting, Mercy said, taking his hand as they rejoined the group. Meanwhile, Class 1A waited in their assigned room, the air thick with anticipation. Some students tried to mentally prepare themselves, while others fidgeted nervously. Man, I was hoping we could wear our costumes, Mina groaned. Some students aren't in the hero course, Ojiro reminded her. So having all of us in RPE uniforms keeps things fair. I wonder what they'll do for the first round, Sato mused. It doesn't matter. We must persevere, Tokiyami replied. Right, Shoji agreed. Iida burst into the room, as energetic as ever. Everyone, it's time to get our game faces on. We'll be entering the arena soon, he announced. Midoriya cracked his knuckles and rolled his neck, but paused when he noticed Todoroki approaching. Midoriya, Todoroki said. Something you need, Todoroki? Midoriya asked. From an objective standpoint, it's evident you're more powerful than the entire class, and me, Todoroki stated. And, Midoriya prompted, raising a brow. However, I will beat you, Todoroki said firmly. Whoa, what's with all these declarations of war lately? Kaminari muttered. Across the room, Bakugo's hands crackled with suppressed explosions as he growled under his breath. As if that damn villain is more powerful than me. You're declaring war on the wrong person. I'll win this and become the future #1 hero, he thought furiously. Midoriya and Todoroki stared at each other in silence, until Midoriya suddenly laughed. He laughed loud enough that the rest of the class flinched in surprise. Sorry, but I haven't had a good laugh like that since every time I embarrassed Bakugo back in middle and high school, Midoriya snickered. I didn't know you had a sense of humor behind that serious expression of yours. Todoroki's face remained perfectly serious. Oh, wait, you're serious, Midoriya realized. Well, we don't have much time, so I'll be blunt. There's no way in hell you're going to beat me, Todoroki. Especially when you're only using half your power. With that, he turned to the rest of the class. All right, everyone, let's get out there and show them what we're made of. The stadium, packed with civilians and pro-heroes, buzzed with excitement. Pay attention, everyone. Swarm and mass media, welcome to UA's annual sports festival. The first year's stage is set, and now it's time to meet them. Present Mike shouted from the commentator's box. How did you convince me to do this? Eraserhead muttered. Same with me, added Midoriya's aunt, Hikaru, from beside him. She was in her hero costume, which made her look like a modern kunoichi. I get lonely, Present Mike replied lightly. Anyway, to start us off, please welcome the class that overcame a villain attack. With hearts of steel and unwavering spirit, Hero Course, Class 1A. Class 1A, led by Midoriya, stepped into the arena. The roar of the crowd washed over them. Wow, there are so many people, Uraraka said nervously. Man, I'm getting nervous from all this, Kirishima admitted. Oh, suck it up, wuss, Bakugo scoffed. Okay, remember to show off the training we've done these past 2 weeks, Midoriya told his classmates. Let's show the current pros the next generation. Next, also from the hero course, Class 1B. Present Mike announced as Class 1B entered the arena, led by a gray-haired boy with a determined expression. Then we have General Studies course, Classes C, D, and E. He continued. Shinso led the General Studies students into the stadium. Coming now is the support course, Classes F, G, and H. Present Mike said as the support course joined the others on the field. And finally, Business course, Classes I, J, and K. He finished as the business students took their places. Give it up for UA's first-year students, everyone. Present Mike shouted. Applause erupted throughout the stadium. I bet we're just here to make the hero course look better, one General Studies student muttered. A sharp whipping sound cut through the noise. Now, the introduction speech. Midnight announced as she sauntered into the arena, causing a wave of blushes from men and women in the crowd alike. Wow, this year's umpire is the rated R hero, Midnight. One pro hero exclaimed. Amazing, another said. The other years don't know what they're missing. A third added, someone should really talk to Midnight Sensei about her outfit, Kirishima whispered, blushing. Yeah, that costume should come with a warning label, Kaminari added, equally red-faced. Is that appropriate for a university? Tokiyami wondered. Mineta gave a vigorous thumbs up, his face flushed a deep crimson, only for Midoriya to chop him on the head. Silence. Midnight cracked her leather flogger, instantly drawing everyone's attention. She pointed the flogger at Midoriya. Now, representing the first-year students, Izuku Midoriya, Class 1A's representative, and the student who broke All Might's record on the entrance exam. The crowd gasped in amazement. A first-year breaking All Might's record was no small feat. The stadium's monitors replayed Midoriya's entrance exam, including the moment he destroyed the zero-pointer. The footage drew even more surprised murmurs and impressed whistles. Midoriya flushed, clearly overwhelmed by the sudden attention and realization that he was about to give a speech. Geez, they're putting a lot of pressure on me. And in front of a crowd, no less, he muttered. You can do it, Izuku, Yaoyorozu encouraged. Yeah, you always inspire us, so now it's time to show that to everyone, Deku-kun. Uraraka added. Yeah, you got it, Midorobro. Kirishima chimed in. Midoriya sighed, then walked up to the stage. Midnight handed him the microphone with a wink. Take your time. Midoriya drew in a deep breath and began. I learned that all men are not born equal, he said. That's true because some are blessed with a quirk the moment they're born, while others aren't. And sometimes, certain quirks lead people to label someone as either a hero or a villain. Meanwhile, the quirkless are told they can't achieve their dreams, that they're useless. I know this because I didn't get my quirk until I was 15. Until then, I was bullied and treated as an outcast. The crowd and students alike went silent, listening intently. When I didn't have a quirk, I still wanted to become a hero. But my teachers and classmates in middle and high school treated that dream like a joke. I was their punching bag, someone to demonstrate their quirks on. The teachers either turned a blind eye or outright encouraged it. For 11 years, I went through that torment, to the point I wanted to give up on everything. He paused, the stadium deathly quiet. But before I could, my late father, a pro hero who died in the line of duty, reached out to me. He told me I was already a hero because of my determination to help others. Then, when I finally gained my quirk at 15, people labeled me a villain. But I remembered something my father told me, something that stuck with me. He said a quirk doesn't dictate whether someone becomes a hero or a villain. What dictates that is your actions, and how you choose to use your quirk. That's what defines you as a hero or a villain. So he, along with my older siblings and his sister, trained me. I went through hellish training that would have broken most people. But I endured, because I was hell-bent on becoming a hero and helping others. He smiled faintly. My entire family inspired me, they were all pro-heroes. Even my mother inspired me, and she isn't a pro. She always encouraged me and told me I was on the right path. And right now, standing before me, I see students who desire the same thing. Some people might see this as just students from different courses trying to one-up each other. He shook his head. But what I see are future heroes in the making. Class 1B will become our brothers and sisters in arms. The general course students might become pro-heroes themselves or pursue other paths that still help people. The support course will help protect civilians and heroes with the amazing gear they create. The business course will ensure heroes maintain a strong relationship with society. I know some of you have quirks that got you labeled as villains, or made you the target of ridicule in the past. But that ends today, here, at this year's sports festival. Because what the hell do those people know? They don't get to decide the path we take. The only one who decides that, is you. His voice rang with conviction. The current pro-heroes will have to retire one day. They can't do this forever. So now it's our turn to show that the next generation of heroes will secure the future. If you have the determination, the will, and the spirit to help others and inspire them, then that alone proves we've already got amazing heroes right here. And to everyone watching at home, including the quirkless, this applies to you as well. It's time for all of us to take that leap of faith toward becoming heroes. It's time to make the impossible possible. So don't give up hope because of those who filled your mind with doubt. Prove them wrong. Show them your heroic spirit and will. Shatter your limits. It's time for all of us to go beyond. Plus ultra. Plus ultra. The crowd and students roared back, erupting into thunderous applause. Even those outside the arena or watching from home were moved by the speech. That was both inspiring and manly. I'm crying here, Kirishima sobbed. As expected of our class rep, Iida said, tears streaming down his face. Inspiring not just us, but everyone. We must strive to do the same. Amazing, Izuku, Yaoyorozu murmured, cheeks flushed. That's what I'm talking about, Deku-kun. Uraraka cheered. Bakugo scoffed, crossing his arms. To him, Midoriya was just spouting nonsense and empty promises. What an inspiring speech, Midoriya. Let's give this amazing young man another round of applause. Midnight said, prompting even more clapping. Thank you, everyone. To all the students here, let's give it our all. Midoriya called out with a bright smile. So bright, in fact, that several people shielded their eyes. So bright, one random student muttered. Man, this guy's so pure, another commented. Damn, Shota, Present Mike said, leaning back in his chair. That student of yours is so nice and inspiring. His spirit is so bright my sunglasses aren't enough. I know, Eraserhead replied quietly. I'm his teacher, and I can already tell he thinks of others before himself. Plus, he's got some amazing role models to look up to. Maybe that's why he shines so much, Hikaru added with a smile. And what you said is exactly what your father, my brother, Takaru, would have said, Izuku. Good job, she thought. Up in the stands, Yugo and Maki listened to their little brother's speech from the upper seating area. Yugo's hero costume made him look like a gold and black knight with a lion motif. Maki's costume evoked a mage from a fantasy game, complete with ornate details. Did you hear our little brother's speech, Yugo? He sounds just like Dad. Maki exclaimed, hopping up and down. Well, we did have a badass and amazing role model in our lives, Yugo replied. It's up to us to make sure his legacy and spirit live on. And our little brother just proved that. In another part of the upper stands, Ken and Rika watched from a distance. Ken's hero costume was a suit of mechanized armor, while Rika's made her look like a modern military operator. She rested a Remington MSR sniper rifle across her lap. You think our little brother practiced that speech? Ken asked. Nope, our little bro just winged it, and totally nailed it, Rika said. If Dad were here, he'd be blushing like crazy. And knowing Mom, she's probably flooding her apartment with tears of joy. Man, I was totally wrong about Class 1A. The gray-haired boy from Class 1B shouted from the field. They've got an awesome and manly representative. He's right. Let's do our best, everyone. A 19-year-old girl from Class 1B called out to her classmates. She stood 5 feet 6 1/4, with a slim build, teal eyes, and fair skin. Her long orange hair was styled in a high-side ponytail on the left, her bangs split into 3 clumps around her eyes, with several tufts sticking up on top of her head. Yeah, her classmates shouted in agreement. Midoriya rejoined Class 1A after stepping down from the stage. Manly speech, Midoriya, Kirishima said, clapping him on the back. Thanks. I was just speaking from the heart, Midoriya replied. But it was inspiring nonetheless, Izuku, Yaoyorozu said. Yeah, let's do our best. Uraraka added. Yeah, let's do it. Ashido cheered. Without further ado, let's begin the first round of the sports festival. Midnight announced. Everyone turned to the large monitor behind her as a digital wheel spun. What will it be? She asked theatrically. The wheel clicked to a stop on obstacle race. And we have our first round. Midnight declared. An obstacle course for the first round. Sounds interesting, Midoriya commented. All 11 classes will run 4 kilometers outside the stadium, Midnight explained. The only rule is, no intentional harm to other students with your quirks. However, you may use any advantage your quirk provides, as long as you stay on the course. Take your places, everyone. All the first-year classes moved to the tunnel entrance, waiting anxiously for the start signal. The countdown appeared on the large screen. 3, 2, 1, start, Midnight shouted. And off they go. Present Mike boomed. How about some commentary, Mummy Man and Female Ninja? What should we be watching for first? The doorway, Eraserhead and Hikaru answered at the same time. Inside the tunnel, the students immediately jammed together, struggling to squeeze through. It's too narrow, one student complained. So they're testing us on how we handle this, Midoriya thought as he pushed forward. This is the first obstacle, Todoroki said. He extended a hand and froze the ground inside the tunnel, simultaneously freeing himself and trapping others as their feet stuck to the ice. Apologies, he said curtly as he slid out into the open. You'll have to do better than that, Todoroki. Yaoyorozu called. She created a long staff and vaulted out of the tunnel. You're not getting ahead of me, icy hot. Bakugo shouted, blasting himself into the air on a wave of explosions. Don't count me out just yet. Kirishima yelled, leaping out. Sorry, but not gonna happen. Ojiro added as he used his tail to vault forward. You can't stop my brightness. Aoyama declared, firing his naval laser to propel himself out. Starting big, huh, maybe I should too, Midoriya muttered. He vanished in a flash of green light, reappearing outside the tunnel. Then he channeled one for all into his legs and burst into a sprint. I didn't expect so many people to dodge that, Todoroki remarked. That's because you underestimate them, Midoriya said, suddenly at his side. You're already here, how? Todoroki asked. My quirk, Midoriya answered simply. Before they could say more, Mineta bounced toward them on his sticky orbs. How foolish of you two. I've foiled your plans, he cried, pulling one of the balls from his head. Prepare for my special attack. Grape. A massive metal hand swung down and smacked Mineta into the ground. Midoriya snickered briefly, then turned his attention forward. The first major obstacle loomed ahead. The first obstacle on the field has appeared, Robo Inferno. Present Mike announced. Aren't those the 0-pointers from the entrance exam? Kaminari yelped. Where does the school get the funds for those? Yaoyorozu wondered aloud. They went through a lot of trouble, Todoroki said calmly, extending his hand, but they should have prepared something more difficult. Ice erupted, freezing the towering robots in place. Since dear old dad is watching. He took a breath and continued running. He stopped them. One student shouted, we can get through between their legs. Another suggested, I wouldn't do that, Todoroki warned. I froze them off balance. The 0-pointers began to topple toward a cluster of students. Midoriya summoned his katana to his hand. Flames erupted along the blade as he unleashed a series of burning slashes at the falling mechs. The flaming strikes melted the frozen joints and shifted the 0-pointers' momentum, causing them to crash away from the trapped students. Amazing. Izuku Midoriya saves his fellow students from the falling 0-pointers. Present Mike yelled. Midoriya sheathed his sword and turned back. Is everyone okay? He asked. Some of us are, Kaminari answered, but I saw Kirishima and that gray-haired dude from 1B run under the 0-pointer. What? Midoriya shouted. Moments later, Kirishima burst through the rubble, his quirk fully activated. I'm alive, he roared. The gray-haired boy from 1B erupted from the wreckage as well, his entire body turned to steel. I'm gonna smash that guy when I get my hands on him. The steel-skinned boy vowed. Man, how am I gonna stand out when we're the same? Kirishima cried, tears streaming down his face as he ran. What do you mean? The gray-haired boy demanded, matching his pace. Let's work together for now. Make a path, shouted another 19-year-old male student from Class 1B. He stood 5 feet 8 inches with lightly tanned skin, reptilian eyes with tiny black pupils, black hair in a low braid, and an athletic build. His arms turned green and scaly as he fired razor-sharp scales at the robots. A loud explosion echoed overhead. Kaminari looked up to see Bakugo blasting his way above the robots. Bakugo, he breathed. No way I'm letting Deku and Icy Hot beat me. Bakugo thought as he rocketed forward. Class 1A's Bakugo blasts over the obstacle. Clever. Present Mike commented. You're not the only one whose quirk can help you over this obstacle. Zero shouted, using his tape to slingshot himself above the 0-pointers. Dark Shadow, Tokiyami commanded. His quirk lashed out, tearing through several robots. Yaoyorozu created a cannon and used it to destroy a group of remaining mechs. Looks like the leading pack, for now, is Class 1A, Snipe observed from the teacher's booth. It's not that they know exactly what to do, but, All Might thought, Class 1A has learned not to hesitate, Eraserhead thought. Iida, Jiro, and Kaminari used their quirks to take down more robots. They've seen what the real world is like after facing actual villains, Aizawa continued. Uraraka and Ojiro also engaged, using their quirks to dismantle more bots. Yet they still fight and push past their fear. They've all grown, and they know they have to act quickly to stay alive, he finished. Better to dodge those sometimes, Snipe added. But a smart shot will always bring down a big, slow, dumb robot. A hunk of metal's an easy target if you know where to hit it. If you thought that first obstacle was easy, let's see how you handle the second one, the fall. Present Mike announced. The next obstacle was a massive chasm. Stone pillars jutted from its depths, connected by ropes. Todoroki used his ice to freeze a rope and slide across. Bakugo simply blasted his way over. When did they have time to build this? Uraraka cried. How deep is that hole? Ashido asked nervously. Time to show off the training Genji gave me, Midoriya thought. He channeled one for all into his legs again and began rebounding from pillar to pillar like a ninja in full sprint. See you at the finish line. He called back. Wow, Midoriya's like a ninja, Ashido breathed. Class 1A's Midoriya has caught up with Todoroki and Bakugo. Present Mike announced. Ha ha ha, a female voice chuckled. Uraraka and Ashido turned to see a 19-year-old girl with salmon pink hair in thick dreadlocks, swept sideways to the right. She was 5 feet 3 inches with a mature build, fair skin, and red and gold goggles over her eyes. She wore oversized boots, a utility belt, and what looked like a jetpack on her shoulders. Yes, this is my chance to show off what I can do. She cried gleefully. My support items are going to steal the spotlight. You're from the support course, Uraraka said. Hey, how come you're allowed to bring all that stuff? Ashido demanded. Hero course students get combat training for their quirks, the salmon-haired girl explained. The support course is allowed to bring any gadgets we've developed ourselves to keep things fair. She grinned. So sit back and enjoy the show. She fired a wire toward one of the stone pillars. This is the perfect obstacle to show off our genius and creations for any companies looking to recruit us. She cried as the wire pulled her into the air. I hope employers are watching. She said, her boots activating to hover above the pillars. My super cute babies are definitely going to make an impression. I won't lose, Uraraka shouted, dashing toward the edge. This is so unfair, Ashido grumbled, chasing after her. In the world of pro heroes, it's hard to get popular without a flashy quirk. Right, Eraserhead, Present Mike asked. I have no idea what you're talking about, idiot, Aizawa replied flatly. Todoroki reached the far side of the chasm, with Bakugo close behind. He's getting fired up. Took him long enough, Todoroki thought, glancing at Bakugo. But I still have to get past Midoriya. My brother's watching. I can't let him see me looking uncool. Iida told himself as he realized just how many students were still ahead of him. He used his quirk to sprint along a rope like a tightrope walker, but his awkward flailing destroyed any hope of looking dignified. He looks uncool right now, Hikaru observed dryly. That guy in second place behind Midoriya is way ahead of the others, one audience member said. His quirk is powerful, but it's his natural athletic ability and judgment that really set him apart, another replied. That's why he's a cut above the rest. Of course, his dad's the number 2 hero, the flame hero, Endeavor, the first added. For real, guess that's why he's in second. Like father, like son, a third commented. The race is reaching its final stretch, with the last obstacle. Present Mike shouted. Midoriya skidded to a stop at the edge of a wide field. Patches of the ground were marked with dark circles and a sign that read danger, mines. A minefield. The mines are clearly marked so you know where to watch your step, Present Mike explained. Don't worry, they're harmless, but loud enough to make you wet your pants. Tone it down, Hikaru sighed. This loudmouth can't tone it down, Eraserhead muttered. So this obstacle gives everyone behind a chance to catch up, Midoriya thought. A series of blasts erupted behind him as Bakugo launched himself toward Todoroki. Bastard. Don't make a declaration if you can't back it up. Bakugo shouted, trying to slam into Todoroki midair. Midoriya remained at the edge of the minefield, watching. And just like that, Bakugo takes the lead and goes after Todoroki. But what's Midoriya doing? He's falling behind. Present Mike exclaimed. He's observing, Aizawa said. Midoriya's the type who wants his classmates to grow and improve. Midoriya suddenly vanished in a flicker of energy and reappeared beside Yaoyorozu, making her jump. Before she could react, he scooped her into a bridal carry. Mineta, who had been about to leap toward Yaoyorozu, froze. Midoriya stuck his tongue out at him, and teleported away with Yaoyorozu. They reappeared at the edge of the minefield. Why did you bring me here with you? Yaoyorozu asked, flustered. I had a feeling Mineta might try something indecent, Midoriya explained. So I brought you here to get you away from that little creep. Oh, thank you, Yaoyorozu said, cheeks pink. But you might want to step back. I'm about to do something stupid, Midoriya warned. He jumped into the air and summoned his Sig Sauer M17 pistol. A few precise shots rang out, striking several mines on the ground below. The resulting chain of explosions created a shockwave that launched Midoriya high into the air, blasting him across the minefield. Yeehaw! He shouted, exhilarated. What he didn't notice was Yaoyorozu quickly creating a grapple gun. She fired it, and the hook latched onto his back, dragging her along behind him. Midoriya shot past both Bakugo and Todoroki. See you later, he called as he rocketed by. Midoriya has taken the lead. Present Mike yelled as the crowd went wild. Deku, what the hell do you think you're doing? Bakugo roared. The ice path I made will help the others. No time to worry about it now, Todoroki thought, shifting his focus. Look at them go. Bakugo and Todoroki stop fighting and chase after Midoriya. With Yaoyorozu still attached to the leading man. Present Mike narrated. So you're catching up, huh? Sorry, but no, Midoriya said. Without looking back, he hurled fireballs in front of Bakugo and Todoroki. The blasts detonated the mines beneath them and sent both boys flying backward. With that impressive move, Midoriya slows the competition as he heads for the finish line. Eraserhead, your students are amazing. What are you teaching them? Present Mike cried. This has nothing to do with me, Eraserhead replied. Each of them is using their power to overcome their own trials. There you have it. Eraserhead's a bad teacher, Present Mike joked. I'm what? Aizawa snapped, glaring. Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki sprinted down the final tunnel toward the finish line. Midoriya poured one for all into his legs once more and blurred forward, still tethered to Yaoyorozu by the grapple. He crossed the finish line to a thunderous roar from the stands. And the first one to finish the obstacle race is Hero Course, Class 1A Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike declared. Outside the stadium, Death Arms glanced up at the big screen. Hey, it's that kid who took care of the sludge villain, he said. Oh yeah, the same one MT. Lady kissed for his bravery, Kamui Woods added. In a dark room at an unknown location, Shigaraki watched the broadcast, his expression twisting. That brat again, he hissed. Back in the stadium, Midoriya looked around at the cheering crowd. Then he felt a tug on his back and realized there was a grapple hook still attached. The line suddenly reeled in. Izuku, Yaoyorozu screamed as she flew toward him. I got you, Midoriya shouted, catching her as they both toppled to the ground. That explains the mysterious grapple hook on my back. Good thinking, Momo, Midoriya said. Thank you. Though the ride was quite terrifying due to your speed, Yaoyorozu admitted. Hey, Izuku, stop flirting with your girlfriend. We're live, you know, Hikaru teased through the commentary mic. Midoriya abruptly realized that Yaoyorozu was straddling him. Both of them blushed furiously and scrambled back to their feet, looking away as the crowd giggled. Soon after, Todoroki crossed the line, followed closely by Bakugo and the rest. Damn it, I lost to him again. Bakugo growled. This festival is a competition where everyone aims for the top, All Might thought as he watched. Even if it means going against their friends and peers to get the attention of a pro hero. For pros, popularity plays a huge role in their careers. Everyone wants to be the best, and you, my boy, are the best. Deku-kun, that was amazing, Uraraka cheered. Iida, meanwhile, sulked quietly, having lost in a test of pure speed. Oh, thank you, you were pretty amazing yourself, Midoriya replied. The first event for the first-year students is over, And what a spectacular display. Midnight announced. Now, let's take a look at the standings. A large screen displayed the results. Izuku Midoriya 2, Momo Yaoyorozu 3, Shoto Todoroki 4, Katsuki Bakugo 5, Abara Shiozaki 6, Juzo Honanuki 7, Tenya Iida 8, Fumikage Tokiyami 9, Honta Siro 10, Eijiro Kirishima 11, Tetsu 12, Masharao Ojiro 13, Yosetsu Awase 14, Suyu Asui 15, Mezzo Shoji 16, Ochako Uraraka 17, Rikido Sato 18, Minoru Mineta 19, Mina Ishido 20, Koji Koda 21, Kyoka Jiro 22, Sen Kaibara 23, Kosei Saburaba 24, Denki Kaminari 25, Kojiro Bondo 26, Reiko Yanagi 27, Hitoshi Shinso 28, Itsuka Kendo 29, Jirota Shishida 30, Shihei Kuwaro 31, Yui Kodai 32, Hiryu Rin 33, Narengeki Shota 34, Kanoko Komori 35, Togaru Kamakiri 36, Nito Monoma 37, Honi Tsunotori 38, Toru Hagakure 39, Setsuna Tokage 40, Manga Fukidashi 41, Mei Hatsume 42, Yuga Aoyama. Only the first 42 contestants will advance to the next round, Midnight said. But don't be discouraged if you didn't make the cut. We've prepared other opportunities for you to shine. Now, let's see what the next event will be. She continued as the wheel on the screen began to spin again. It stopped on Cavalry Battle. Cavalry Battle. Man, I suck at those, Kaminari groaned. It's not an individual event. How are we going to be split up? Asui wondered. The rules are simple, Midnight explained. Contestants can form teams of 2 to 4. It may look like a normal cavalry battle, but there's a twist. Each player is assigned a point value based on their placement in the obstacle race. I get it. A point system like the entrance exam. Pretty simple, Sato said. So that means each team's total will depend on which students are in it, Uraraka realized. That's right, Ashido said. Maybe you should be quiet and let me explain the rules, Midnight snapped, then cleared her throat. As I was saying, each position's value goes up by 5 points from the bottom. For example, 42nd place is worth 5 points, 41st is worth 10, and so on. However, the point value assigned to first place is worth 10 million points. All eyes locked onto Midoriya. So this gives those at the bottom a chance to take down the one on top, right? Midoriya asked. Exactly. So what do you say to that? Midnight asked. Then this is getting even more exciting, Midoriya replied, a grin spreading across his face. I was hoping for a challenge. I'm getting fired up. Let's see if you can survive, Midnight said with a smirk. Everyone will be gunning for you. Midoriya's smirk widened. Flames flickered to life around his right hand. That depends, he said, eyes blazing. On whether they can take the heat. UA's annual sports festival continued. The obstacle course had concluded, and 42 students now prepared for the second event, the cavalry battle. You have 15 minutes to make your teams. Start, Midnight announced. Midoriya was well aware of the target on his back. That made it a lot more difficult to build a team, since others would look for people who could help take him down. Meanwhile, Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and MT. Lady had taken some time outside the stadium to rest. Even so, the trio couldn't help but observe the event on the monitor. The sports festival isn't about how to prepare for certain situations, but about simulating the competition they'll face as pros, Death Arms stated, smoking a cigarette. What do you mean, Mount? Lady wondered. We know this country is overflowing with hero agencies right now. If you want to put food on the table, you gotta step on other heroes. That was the point of the first game, Death Arms explained. That's a sad way of viewing our job, MT. Lady muttered. Seriously, you never have a problem stealing the spotlight, Kamui Woods reminded her, thinking back to how she took out the giant villain he was about to capture during her debut. But there will be times when you need to work together. This event also helps with that, Death Arms added. I see. In the cavalry battle, you're not just gaining points for yourself, but for your teammates as well. You also need to know how to make different quirks work together and see who you're compatible with, MT. Lady said. Similar to coordinating with your sidekick or training your quirk with other agencies, Kamui Woods added. These kids are doing stuff that'll become part of their daily lives once they become pros, Death Arms said. They've got a long road ahead of them, MT. Lady agreed. Back in the arena, Bakugo was surrounded by some of his classmates. You should team up with me, Sato offered. No, you definitely want me on your team, Ashido suggested. I don't want to beg, but please, Aoyama pleaded while clutching his stomach. Wait, remind me what your quirk is again. And your name, Bakugo replied, which shocked them. Are you kidding me? We're classmates. Ashido cried. Are you that self-centered? Sato added. He's a hothead, but he came in fourth with 195 points. Considering how versatile his quirk is, I'm not surprised people want to join him, All Might thought. Hey, Bakugo, I tried to team up with Todoroki, but he already got a team. So we should team up, Kirishima told him. Hey, shitty hair, Bakugo responded. My name's Kirishima, and my hair isn't that different from yours. Come on, you want to be the rider, right? So you need a strong front horse who won't get hurt by your blasts. And I'm that man, Kirishima declared as he activated his quirk. I need someone with guts, an intrigued Bakugo said. My quirk was made for this. I got you covered, man. Let's go and get those 10 million points, Kirishima stated. Alright, you're in, Bakugo decided. Shoji, Mineta called out. What? The six-armed teen asked. None of the girls want to team up with me. Please be my partner, Mineta cried. I'm too tiny to be a horse, and nobody wants me to climb on top of them, so I can't be a rider. He added, but Shoji walked away. With your big body and those tentacles, you can cover me completely so no one can take my headband. Mineta insisted, which caught Shoji's attention. Good idea. Let's team up, Shoji told his dwarf classmate. I was right about people sticking with their homeroom class. Too much of a risk if you don't know someone else's quirk. But now, I should ask Midnight Sensei if I can solo this event, Midoriya thought. Hey, Deku-kun, Uraraka called out to him. What is it, Uraraka? Midoriya asked. Let's team up, Uraraka told him. Before Midoriya could answer, Yaoyorozu walked up to him. Izuku, can I join your team? Yaoyorozu asked, shocking him. Are you too sure you want to team up with me? I've got a huge target on my back, Midoriya warned them. Of course, Todoroki did offer to have me on his team, but I declined. Anyone who teams up with you has a great chance of winning, considering your skills and training. And I have complete faith in you, Yaoyorozu stated. Yeah, everyone is going to gun for you, that's true. But it's better to team up with the people you like, Uraraka added. Midoriya blushed, and a smile appeared on his face. He suddenly grabbed the two girls by their waists and spun them around. You two are lifesavers and great balls of sunshine, you know that. Midoriya happily exclaimed. He put them back down as both girls blushed from the sudden hug. Well, I know who to ask to be the final member of our team. Uraraka told Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. The trio approached Iida, and Uraraka tapped him on the shoulder to get his attention. Iida, let's team up. With us working together, we'll win for sure. That's generous of you, Uraraka. But I must decline, Iida answered, shocking her. I didn't mean to hurt you, but we're here to show our abilities to the pro heroes watching. Therefore, I don't see you as my friends, but as my enemies at the moment, Iida explained as he walked toward Todoroki, Kaminari, and Tokiyami. I'll do everything in my power to beat you. That's the right motivation to have, Iida. You're right about us having to prove what we can do to the pro heroes watching. So come at me with everything you've got, Midoriya replied, which made Iida smile. Of course. Best of luck to you as well, Iida said. A shame we couldn't have Iida on our team. But who is going to fill in the final spot? Yaoyorozu wondered. Hehehehe. Perfect. You have a spot remaining. A voice chimed. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, and Uraraka turned to see the salmon-haired girl from the support course. Team up with me, Mr. 10 million points. The girl exclaimed as she got close to Midoriya. Whoa, too close. Who are you? Midoriya asked. The salmon-haired girl removed her goggles to reveal her eyes. They were wide, sloped upwards, and framed with long upper eyelashes. Her irises were a greenish yellow with a cross at the center, making them look like scope lenses. The name's Mei Hatsume from the support course. She introduced herself. "Oh, you're that weird girl from the obstacle course," Uraraka said. "We haven't properly met, but I would like to use your position to my advantage. Teaming up with you will put my babies in the spotlight. Especially for the big company CEOs who are tuning into the sports festival," Hatsume declared, leaning closer to Midoriya. "By that logic, this is the best way for me and my babies to get recruited." "Whoa, slow down for a bit. What do you mean by babies?" Uraraka asked, but noticed Hatsume ignoring her. "Oh, she doesn't care about me," Uraraka thought. Midoriya then looked deep into Hatsume's eyes, which made her blush. Why are you staring at me like that?" Hatsume wondered. "The way your eyes look has to involve your quirk, right?" Midoriya asked. "Yes, I can zoom in on what I'm looking at. If I concentrate, I can see up to 5 kilometers. Though people always say my eyes make me look weird," Hatsume explained. "Don't listen to them, because you and your eyes are beautiful. Your awesome quirk and the gear you made will help us greatly in the cavalry battle. So you're in," Midoriya told her. Hatsume blushed when Midoriya called her beautiful. "Thank you," the salmon-haired girl said. "They're sure getting along," Yaoyorozu and Uraraka thought in unison. "All right, huddle up, everyone. Here's the plan," Midoriya said to his team. 15 minutes passed, and a buzzer went off. Midnight saw all 12 groups formed. "Oh, goody, it's time to get this party started," Midnight announced. Hey, wake up, Eraserhead. The second round is about to start," Present Mike said as he shook Aizawa awake from his nap. After 15 minutes to form teams and strategies, all 12 teams are ready to go head-to-head. He announced. "I see some unexpected groups," Aizawa observed. He saw 2 groups of 2 and 1 of 3, while everybody else had 4. The first duo was Rin's team. Hiryu Rin was the student who could create and fire scales from his arms. His teammate was 19-year-old Jirota Shishida. Shishida stood 5 feet 9.5, with a beastly appearance, shaggy brown hair covering most of his body. He possessed sharp teeth with a large jutting jaw, and his 2 lower canines poked upwards between his lips. Small, rectangular glasses with thick black lenses sat over his eyes. The second duo team was 19-year-old boy Toguro Kamakiri and 19-year-old girl Pony Tsunotori. Kamakiri stood 6 feet 2.5, with a slender build, pale grayish-blue skin, and a bright, fluffy green mohawk. His dark green eyes pointed down toward the center of his face, and 2 hooked blades jutted out from his cheeks. Kamakiri had no visible nose, and his head resembled that of a praying mantis. Tsunotori stood 5 feet 2 inches with fair skin, a round face, a short equine muzzle, and an athletic build. She had thick, wavy blonde hair that reached halfway down her back, with short bangs on her forehead. Tsunotori's Prussian blue eyes were large and round. A horse's tail and tall, lyre-shaped tan horns grew from her head. Her calves were round and shaped like a horse's, ending in brown hooves for feet. The first trio team consisted of 19-year-old Yui Kodai and 2 19-year-old boys, Kojiro Bondo and Manga Fukidashi. Kodai had fair skin, stood 5 feet 4, had cerulean eyes, and an athletic build. She wore her black, shoulder-length, bob-shaped hair swept to the right, with some shorter strands above her eyes. Fukidashi stood 5 feet 3, had an athletic build, and fair skin. His most striking feature, however, was his head and neck, which were a blank, pale white speech bubble. Bondo stood 6 feet 3, with a large, muscular body, broad shoulders, a slender waist, and large hands. His skin was a yellow, straw-like texture, and his head resembled a glue dispenser. A lappet protruded from the top of his head, and 7 eye holes were arrayed across his face. Aizawa noticed Shoji by himself, however, his arms formed a large tent on his back. Eraserhead knew Shoji's teammates were inside the tent. Shinso's teammates were Ojiro, Aoyama, and Class 1B's 19-year-old Narengeki Shota. Shota stood 5 feet 5, with a chubby build, short ice blue hair, fair skin, and a round face. His black eyes were large and wide, with small pupils and eyebrows that pointed upwards. But Shinso's teammates' eyes were all blank. Meanwhile, Bakugo had Kirishima, Ashido, and Siro. Hagakuri's team was made up of Jiro, Sato, and Kota. The orange-haired girl, Itsuka Kendo, had an all-female team. All three were 19-year-old girls from Class 1B, Reiko Yanagi, Setsuna Tokage, and Kanoko Komori. Yanagi stood 5 feet 5 inches with an athletic build, pale skin, and chin length, pale gray hair parted to the left. Her hair hung over and obscured most of the left side of her face. Dark bags rested under Yanagi's blue eyes, and she had a small mouth with full lips. Tokage stood 5 feet 3 inches with fair skin, an athletic build, large, upturned dusky green eyes, and long lower eyelashes. She had long, pointed teeth and dark moss green hair that reached below her shoulders, with a short clump at the center of her forehead. Komori stood 5 feet 1 inch with a thin build, fair skin, and honey brown hair. Her hair was cut into a mushroom-shaped bob that reached below her narrow shoulders, and a thick fringe covered her eyes. Another team was also single-gender, consisting of 19-year-old boys Nito Monoma, Kosei Saburaba, Sen Kaibara, and Shihai Kuwaro from Class 1B. Monoma stood 5 feet 7 inches with fair skin, an athletic build, slick blonde hair parted to the right with bangs over his right eye, and periwinkle blue eyes with white pupils. His eyes slanted downwards toward the far sides of his face and appeared half-closed. Saburaba was 5 feet 7 inches with an athletic build, fair skin, and short brown hair spiked at odd angles. His black eyes were oval-shaped with large pupils. Kaibara stood 5 feet 8 inches with slightly tanned skin and an athletic build. He had dark, shaggy hair and thin, lazy-looking black eyes. Kuwaro stood 5 feet 9 1/4, with an athletic build, fluffy white hair, long, thin black eyes, and pitch-black skin. The gray-haired boy from Class 1B, Tetsu, had 19-year-old boys Juzo Honanuki and Yosetsu Awase and 19-year-old girl Abara Shiozaki as his teammates, all from Class 1B. Honanuki stood 5 feet 9 1/2, with an athletic build, pale skin, mid-length, spiked beige hair, and a flat nose with small eyebrows. His teeth sat outside of his skin with no discernible lips, giving him a skull-like appearance. Awase was 5 feet 9 inches with an athletic build, fair skin, and long black hair spiked upwards and back to the left. Awase's gray eyes were rounded and tilted inward, and he wore a zigzag-patterned headband. Shiozaki stood 5 feet 7 inches with fair skin, an athletic build, and green, thorn-covered vines for hair that stopped above her waist. One set wrapped around her forehead a couple of times in the shape of a cross. All the team's riders were given headbands that represented their total points. Both Bakugo and Todoroki's teams had headbands worth 650 points. Tetsu's team was worth 685 points, while Mineta's team had 410 points. Hagakuri's headband was worth 380 points, and Shinso's was worth 250 points. Kendo's had 225 points, while Monoma's was worth 305. Kodai's headband was worth 165 points compared to Rin's 125 and Kamakiri's 70. However, the main target was Midoriya's team headband, worth 10,350 points. Midoriya clutched his team's headband in his hand. "Everybody, raise your hands into the air. It's time for UA's cavalry battle. Let me hear you scream." Present Mike announced. Monoma then spoke to his teammates. "Almost everyone has their sights on Class 1A. Why is that? The only difference is that they fought actual villains. Should we, Class 1B, be happy with being in the middle of the pack? No. Instead, let's show that arrogant Class 1A why we are superior." Monoma declared. "It's time to get started." Midnight announced to the 12 teams. Yaoyorozu was the rider while Uraraka was on her right and Hatsume on her left, making Midoriya the horse of the team. He handed Yaoyorozu the headband as the second round was about to begin. "Momo, Uraraka, Hatsume, I'm counting on you guys to win this," Midoriya told the three girls. Meanwhile, Todoroki was the rider for his team. Tokiyami was on his right while Kaminari was to his left. Iida served as their horse. "I chose you three because I believe it's the most stable formation. Tokiyami, you'll use Dark Shadow to attack any enemies. Kaminari, your quirk will keep anyone away. And Iida, you'll be in front for mobility and physical defense, Todoroki explained to his team. So you'll attack and create diversions with your ice and fire, Todoroki? Iida asked. No, in battle, I'll never use my left side, Todoroki answered. The screen displayed. On your marks, ready. Monoma turned to Tetsu. No hard feelings, okay. He said. Yeah, Tetsu responded. Now, let's get going. Counting down to the brutal and bloody cavalry battle. 3. Present Mike announced. We're aiming for. Bakugo thought. 2. Present Mike counted. One thing, Todoroki thought. 1. Present Mike finished. Start. Midnight exclaimed as she cracked her flogger. Every team began charging toward Midoriya's group. It's a battle for the 10 million points. Tetsu exclaimed. I'll be taking that headband, Midoriya. Hagakure shouted. They're attacking us without delay, Yaoyorozu noted. What are we going to do, Deku-kun? Uraraka cried. It's obvious, we're gonna run away. Midoriya answered. I won't let you, Tetsu exclaimed. Honanuki stomped his feet, turning the ground into mud. Midoriya's team sank. Whoa, what the? Uraraka exclaimed. We're sinking. Midoriya added. He looked toward Honanuki and quickly pegged him as the culprit. It must be his quirk. Midoriya realized. Uraraka, Hatsume, turn your faces away, Yaoyorozu warned them. Both girls did as told as Yaoyorozu pressed a button. The jetpack on her back activated, and the group flew into the air. They flew. It must be because of the support course, huh? Follow them. Tetsu ordered his team. Jiro. Hagakure called her friend. I know. Jiro answered as she sent an earphone jack at them. Yaoyorozu quickly created a shield to block her attack. Yaoyorozu. Jiro shouted. Keep a check on any blind spots we have. Midoriya called to his group. We're landing, Uraraka reported. Midoriya's team touched down and continued to move. Thanks to the hover boots Hatsume made for them, they glided across the field. Uraraka's making everyone other than herself weightless was great thinking. Therefore, our weight is just Uraraka plus the gear in our clothes, Midoriya thought. What do you think of my babies? Aren't they amazing? Hatsume asked Midoriya. Your babies are amazing. Great work, Hatsume. Midoriya praised. Why, thank you, Hatsume responded with a blush and a smile. This, however, made both Yaoyorozu and Uraraka jealous. I'm the one making the items float, Uraraka muttered. I was the one who came up with the plan, Yaoyorozu also muttered. Both girls still had blushes on their faces. We need to go after them. Come on, Jiro, time to get some payback, Hagakure stated. However, Sato suddenly noticed something. Wait, Hagakure, your headband's gone, Sato informed her. The invisible girl reached up and realized it was indeed missing. When did that happen? Hagakure exclaimed. Monoma twirled Hagakure's 380-point headband around his finger. Profiting as others fight one another, he said smugly. Barely 2 minutes in, and it's already a free-for-all. Everyone is going for other headbands instead of the 10 million points. Going for 4th place isn't bad, either. Present Mike announced. Midoriya then heard Mineta laughing. Fighting. No, this is a one-sided pillage. Mineta declared. Yaoyorozu noticed Shoji charging at them. Wait, he's by himself. Isn't this a team battle? She said. Let's get some room to breathe. We can't be caught standing in the middle with so many people. Midoriya suggested. They tried to fly, but Uraraka felt something tug at her boot. What? She muttered. She looked down and saw a purple ball stuck underneath her sole. Uraraka, what's wrong? Midoriya asked. I'm stuck, Uraraka answered. Midoriya recognized the sticky purple sphere beneath her boot. That's Mineta's. Where did that come from? He demanded. In here, Midoriya, Mineta answered. He was concealed inside the tent formed by Shoji's arms. Is that allowed? Midoriya shouted. It is, Midnight answered. Then Asui's tongue shot out from within the tent, aiming for the headband around Yaoyorozu's neck. She dodged it, and the tongue reeled back into Shoji's arms. Asui revealed herself, also hidden inside. Great reflexes. I didn't expect anything less from you, Yaoyorozu, Asui said. Gotta admit, that's actually smart, Midoriya complimented. Both Asui's tongue and Mineta's balls attacked Midoriya's group in tandem. Team Mineta using the advantage of their different sizes. They're like a tank. Present Mic announced. Yaoyorozu pressed the button to activate her jetpack again. But Midoriya noticed Uraraka's boot was about to be broken by the strain on Mineta's sticky ball. Midoriya spat a small fireball to melt the ball beneath Uraraka's boot. Suddenly, Bakugo launched himself toward Midoriya's group with his explosions. Shit, how'd he get here so fast? Midoriya thought. Don't get ahead of yourself, Deku. Bakugo roared. Quickly, Yaoyorozu created another shield to block Bakugo's explosion. Huh, he's separated from his horses. Is that allowed? Present Mic cried. Yaoyorozu pushed Bakugo back with her shield. Damn it, Bakugo cursed. Zero's tape shot out, catching him and dragging him back to his team. Nice catch, Kirishima praised. It's a technicality, so it's allowed. It wouldn't be if he touched the ground, though. Midnight clarified. Midoriya's group landed back on the ground. Great job, everyone, Midoriya told his team. Thank you. The girls responded together. But things are getting a little heated. Maybe it's time to test out that new ability I got, Midoriya thought. He removed his right arm from the position supporting Yaoyorozu. Both Uraraka and Hatsume immediately shifted their arms to keep her balanced. All three girls then watched as Midoriya summoned his katana into his hand. He clenched his right hand tightly onto the katana's blade. Izuku, what are you doing? Yaoyorozu asked. Trust me, you're gonna be surprised, Midoriya replied simply. Death Arms, MT. Lady, and Kamui Woods continued watching the cavalry battle from the break room. They weren't the only ones, either. Tatsumaki, Fubuki, DVA, Mercy, and Genji were also watching from another part of the campus. As expected, everyone's gunning for the first place team. Class A's in hot pursuit. Everyone's showing off their skills. Present Mic announced. The students in Class 1A are good, Death Arms praised. Back in the stadium. Now, let's take a look at every team's points. 7 minutes have passed. Here are the current rankings. Present Mic announced. The screen showed everyone's current standing, but then it immediately changed. Whoa, wait a minute, Present Mic exclaimed. Monoma had stolen Bakugo's headband. Other than Midoriya and his team, Class 1A isn't doing so well. Present Mic commented. Class 1A is so simple-minded, Monoma commented. He got us, Ashido exclaimed. What did you say, bastard? Give that back, or I'll kill ya. Bakugo snarled. Midnight said it was the first game. It wouldn't make sense eliminating so many in a qualifier, right? Monoma calmly pointed out to Bakugo. Huh, Bakugo growled. Assuming only 40 people qualify for the next stage, we just need to make sure to stay within that number as we run, all while observing from the back, learning our rivals' quirks and personalities. There's no point in winning the prelims, right? Monoma explained. You and your class agreed to that. Bakugo questioned. Well, it wasn't a consensus, but it's a good idea, Monoma replied. Hey, they're coming, Kaibara warned Monoma. It's better than going after a temporary top like a horse with a carrot dangling in front of it. But still, a rival is a rival. You're just unworthy to me, Monoma said to Bakugo. Bakugo gritted his teeth in anger. Kirishima. Change of plans. Bakugo muttered darkly. Kirishima turned to see Bakugo's enraged expression, casting a menacing shadow. Monoma turned back and saw that same angry shadow bearing down on him. Before we get Deku, let's kill that guy, Bakugo shouted. Meanwhile, Midoriya had heard everything Monoma said. So Class 1B's long-term strategy is to throw the qualifier. They could leave a longer impression by overturning the praise Class 1A had before the sports festival. But based on their way of thinking, they won't be targeting me, Midoriya deduced. Midoriya's team came to a halt. They were now face to face with Todoroki's team. Midoriya glanced down at his katana blade, almost completely covered in his blood. Less than half a minute now. The cavalry battle is entering its second half. With the unexpected rise of Class B, who will get the 10 million points in the end? Present Mic shouted. I'll be taking that now, Todoroki said, staring straight at Midoriya. Come and try, Midoriya replied. Meanwhile, Mineta was crying out of shock. His headband was gone. It was a good plan, so I joined this team even though you were in it. How did you lose your headband? Asui questioned him. I don't know, but now there's nothing left to lose. Shoji, full assault mode. Mineta shouted. Shoji unfolded his arms, revealing his teammates, and then charged toward Midoriya and Todoroki's teams. We're going to steal those points from those two with everything we've got. Mineta exclaimed. I didn't think my confrontation with you would come this early. I thought it would be later in this contest, Todoroki stated. He seems to think highly of you, Izuku, Yaoyorozu commented. We gotta hold on until the time is over, Midoriya responded. Iida, forward, Todoroki commanded. Right. Iida complied as he launched their team toward Midoriya's group. However, Yaoyorozu detected that Todoroki's team wasn't the only one closing in. Izuku, we've got different groups coming for us, Yaoyorozu warned. Midoriya saw Kaminari readying his electricity. Tokiyami, make sure you have Dark Shadow Guard as well, Kaminari said as sparks danced over his body. Momo, Midoriya called out. On it, she responded as she created the same insulating sheet she'd used at the USJ. Then she draped it over her teammates. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. Kaminari shouted as he fired off bolts of electricity. The sheet protected Midoriya's team, and Dark Shadow shielded Todoroki's group. The others, however, weren't so lucky and were shocked. Kaminari. Jiro cried as she continued to get zapped. Dark Shadow unwrapped himself from around Todoroki's group. Less than 6 minutes now. Time to go on the offensive. Tokiyami, have Dark Shadow take care of anyone from behind. Then we'll deal with Midoriya, Todoroki ordered. Right, Tokiyami replied. What's this? Tokiyami has Dark Shadow blocking everyone from behind. Present Mike narrated. That's smart. Todoroki's team can focus entirely on anyone in front, Hikaru commented. Indeed, Todoroki's team doesn't need to worry about attacks from behind, thanks to Dark Shadow, Eraserhead added. Nice commentary. Present Mike cheered, giving both Aizawa and Hikaru a thumbs up. Dark Shadow blocked every attack from teams Kendo and Rin. Then Todoroki froze their feet to the ground while they were distracted. Dark Shadow used the opening to snatch Kendo, Tetsu, and Rin's headbands. I might as well take these, Todoroki said calmly. Kendo was shocked as she realized she'd lost her headband. What? No way. Come back, Kendo yelled. Wait, what? Rin said, confused. Yaoyorozu checked her gear. Izuku, the jetpack is still functional, she reported. The others are coming at us, fast. Uraraka warned. We should be careful. They could attack again, Midoriya cautioned. Meanwhile, Bakugo and his team were in hot pursuit of Monoma's group. Monoma, don't provoke him. You'll be the same as him, Kaibara warned. That's right, it's unbecoming of a hero. Besides, you often hear about heroes getting done in by vengeful villains, Monoma replied mockingly. Bakugo, calm down. We won't get our points back if you let him get to you, Kirishima urged. However, Bakugo didn't listen. He slammed his fist into his palm, sparks flaring. When the smoke from his explosion cleared, his team saw his death-like grin. Forward, shitty hair. I'm totally calm, Bakugo barked. We're counting on you, Kirishima answered as Bakugo's team surged toward Monoma's. Die, Bakugo snarled as he launched an explosion toward Monoma's group. But it missed, much to his surprise. Monoma had touched Bakugo's arm. When Bakugo turned, Monoma fired an identical blast back at him. Monoma then lightly tapped Kirishima's hair. He's got the same quirk as you, Bakugo, Kirishima exclaimed. Damn it, Bakugo cursed. He swung his arm to fire another explosion at Monoma's face. However, when the smoke cleared, Monoma's skin had hardened like Kirishima's. Such amazing quirks, but mine's better, Monoma said. What, mine, too? Kirishima exclaimed. No, he doesn't have similar quirks as us. He copies them, Bakugo explained. Correct, Monoma confirmed. Bakugo grit his teeth and was about to attack again, but a stream of glue appeared out of nowhere, forcing Bakugo's team back. Monoma saw it came from Kodai's teammate, Bondo. Bondo, picking a fight, huh? Monoma muttered. Monoma, we just need to avoid getting caught now. We'll make it to the top 4 with our total points, Kaibara reminded him. Monoma agreed as his team began moving again. After them, Bakugo roared. Kirishima tried to move but couldn't, then looked down to see his right foot encased in solidifying glue. It's solidifying. I can't move. Kirishima cried. Ashido hovered her foot over the glue on Kirishima's foot, then some acid spilled out from the bottom of her soul. I'll melt it with my quirk. Ashido said. Hurry, we've got 0 points right now. Zero reminded them. Monoma turned to face Bakugo's team one more time. Don't get mad at me. You're the one who provoked us. I think I might head over to the guy who spoke the pledge. He seems more worthy than any of you. Anyway, you did your best, so take it with pride. Bakugo was enraged. He was determined to win, especially to put Deku in his place and prove he'd be the future #1 hero. Meanwhile, Midoriya and Todoroki faced each other. Tokiyami's Dark Shadow continued blocking the other teams. 1 minute left. Dark Shadow is blocking everyone from interfering. But unbelievably, Midoriya's team has been able to evade them for 5 minutes in this cramped space. Present Mike commented, he's been keeping his distance and staying on my left side. And we only have 1 minute left, Todoroki thought. Everyone, there's less than a minute left. What I'm about to do will leave me vulnerable, so I'm counting on you, Iida told his teammates. What do you mean, Iida? Todoroki asked. Tokiyami, I need you to have Dark Shadow distract Midoriya for me, Iida requested. On it, Tokiyami replied. Iida fired up his quirk, blue flames blasting out of his engines. Engine boost. Reciproburst, Iida shouted. Todoroki's team suddenly surged forward toward Midoriya's group. Todoroki reached for the headband around Yaoyorozu's neck. However, Midoriya saw that his katana's blade was now covered entirely in his blood. He plunged the weapon into the ground. A vast fiery tornado erupted, surrounding Midoriya's team. Iida was thrown back, blocked by a shield that emerged from the flames. Todoroki's group stared in shock as the fire cleared, revealing Midoriya and his team surrounded by Spartan soldiers and Black Knights. The historical warriors wielded shields and spears of their respective origins. Whoa! Todoroki tried to get the 10 million points, but Midoriya foiled their plan. They're still in first place with their headband. And I thought Midoriya could only bend fire to his will. However, this man is just full of surprises. Present Mike shouted. I forgot that Midoriya has different abilities from his standard quirks. I'm sorry, Iida apologized. Don't worry, I know how we can still get those points, Todoroki responded coolly. They're still in first, huh? It doesn't matter. We just need to focus on getting 4th place, Monoma said. Suddenly, he heard Bakugo's voice. Get back here, damn it. Bakugo roared. Geez, so persistent. As a hero and a person, that persistence will. Monoma cut himself off as he saw Bakugo flying toward him. Bakugo, don't act on your own. Kirishima shouted. Suburaba, guard, Monoma commanded. Suburaba blew out a gust of air that solidified into a wall. Bakugo slammed into it. Yes, Suburaba cheered. Bakugo punched the wall, but it didn't break. You can't break it so easily. Serves you right, Suburaba taunted. But Bakugo punched through the wall on his next strike. He managed to grab 2 headbands from around Monoma's neck before Zero's tape caught him and yanked him back. He took 2. Monoma shouted. Team Bakugo seizes 2 headbands from Team Monoma to gain 3rd place. The rankings keep changing in this final lap. Present Mike announced. Kamakiri and Tsunotori charged at Bakugo's team, but Suburaba cut them off with another wall of solid air. Kodai's team also ran toward them, only for Monoma to block them off with his own wall of air. Damn it, Monoma cursed. It's fine, we're in 4th place. Kendo and Rin's teams are still stuck, while the others are after Midoriya. So we can chase after them. Suburaba said. Yeah, we'll win as long as we defend this one to the death. Monoma declared, clenching the remaining 650-point headband. I told you to say something when you're gonna jump. Zero complained. But this means we'll get into the next round, he started. Not yet. Bakugo snapped as he smacked Kirishima's head a couple of times. We're gonna get 1st place. Aizawa watched the whole spectacle. Class 1B's strategy is reasonable and good. But there's one unfortunate thing, he thought. Come on, let's get our points back, then the 10 million points. Bakugo demanded. Flat face, tape, it's Zero. Zero reminded him as he fired some tape, but it missed. Raccoon eyes. Lay down a weak dissolving solution in the direction we're heading. Bakugo ordered. My name's Mina Ashido. Ashido shot back. She fired a thin layer of acid that her team could ride over. Bakugo then blasted off along the slick path toward Monoma's group. Suburba created another wall of solid air to block him, but Bakugo shattered it with a single blast and reclaimed his team's headband. Bakugo's merciless. He managed to reclaim his team's headband. They're acting like perfectionists, Present Mike announced. Midoriya saw Todoroki charging toward them again. Men, don't let anyone through. Protect Yaoyorozu at all costs. Switch to non-lethal spears. Use your shields and spears to push anyone back. Midoriya commanded the Spartans and Black Knights he'd summoned. They complied, switching their lethal spears to ones with blunt tips. Alright, let's keep moving until the time limit is reached. Midoriya told his team. Both Hatsume and Uraraka activated their hover boots once more. Midoriya's team glided through the field, the Spartans and Black Knights surrounding them in a protective formation. Todoroki created a pillar of ice beneath his team, using it to chase after Midoriya. Bakugo, from another angle, launched himself at them with explosions. I won't let you win, Midoriya. Todoroki shouted, not realizing his left side had activated. Give me those points, Deku. Bakugo roared. What's this? Both Bakugo and Todoroki are chasing Midoriya. I must admit, this is amazing. Who will seize the 10 million points? Let's see. Present Mike yelled. The Spartans and Black Knights Midoriya summoned readied their non-lethal spears, prepared to intercept Todoroki and Bakugo. Both Todoroki and Bakugo were about to reach them, but then the buzzer sounded. Time's up, Present Mike announced. Todoroki froze, realizing his left side had activated. He quickly shut it off and stared at his left hand. Meanwhile, Bakugo fell face first into the ground, his teammates rushing to his side. That's the end of the second round, the cavalry battle. Present Mike exclaimed. Now, let's see the top 4 teams. In first place, with 10,350 points, Team Midoriya. I'm glad that we were victorious. But it felt like we were on thin ice, Yaoyorozu admitted. True, but we managed to win thanks to your plan, Momo, Midoriya told her, making Yaoyorozu blush. Meanwhile, Hatsume was already tinkering with the gear her teammates wore, while Uraraka high-fived the Spartans and Black Knights Midoriya had summoned. In second place, with 1,685 points, Team Todoroki. Present Mike exclaimed. Todoroki looked deep in thought, still dwelling on how close he'd come to using his left side. Iida, meanwhile, was sulking over getting only second place. I'm sorry, we could have gotten first place if I hadn't wasted my move on Midoriya, Iida apologized. Fret not, Iida, we did the best we could. Let's learn from this, Tokiyami told him. Kaminari, on the other hand, was babbling incoherently after overusing his quirk. In third place, with 1,335 points, Team Bakugo. Present Mike announced. Dang it, we were so close, Ashido complained. Well, third place isn't bad. All's well that ends well, Siro said. Do you really think that's how he feels? Kirishima asked, pointing at Bakugo, who was still screaming about his loss. In fourth place, Tetsu. Wait, it's actually Team Shinso. With 895 points. When did that happen? Present Mike cried. Shinso smiled calmly. He had his own teams, Kodai's, Mineta's, and Kamakiri's headbands. Thank you for the hard work, Shinso said as Ojiro looked around in confusion. Now, let's take an hour break for lunch before starting the afternoon festivities. See ya. Hey, Eraserhead, let's grab some food. Present Mike said over the speakers. I'm going to sleep, Eraserhead responded. Tetsu and his team were in shock at their loss. Before we knew it, we had 0 points. And it was over, Tetsu said. Could it be punishment for indecently taking that small one's points? Shiozaki wondered aloud. After all, she had been the one who took Mineta's points with her vines when Shoji's back was turned. How disappointing, Asui muttered, fuming about her loss. Mina, congratulations, she added, turning to the acid user. Bakugo let me in to attack enemies, so I don't know if it really reflects my abilities, Mina replied. Geez, Iida, you didn't say you had a move that lets you go faster. Uraraka huffed, mimicking Iida's running motion. My apologies, I decided not to use it unless necessary. I wanted to compete against Midoriya, Iida replied. Man, you and Deku-kun are always trying to one-up each other, Uraraka commented. Speaking of which, where is Izuku? Yaoyorozu wondered. I'm sure he went ahead to get some food, Uraraka guessed. Hopefully, he's okay, Iida added. However, Midoriya was actually with Todoroki in another part of the stadium, in a secluded area away from everyone. So you said that you wanted to speak to me? Midoriya asked. He wondered why Todoroki had asked him to talk somewhere privately. Todoroki looked at Midoriya as he began to explain. Midoriya and Todoroki continued to stare at each other until Todoroki finally spoke. Tell me, Midoriya, are you All Might's secret love child? Todoroki asked. Midoriya stared back at him with a blank look for a moment. Though he didn't react outwardly, his thoughts were jumbled and disorganized. He couldn't understand why Todoroki would even think that. So I see I was correct in my assumption, Todoroki began, only to be interrupted. I am not his son. Midoriya almost snapped, but he kept his tone in check. Despite this interruption, Todoroki continued. That's not what I'm asking. Is there something between you two that you can't tell others? Todoroki pressed. What in the... Actually, let me ask you this. Why are you asking me these questions? Midoriya shot back. My father is Endeavor. You must have heard of him, Todoroki said. He's kinda hard to miss. Yeah, Midoriya answered. Which means you know he's the number 2 hero. If you're connected to the number 1 hero, I have more reason to beat you, Todoroki stated. Meanwhile, Endeavor was walking up a stairway. He was 45 years old, stood 6 feet 5 inches, had fair skin, and a very muscular physique. His crimson hair spiked upward on his head, and he had turquoise eyes. Endeavor's beard and mustache were made of fire. The number 2 hero's costume was a tight navy turquoise bodysuit. On his suit were lines of fire stretching across his chest, upper torso, arms, and shoulders. Around his eyes was a makeshift mask of flames. His boots were also made of fire, with the laces and soles visible. Endeavor's lower arms were covered by white bracers styled in a cage pattern, and a blue belt with pouches sat at his waist. Endeavor kept walking until he came face to face with the symbol of peace. Yo, long time no see. Let's catch up, Endeavor. All Might said in his muscle form. All Might, Endeavor replied with clear disdain. I haven't talked with you since that press conference 10 years ago, so I thought I should say hi, All Might told him. If that's all you want to do, we're done here, Endeavor replied. Talking as if we're old friends. What a joke, he added mentally. Ha 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 ha. All Might jumped and landed in front of Endeavor. Come on, why the cold shoulder? The symbol of peace asked, making the number 2 hero growl. You should be thrilled. Your son is doing amazing out there using only half of his power. You must be a great teacher, All Might said. What are you implying? Endeavor questioned. Nothing. I just want to know how we can train the next generation of heroes, All Might answered. Do you believe I would reveal what I taught the boy to you? All flash and no brain as usual, Endeavor scoffed as he walked past All Might. Okay, the symbol of peace responded. The number 2 hero stopped and turned back to the number 1 hero. Let me make one thing clear, All Might. Shoto will beat and surpass you one day. That's why I created him. But he's in a rebellious phase right now, Endeavor stated before walking away. Created, All Might repeated as the number 2 hero left. Back with Midoriya and Todoroki, the conversation continued. My old man is ambitious and strives to be on top. He uses his power to make a name for himself and rise in the hero rankings. But he never managed to surpass All Might. The symbol of peace is proof of his failure, and he'll do anything to beat him, Todoroki said. Todoroki, I don't mean to interrupt something clearly important, but please get to the point, Midoriya said, his tone firmer. You heard of Quirk marriages? Todoroki asked. I have. Basically, your father bought his way into marrying your mother. Midoriya replied. Yes, it's frustrating. I refuse to be a tool for that scumbag. Every memory I have of my mother, she's crying, Todoroki said as he put his hand over his scar. I remember how she said my left side was unbearable, before she poured boiling water on my face. Midoriya stood in silence. That's the reason why I picked a fight with you. To show my old man that I reject him and his quirk. I'll show him that I can win with only my mother's quirk, Todoroki declared, staring directly at Midoriya. Meanwhile, Bakugo was eavesdropping on their conversation. Todoroki, I will be as polite as I can when saying this, but you're not making sense here, Midoriya answered, shocking Todoroki. What? Was all Todoroki could say. Don't get me wrong, I feel bad for you because of your past. But that doesn't mean others have to suffer as well because of your grudge. People will be relying on you when we get out there as licensed pros. Using only half of what you have all the time out of spite will be terrible for everyone else. They need a classmate who will give it their all when doing the right thing, Midoriya explained. Spite has no place in heroics. You'll just be acting like your dad at that point. Midoriya began to walk away, but then turned back to Todoroki. You won't be able to beat me like that, especially when you're only using half of your power. Fighting, much less saving people, like that will lead to more deaths than there needs to be. Trust me, there will be deaths if you don't shape up, Midoriya added before walking away. After the hour break filled with recreational games and lunch, the sports festival's third event was about to begin. Mineta and Kaminari had planned something, but a stray thought suddenly passed through the electric boy's mind, making him grow a bit pale. Hey, do you really think this will be worth it? Kaminari asked with a drawl. Mineta turned to him, aghast. Of course it will be. Come on, don't bail on me, he said. The electric young man peered sideways before looking back at his grape-headed friend. He waved his hand in a calming manner. Well, think about what might happen. This will be shown to everyone. Even pros. Are you sure this will be good for them to see? Kaminari asked. He saw indignation flash across Mineta's face as the boy opened his mouth to retort. Mineta halted, slowly closed his mouth, and a bead of sweat rolled down his head as his face grew pale. Mineta muttered. His nervousness was infectious, and Kaminari soon grew pale as well. The high they had experienced from creating their master plan had finally worn off. They were in too deep now. The girls were expecting the outfits. Kaminari and Mineta couldn't simply back out of this. What could they do to salvage the situation? They could run back and change the outfits. Kaminari and Mineta could squeeze in enough time if they hurried, so they did. When the girls received the uniforms, they took the box to the lockers and opened it. Inside were blue jackets lined with white and red stripes, and pants with a similar color scheme. Each girl was also given pom-poms in one of 3 different colors to choose from. Well, to be honest, I was expecting something different, Ashido admitted, causing the others to voice similar opinions. Well, they were given to us by those 2. I'm surprised they didn't pull a fast one on us, Ochako began, only to stop when Jiro spoke up. I could hear them, but common sense seems to have caught up to them midway, and they changed their minds, Jiro explained. The girls nodded. That explanation made a lot more sense than Mineta and Kaminari suddenly deciding to be honest. So, do we just go out and cheer now or? Ashido asked. Despite the situation, they had good uniforms for cheering. The girls heard a polite ahem, and turned to Yaoyorozu, noticing her slightly flushed cheeks. Please forgive my interruption, but I have an idea, she said with a bit of hesitation. The trio of announcers went over random topics during the short break. They all gasped when they saw a group of cheerleaders from Class 1A. Both Present Mike and Hikaru turned to Aizawa with raised eyebrows, but he looked just as befuddled as they were. Regardless, the voice hero cleared his throat when he noticed the audience's confusion. Many in the crowd took umbrage with what they were watching. Present Mike knew he needed to phrase things carefully, especially after hearing who the girls were cheering for. Some parents turned their heads to glare sharply at the green-haired representative, who swallowed nervously. It seems Midoriya has his own cheerleading squad. Aizawa, ya got anything to say about this? The voice hero asked, gulping when he noticed Hikaru's oddly quiet demeanor. Yes, what do you have to say about this, Aizawa? Hikaru added, glowering at the fatigued teacher, who had suddenly gotten cozy in his sleeping bag. I didn't know about this prior. Eraserhead said, his tone flat. He refused to look her in the eyes, making it clear that he was at least a little spooked, or distracted. Most likely the former. Midoriya was stunned and immediately turned to look at who he assumed were the culprits. His lips twitched, his cheeks puffing up as he fought back a guffaw. Kaminari and Mineta's faces nearly made him burst out laughing. But he couldn't laugh. It would only make the hard stares aimed at him even fiercer. Midoriya locked eyes with Yaoyorozu. Her cheeks warmed as she covered the lower half of her face with her pom-poms. She giggled before continuing to cheer for Midoriya, but he couldn't take his eyes off her. Alright, everybody, hope you enjoyed your 1-hour break. The third round will begin after the recreational games. And here to liven things up are cheerleaders from America. So let's get this show on the road. Present Mike announced. Those who didn't make it to the finals will participate in some side games. Once that's over, 16 students from the top 4 teams will fight in a one-on-one tournament. I promise you, you don't want to miss these epic battles. The voice hero added. Meanwhile, in a VIP booth for top pro heroes watching the sports festival, only 2 heroines were present. The Dragoon hero, Yukio, and the Rabbit hero, Mirko. Yukio was 26 years old, stood 5 feet 6 1/4, had an athletic build, and fair skin. She had blonde, chin-length hair swept back by a headband, with a long fringe falling over the right side of her face. Her yellow eyes were thin and tilted inward, with slit pupils and sharp teeth. Her costume was a dark red kippah with pale green trim on the shoulders and a slit on the left side. A yellow claw pattern decorated the bottom, with a smaller pattern around the neck. She wore knee-high boots with a strap on her exposed thigh and white sleeve-like gloves that reached her shoulders. Raised tabs on the outer sides of the gloves left her hands exposed. Her matching green headband held 4 large, pale purple claw-like ornaments that covered the right side of her face, with tiny black dragon wings on the back. Yukio also had several gold, spiked cartilage piercings in her left ear. Mirko was also 26, stood 5 feet 3 1/2, and had an athletic build with muscular arms and legs as well as dark skin. Her red eyes were slightly tilted inward, framed by long eyelashes, and her straight white hair reached past her waist. On Mirko's head were a pair of long white rabbit ears pointed upward with a slight crook, along with a round white tail to complete the resemblance. Her costume was a sleeveless white leotard with dark purple trim on the shoulders and waist, and a broad yellow crescent moon emblazoned on her chest. Mirko wore purple thigh-high boots with plating on the heels and toes. On her hands were thick white gloves with long cuffs and small triangular protrusions at the edges. A single, thick metal plate wrapped around her midriff to complete her outfit. Oh, come on, just get to the tournament already. I want to see some action. Especially from that green-haired kid. Mirko exclaimed. Patience, Mirko. I'm also excited to see what the first-year students can do, even the ones who didn't make it to the finals, Yukio said to the rabbit hero. You can't fool me, I know you're interested in him too. Especially after his speech. It reminded me of the late elemental hero, Alpha Wolf, Mirko replied. I will admit that his speech was impressive. But for now, let's see what the other students can do, Yukio suggested. Back on the field, excitement was building. Oh yeah, finally, the chance to show what we're made of. Kirishima exclaimed. Wait, is it always a tournament? Ashido asked. The final is always a one-on-one battle, but they switch it up sometimes. Last year was a foam sword battle, Zero explained. Now come and draw a lot to see who you'll face, Midnight said, holding a lottery box. Before we begin the tournament, we'll start with the recreational games. The 16 finalists can choose whether they want to participate or sit out to prepare for their matches. Let's start with the first-place team. Excuse me, Ojiro said, raising his hand. I want to withdraw. The announcement shocked everyone. Ojiro, this is a chance for you to get scouted, Iida reminded him. It wouldn't be right. I barely remember anything during the cavalry battle until the end. I think it was that guy's quirk, Ojiro explained as he glanced at Shinso, who looked away. I know this is a great chance I want to benefit from, but my conscience won't let me. Just think about this, Zero urged. I did. Everyone gave their all in the second event, while I was used as a puppet. I don't want to advance when I didn't earn it myself. It's not right, Ojiro said firmly. If you're making a big deal of it, just prove that you deserve to be here, Hagakure encouraged. Yeah, I didn't do much in the cavalry battle either, Mina added. Guys, that's enough, Midoriya said, drawing everyone's attention. This isn't just about Ojiro proving himself. It's his pride, and if he wishes to withdraw, we should honor his request. After all, he can prove himself next year. Ojiro smiled, grateful that Midoriya understood his choice. Thank you, Midoriya. Midoriya responded with a thumbs up. Narengeki Shota from Class 1B, Shota announced as he raised his hand. I withdraw for the same reason. Regardless of how strong I am, I don't want to go against the value of the sports festival without earning my spot. Man, these guys are so manly. Kirishima commented. Well, that's an unexpected turn of events, Present Mike announced. It's up to Midnight to accept their request, since she's in charge, Aizawa stated. So youthful, Midnight exclaimed, snapping her flogger. I like it. Ojiro, Shota, I accept your withdrawal, she decided based on her tastes. Everyone thought with a collective sweat drop. Now we have to pick 2 students from the 5th place team in the cavalry battle so we have enough contestants, Midnight continued. We were frozen most of the time. We barely did anything in the cavalry battle. Isn't that right? Kendo asked her teammates. Yanagi, Tokage, and Komori nodded in agreement. You should choose the team that kept on fighting. Team Tetsu, Kendo stated. Kendo, Tetsu muttered. I'm not doing this as a favor. It's just fair, Kendo said. Seriously, you guys. Thank you, Tetsu shouted. It's been decided that Tetsu and Shiozaki will advance to the finals. Midnight announced. Take a look at the brackets, my dears. These are your opponents in the tournament. The monitor displayed the matchups. First match. Izuku Midoriya vs. Mina Ishido. Second match. Hitoshi Shinso vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. Third match. Shoto Todoroki vs. Yuga Aoyama. Fourth match. Tenya Iida vs. Mei Hatsume. Fifth match. Denki Kaminari vs. Abara Shiozaki. Sixth match. Fumikage Tokiyami vs. Honta Siro. Seventh match. Eijiro Kirishima vs. Tetsu. Eighth match. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Ochako Uraraka. So I'll face Shinso early, and Todoroki if I win my first match, Midoriya thought. Didn't think I'd face the powerhouse of the class so early, but I'll do my best, Midori. Ishido said. I wish you the best of luck, Midoriya replied with a smile. So, you excited for our match? Shinso asked Yaoyorozu. Ojiro quickly covered Yaoyorozu's mouth with his tail to stop her from answering. Don't say a word to him, Yaoyorozu, Ojiro warned. Shinso smirked as he walked away. I'll leave you speechless with my dazzling light, Aoyama declared to Todoroki. Todoroki remained silent. You're Tenya Iida? Hatsume asked. Yes, I am, Iida answered. Perfect. There's something I want to ask you, Hatsume responded. So I'm up against someone from Class 1B, huh? Kaminari muttered. Lord, give me strength to do my best in your name, Shiozaki prayed. I'll face you with all my strength, Tokiyami told Siro. Right back at ya, pal, Siro replied. Are you for real right now? What is this? Both Kirishima and Tetsu exclaimed when they saw they were matched against each other. Huh, who's Uraraka? Bakugo growled, while Uraraka practically screeched in fear at the prospect of facing him. The recreational games began, and the students who didn't make it to the final played various events. Midoriya was the only finalist to participate, since the girls of Class 1A had requested it, they wanted to be his cheerleaders. They did their best to support him, much to his embarrassment. However, he had to admit they looked great in the uniforms. After the recreational games, the pro hero Smintos created the ring for the tournament with his quirk. Smintos was 28 years old, stood 6 feet 1, and appeared to be a humanoid block of cement. His black eyes seemed almost shut, and his gray hair was tied into a short ponytail. His body shape was blocky, and his lips were permanently pulled upward. His costume was a sleeveless brown suit with yellow stripes, shorts, and an elongated collar, completed with gray shoes with yellow soles. There we go. I finished with the ring, Smintos said. Thank you, Smintos. Present Mike called from the announcer's booth. Hey, sports fans, are you ready? Present Mike shouted as the crowd cheered. It's time for the real battle to begin. Our competitors are now on their own. Sometimes heroes rely on their heart, skill, strength, wisdom, and courage, and those very things can help them reach the top. Alright, let's get this party started with the first match of round 1. Let's welcome our first fighter. He's a man who bends fire to his will and has a treasure chest full of secret abilities with his quirk. From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya. The voice hero announced. Midoriya marched toward the stage and waved to the audience. Versus. Are those horns just for show, or is something gonna come out of them? I don't know. From the hero course, Mina Ashido. Present Mike announced. Ashido was already in the ring, finishing up her stretches. She bounced in place, ready to begin. Let's do our best, Midori. Ashido called to her opponent. Meanwhile, Class 1A watched from their seats. You think Ashido has a chance against Midoriya? Hagakure asked. Well, we don't know what Midoriya has planned for her, considering we don't know the full extent of what his quirk can do, Asui replied. Midoriya, Mineta shouted, gaining his classmates' attention. Beat her like in those video games where their clothes come off. You're a complete scumbag, Jiro muttered. The rules for the tournament are simple, Present Mike explained. You win by either immobilizing your opponent, forcing them out of the ring, or making them say, Uncle. Bring on the injuries, since we have Recovery Girl on standby. So, don't be afraid to play dirty, but no life-threatening attacks. Real heroes use their power to put villains in jail, not kill them. I'll intervene if things get out of hand, Smintos said as he created a chair with his quirk next to Midnight's stage. Ready, start, Present Mike cried. Ashido created a slick of acid under her feet and began skating around the ring. She hurled globs of acid at Midoriya's position, but he quickly evaded each attack. Midoriya responded by hurling small fireballs at the acid user, but Ashido dodged them as she continued skating. She kept up the barrage, forcing Midoriya to stay on the defensive. In dodging, he suddenly realized he was at the edge of the ring. Ashido skated straight toward him, aiming to push him out. Sorry, Midori, but I win, Ashido exclaimed. She swung an uppercut, but Midoriya smiled and vanished, teleporting away. He reappeared behind her and gave her a gentle shove, sending her tumbling out of bounds. Mina Ashido is out, Midnight announced. Smart. Midoriya made it look like Ashido had him cornered, then used her momentum against her, Hikaru commented. Midoriya stepped off the ring to help Ashido up. Dang it, I was so close to getting you out of the ring, Ashido grumbled. It was a smart plan, Ashido. But I know you'll have an even better chance next year, Midoriya replied. Back in Class 1A's seating area, Mineta slammed his fists onto his knees. Damn it, if only Midoriya had a different quirk that could melt clothes. He cursed. Everyone stared at him as if he'd grown a second head, and Jiro promptly stabbed him with one of her jacks, sending a painful vibration through his body to make him regret his words. Call me Mina, Midori. I let my friends call me by my first name, and you've earned it, Ashido said with a smile. Well then, Mina, shall we rejoin our classmates? Midoriya replied. They walked out of the ring together as the crowd cheered for their sportsmanship. The second match of the first round began as the next fighters entered the ring. Yaoyorozu and Shinso took their places and waited for the signal. On your left, we have the girl who's literally a Swiss Army knife. From the hero course, Momo Yaoyorozu. Present Mike announced. Yaoyorozu wore a determined expression. And to your right, he hasn't done anything to make him stand out yet, Hitoshi Shinso. Present Mike continued. Shinso stared coldly at his opponent with a neutral expression. Are you both ready? Midnight asked. Both Yaoyorozu and Shinso nodded. Begin. The R-rated heroine cried. Yaoyorozu charged as she created a metal bow staff, thrusting it toward Shinso, who dodged at the last second. She followed up with a flurry of swipes and thrusts, hoping one would land, but Shinso continued to evade and then went for a punch. Yaoyorozu quickly formed a small shield on her left arm, and Shinso staggered back, clutching his hand in pain. Seeing her rush in again, Shinso decided to use his ace. That guy with the tail was your classmate, right? He was really stupid and pathetic to give up so early, Shinso said casually. Yaoyorozu bristled at the insult. How dare you? You take that back this, she started, but her words died in her throat. Her eyes immediately went white and blank, and she froze in place, much to her classmates' confusion. Shinso simply smiled and relaxed. Now turn around and walk out of the arena, he commanded. Yaoyorozu complied, turning on her heel and walking toward the edge of the ring. Whoa, what is this? Yaoyorozu is listening to Shinso's command. What's up with that? Present Mike shouted. Yaoyorozu walked until she finally stepped out of bounds. Momo Yaoyorozu is out of the ring. The winner is Hitoshi Shinso. Midnight announced. Oh no, I even told her not to answer anything from him. Ojiro exclaimed. Why is she listening to that guy? Jiro demanded. So Shinso's quirk is brainwashing, huh? Eraserhead said. How do you know? Present Mike asked. I noticed his teammates' blank eyes during the cavalry battle. This is why we should change the entrance exam. It only focuses on quirks designed for combat. Some quirks aren't suited for direct battle, like Shinso's, but among others, his quirk is definitely hero course material, Eraserhead explained. But because the entrance exam is only designed for combat quirks, Shinso couldn't get in. It would have been a different story if UA's entrance exam took into account all types of quirks, for all kinds of situations, not just combat, Class 1A's homeroom teacher added. I agree with your assessment, Eraserhead. Your explanation was informative, and hopefully UA follows your advice, Hikaru commented. Meanwhile, Shinso approached the still brainwashed Yaoyorozu and tapped her shoulder. Her eyes cleared, returning to their normal color. She looked around, confused, until her gaze fell on the monitor announcing Shinso as the winner. Yaoyorozu's eyes widened as she realized she'd lost without remembering what happened. Thanks for helping me reach the second round, Shinso said as he walked away. Yaoyorozu was silent, feeling humiliated. She left the arena with her head down. Midoriya noticed her expression and sensed something was wrong. He got up from his seat. Deku-kun, something the matter? Uraraka asked. Yes, why are you standing up? Iida added. I just need to handle something real quick. I'll be back, Midoriya replied as he left. He slipped away from the Class 1A stands and went to look for Yaoyorozu. Thankfully, his quirk let him track her by sensing her soul. He followed the pull until he finally found her. She was slumped against a wall, hugging her legs close, shoulders shaking. He heard her sniffling and knew she was crying. I already know the answer, but, are you okay, Momo? He asked softly. Yaoyorozu looked up, tears brimming in her eyes. Izuku, what are you doing here? She asked, voice trembling. Midoriya sat down beside her. I had a feeling you were feeling down after your loss, so I came looking for you to see if you were okay, he said. You can go, Izuku. I'm fine, Yaoyorozu replied, quickly wiping at her tears. We both know that's a lie. And I'm not leaving until you tell me how you truly feel, Midoriya said, concern evident in his tone. Realizing from his voice that he wasn't going to leave until she opened up, Yaoyorozu finally spoke. I felt like a fool out there. Ojiro told me how Shinso's quirk works. I promised him I'd win against Shinso, but I still fell right into his hands. I feel so useless. Maybe the hero course isn't for me, she cried. Midoriya placed an arm around her shoulders and gently pulled her closer. I don't believe that. You definitely belong in the hero course. Do you know why? It's because of your great mind, your powerful quirk, and your leadership, he said. Yaoyorozu went quiet and looked up at him. She saw the genuine, caring expression on his face as he continued. You deserve to be here more than I. I believed I could never be a hero. After all, who would feel safe with a man who kills and turns into a flaming skeleton? But when they see you, those people are in great hands. You can create anything you need in the field to save lives. You deserve to be at UA, and you will become an amazing hero, Midoriya said. But don't let this loss discourage you. Losing can be a learning experience. It teaches you humility, pushes you to work harder, and it's a powerful motivator. I didn't become the fighter one from only victories. I had to learn from my mistakes, and those losses helped motivate me to be better. He smiled gently. This isn't your only chance to show the world what you can do. You have 3 more events ahead of you, and I know you'll do better. Don't let one loss change your entire view of yourself. Instead, learn from it and let it push you forward. After all, you will be an amazing hero in the future. As he finished, Yaoyorozu felt the weight on her chest lighten. A small smile appeared as she wiped away the remaining tears. Midoriya noticed the change and smiled as well. Feel better? He asked. I do. Thank you, Izuku, Yaoyorozu replied. Midoriya helped her to her feet. But you're wrong about one thing, Izuku, Yaoyorozu said. He tilted his head. What am I wrong about? That you believe you would never be a hero, she said. I heard about your time as a vigilante from my parents. They wanted to thank you since you saved one of their friend's daughters from human traffickers. She said you were like a ghost, appearing out of nowhere and vanishing as soon as the police arrived. I looked up more stories about you and your deeds. She took a breath and met his eyes. Many people would say you were a villain, taking the law into your own hands. But they overlooked the many people you saved. Even when you were a vigilante before coming here, you were already a hero. And I know you'll be an even better one now, Yaoyorozu said. She leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, surprising him. Now, let's go join our classmates. The next match will start soon, she suggested. She headed back toward the stands in far better spirits. Midoriya lingered for a moment, hand pressed over the cheek she'd kissed. He smiled and let out a small chuckle. Glad to see I made her feel better, he murmured before heading back. Meanwhile, Todoroki left his waiting room to head to the ring, as his match with Aoyama would begin shortly. However, at the next turn, he ran into the last person he wanted to see. What do you want? Todoroki asked his father, Endeavor. You're disgracing yourself, Shoto. If you'd used your left side, you would have secured victory in the first two events. It's time you stopped this childish rebellion of yours. Don't you understand it's your duty to surpass All Might? You're different from your siblings. You are my masterpiece, the number 2 hero said. Todoroki clenched his teeth, anger simmering beneath his calm facade. If that's all you have to say to me, you're wasting your time. I won't give you the pleasure of seeing me use your quirk. I'll win using only my mother's side, Todoroki shot back as he walked away. You'll reach the limit of your power if you continue this rebellious nature, Endeavor warned. Back in the stadium, Present Mike's voice boomed once more. Enough standing around. Let's welcome the combatants for the third match of round 1. On your right, even though he has a belt, he won't transform. From the hero course, Yuga Aoyama. Bonjour. Aoyama greeted the audience, striking a pose. On your left, he got in through recommendation because he's too strong for his own good. From the hero course, Shoto Todoroki. The voice hero announced. Todoroki entered the ring, his expression still dark with anger. Fighters, are you ready? Midnight called. Both boys nodded. Begin, she shouted, snapping her flogger. The first one to strike is the one who shines the brightest. Aoyama cried, firing a beam from his belt. Todoroki easily sidestepped the attack and stared at his opponent with icy fury. Apologies, Todoroki said curtly. A massive wave of ice exploded from his feet, racing toward Aoyama. A thunderous shockwave followed, shaking the entire stadium. Outside, Kamui Woods and Death Arms watched in shock as a giant iceberg erupted into view, towering over the stadium walls. The ice formation spread dangerously close to where Todoroki's classmates were seated, as well as to parts of the crowd. Hey, don't you think that's a little overboard? Shiro muttered. Aoyama had it the worst. He was completely encased within the massive iceberg. Tell me the truth, Aoyama. Can you move? Midnight asked, half of her body frozen in the ice. Non, mademoiselle, Aoyama replied through chattering teeth. Aoyama has been immobilized. Todoroki advances to the next round. Midnight declared. Todoroki walked over and placed his left hand against the ice around Aoyama, using his flames to melt it away. Sorry, I was angry, Todoroki said. Don't mind, one pro hero called. Don't mind, a female pro hero echoed. Soon, the entire stadium was chanting, don't mind. Midoriya, however, wasn't so easily appeased. He noticed something deeply off about Todoroki and quietly decided that when they finally faced each other, he would do everything in his power to free Todoroki from whatever was holding him back. After Todoroki's iceberg finally melted, the tournament pressed on. It was time for the fourth match. Sorry for the long wait, but let's get started with the fourth match. Present Mike shouted, his voice booming through the stadium. The crowd roared its approval, rushing headlong to the top, almost the epitome of middle of the pack. From the hero course, Tenya Iida. Mike announced. Iida stood in the ring, posture straight and expression firm. Versus. Fully equipped with support items. From the support course, Mei Hatsume. He continued. Hatsume beamed, practically vibrating with anticipation as she waited for the signal. Iida's up against a support course student, huh? Jiro said, leaning forward. What kind of fight is this gonna be? Asui wondered aloud. Wait, what is that? Sato asked. Class 1A watched as Iida clipped a bulky device onto his back. It resembled an odd, armored backpack. Iida, it's against the rules for you to equip that support item. Midnight called from the sidelines. Unless your quirk requires an item to function, you have to submit a petition beforehand. Like Aoyama with his belt, or Midoriya, since his quirk allows him to summon his weapons. Iida immediately bowed, nearly at a right angle. I apologize, but my opponent bestowed this support item upon me so we could have an even fight. Her sportsmanship moved my heart. He straightened and clenched his fist. I cannot ignore her fighting spirit, and I shall honor her request. Ah, youth, Midnight squealed, snapping her flogger with a crack. I'll allow it, she decided. Wait, so it's fine? Present Mike asked, baffled. Just roll with it, I guess. Hikaru said dryly. If Midnight's okay with it, and both combatants agree, it's fine, Eraserhead added. Midoriya's eyes narrowed as he noticed Hatsume adjust a tiny microphone on her headphones, a mischievous smirk pulling at her lips. Well, since it's been permitted, let's start the fourth match. Present Mike declared. Iida shot forward in a blur of motion just as Hatsume began to speak. Isn't that acceleration wonderful? Hatsume's voice rang crystal clear through the stadium. A mic, Iida thought, startled. What is she doing? Aizawa muttered from the commentary booth. Don't your legs feel lighter than usual? That's to be expected. Those leg parts enhance the wearer's movement. And a metal pole telescoped out from her backpack, vaulting her up and away as Iida stumbled past. Can evade with my hydraulic adjustments. She finished, grinning. Using her quirk, Hatsume scanned the stands until her gaze locked onto the section where the support companies were gathered. The support companies are watching. Oh, they're biting. I've got 'em, she thought, her grin widening. Her backpack let out a shrill alarm as she sidestepped Iida's next charge. Since I've got sensors in every direction, I can deal with attacks from behind. She announced proudly. Iida's footing slipped, but his gear whirred and corrected his balance, hauling him upright. He dashed at her again. What are you planning? He demanded. Iida adeptly changes course. Thanks to the auto balancer that I designed. Hatsume continued, using his movement as a live demo. Present Mike's smile had gone stiff. What is this? He asked his fellow commentators. She's good at hard selling, Aizawa replied flatly. I'll say, even I'm intrigued, Hikaru admitted, scribbling notes. The leg parts read the wearer's brainwaves to predict their movements, removing any time lag. Hatsume went on. Iida lunged and missed, landing precariously near the edge of the ring. The auto balancer includes a 32-axis gyro sensor. It stops the wearer from falling, unless they actually want to. Iida ground his teeth, then sprinted in again. Weren't you going to fight fairly? He protested, striking. Hatsume hopped clear. With a quick burst from her boots, she propelled herself high into the air. What do you think of this lightness? My electro shoes use electromagnetic induction in both soles to allow instant evasive action. She shouted. As she descended, Iida rushed to intercept. I'll get her when she lands. He thought. The moment her boots touched the ground, she swung a compact gun toward him and pulled the trigger. A net exploded out, wrapping tightly around him. What is this? Iida yelped, stumbling. A capture gun for arresting villains. The capture nets are stored in cartridges, and you can fire 5 shots before needing to reload. And who developed these amazing tools? It's me, Mei Hatsume. Everyone in the support industry, the choice is clear, Mei Hatsume. She declared, posing. What is she, a politician? One support company employee muttered. And now, I'll move on to the next support item. Hatsume said brightly. There's more. Another company representative groaned. 10 long minutes later, Hatsume finally wrapped up her live infomercial. She hopped off the ring and wiped the sweat from her brow. Phew, I've presented every item. I've nothing left to say, she said, looking thoroughly satisfied. Hatsume is out of bounds. Iida advances to the second round. Midnight announced, still trying to process what she'd just witnessed. You tricked me, Iida roared, furious. Sorry, I used you, Hatsume replied, utterly unapologetic and mischievous. I hate you, Iida shouted, chopping the air in indignation. Watching from the stands, Midoriya tapped his pen thoughtfully. Hatsume probably said something that played into his earnestness. She'll use whatever means necessary to reach her goal, he concluded. He didn't notice Uraraka quietly rising from her seat and heading toward the waiting room. Let's see if the fifth match is more action-packed. Present mic boomed. First, this beautiful rose has thorns. The assassin of Class 1B. From the hero course, Abara Shiozaki. Shiozaki walked calmly onto the field, hands folded. Versus, the boy with an electric personality. From Class 1A's hero course, Denki Kaminari. Mike declared. Kaminari jogged into the ring, grinning confidently. Now, let's have a good battle. Present Mike began, only to be cut off. Pardon my interruption, Shiozaki said politely. What do you mean by assassin? I only came here to achieve victory, not to take my opponent's life. I'm sorry, Present Mike yelped. I entered UA University not for wicked reasons, but for the salvation of others, Shiozaki continued, clasping her hands in prayer. Rays of light seemed to catch dramatically around her. I said I'm sorry, my bad, Present Mike protested. I thank you for your understanding, she replied with a graceful bow. Kaminari stared, slack-jawed. I thought Class B was full of jerks, but she's actually pretty cute, he whispered to himself. He slapped his cheeks, trying to refocus. Keep it together, man. You're here to win, he told himself, then glanced back at her and deflated. But, oh man, she's beautiful, though. This is terrible. I gotta ask this girl out sometime, once I win. Anyway, begin, Present Mike announced. What do you say we go out after this? I'll treat you to something nice, Kaminari said smoothly. Shiozaki blinked, confused. A little comfort for when you lose, 'cause I'll end this in 2 seconds. Kaminari declared, electricity crackling over his body. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. Lightning arced out wildly in all directions. Shiozaki turned away from him, the vines in her hair thrusting into the ground and sprouting outward. A thick barrier of vines rose between her and the electricity, shielding her completely. Kaminari's eyes went vacant, his brain fried from overexerting his quirk. Vines erupted from beneath his feet, coiling around him and binding him tightly. The living tendrils lifted him into the air like a caught fish. It was over in an instant, folks. Present Mike cried. Kaminari is unable to continue. Shiozaki advances to the next round. Midnight declared. The crowd applauded. I made the most of the opportunity given to me, Shiozaki said modestly. All right, way to go, Shiozaki. Tetsu cheered from the stands. Man, she's good, Jiro commented. Laughter suddenly echoed from above. Class 1A turned to see Monoma hanging over the wall, cackling. What's that? Didn't he say he'd end it in 2 seconds? That's strange, because he was defeated in 2 seconds. Wasn't Class A supposed to be better than Class B? That's so weird, ha 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 ha. Monoma taunted. Kendo promptly chopped him in the neck, knocking him unconscious. She leaned over the wall to address Class 1A. Sorry about him, she apologized, then dragged him back by the collar. I hate that guy, several 1A students thought in unison. Outside the stadium, Mt. Lady watched the replay on the external monitors. Kamui, you think she'd make a good sidekick? She asked eagerly. Kamui Woods glanced over. Yeah, I wish I could have gotten a better look, he admitted. She seems straight-laced, but she's cute, Mt. Lady added. Get back to work, Kamui ordered sharply. All right, folks, let's move on to the 6th match of the first round. Present Mike shouted. The next 2 combatants were already stepping into place. First, offense and defense in 1. The Dark Samurai and his Dark Shadow, from the hero course, Fumikage Tokiyami. Mike announced. Tokiyami stood calmly in the arena, eyes focused. Versus, he's got skills at the expense of those creepy-looking elbows. Also from the hero course, Honta Siro. Mike continued. That's uncalled for, Siro muttered. Fighters, Are you ready? Begin. Midnight called. I'm gonna win this, Zero shouted, firing tape from his elbows. Tokiyami rolled forward, the tape missing harmlessly behind him. In the same motion, he summoned Dark Shadow. Go, he commanded. Dark Shadow lunged at Zero like a living shadow. Zero tried to fire more tape, but the entity's headbutt slammed into his gut, knocking the wind out of him. An instant later, Dark Shadow uppercut him clean out of the ring. Zero is out of bounds. Tokiyami advances to the next round. Midnight declared. The crowd cheered as Tokiyami bowed politely. On the 1A bench, Midoriya furiously scribbled more notes. When he glanced up, he noticed Uraraka's drink sitting on her seat, but she was gone. He realized that once Kirishima's match ended, it would be Uraraka versus Bakugo. Midoriya stood. I should go check on her, he thought, heading toward the waiting rooms. Time to start the 7th match. A battle between redundant quirks. Manly and passionate steel. From Class 1B's hero course, Tetsu 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 Tetsu. Present Mike announced. Yeah, Tetsu Tetsu yelled, pumping his fist. Versus, manly and passionate hardening. From Class 1A's hero course, Eijiro Kirishima. Kirishima stepped out, half laughing, half crying. Even our intros are the same. He groaned. Go, Tetsu Tetsu. Win just like Abara. Kendo called. At 1A's section, Mineta was snoring in the back row. Get a hold of yourself, Jiro said, jabbing an earphone jack into his side. Mineta woke screaming in pain. Let's start the passionate 7th battle. Present Mike shouted. Kirishima and Tetsu Tetsu charged each other at the same time, both activating their quirks and slamming their hardened fists together with a thunderous crack. Meanwhile, Iida walked briskly down the hall toward waiting room 2. He opened the door to find Uraraka already inside. Good work out there, Iida, she said. Oh, thank you, Ura. He stopped, noticing her strained expression. You're not yourself at all. Your brow's all wrinkled, he blurted. My brow. Oh, just my nerves. Must have reached my brow, Uraraka replied with a weak smile. Oh, that's right. You're up against Bakugo after this match, Iida said. To be honest, I'm scared. But after seeing your match, Iida, she began. My match, he echoed. The door slid open again. Uraraka. Midoriya called. Deku-kun, why are you here? Didn't you want to see the other matches? She asked. Most of them finished quickly. Right now, it's Kirishima against someone from Class 1B, Midoriya answered. Back in the arena, Kirishima's fist crashed into Tetsu Tetsu's face. That didn't hurt at all. Tetsu Tetsu shouted. He retaliated with a punch of his own. That didn't hurt either, Kirishima replied, grinning. Uraraka clenched her hand. Soon, I'm up. I don't think even Bakugo will go all out on a girl, Iida tried, a nervous sweat drop forming. No, he absolutely would, Midoriya said without hesitation. Both of them stared at him. Out of everyone here, I'm the only one who has to hold back, Midoriya added quietly. UA's staff, my family, and our classmates know my secret. Everyone else is going full out because they want to be scouted. But I came up with a plan against Bakugo for you, Uraraka. Isn't that great, Uraraka? Iida said, relieved. Thanks, Deku-kun. But it's fine, Uraraka replied. Huh, both boys said in unison. You're amazing, Deku-kun. I've kept noticing more and more incredible sides of you ever since we met. During the cavalry battle, Yaoyorozu and I thought it'd be easier to team up with friends. But I realized we've been relying on you too much. When Iida challenged you, it made me feel ashamed, Uraraka admitted. Uraraka was all Midoriya could manage. She stepped past both of them, stopping at the doorway. It's okay. Everyone's trying their hardest. That means we're all rivals, right? So, let's meet in the finals, she said, giving them a nervous thumbs up. In the arena, Tetsu Tetsu tried to block but took a brutal uppercut instead. Kirishima brought his arms up, but Tetsu Tetsu's punch still smashed into his face. Both of them continued trading blows, teeth gritted, neither willing to back down. They charged each other for one final clash. Raahhhh. They roared together. Two hardened hooks landed simultaneously on both of their jaws. They collapsed backward at the same time, unconscious. Two men with similar quirks in a head-to-head slugfest. But who's the winner? Hiroshima or Tetsu? Present Mike yelled. Midnight stepped into the ring, checking on both of them. Bruised and out cold, she raised her hand. Both contestants are down. It's a tie. Once they recover, the winner will be decided by a simple contest. She announced. Their quirks really are similar, huh? One pro hero remarked. I like passionate guys like that. They're inspiring. I'd love a sidekick like that, another said. The stadium screen shifted, showing the final match of the first round, Uraraka vs. Bakugo. This might be the most disturbing match, Asui murmured. I almost don't want to watch, Jiro agreed. Midoriya and Iida watched Uraraka step into the arena. Uraraka, do your best, Midoriya silently urged. The eighth and final match of round 1. First, he was kinda famous in middle school, but he never paid attention. From the hero course, Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike shouted. Bakugo stalked into the ring, scowl deep. Versus, she's the one I'm rooting for. From the hero course, Ochako Uraraka. Mike followed up. Uraraka took a deep breath and faced her opponent. You make things float, right, round face? Bakugo asked, eyes sharp. Round. Uraraka bristled. You'd better give up now. Because you won't get off with just an, ouch, he warned. Uraraka grit her teeth and waited for the signal. Back in the stands, Class 1A watched tensely. Midoriya, what was the plan you were going to tell Uraraka? Iida asked. It wasn't much. Bakugo's quirk is really strong. But if Uraraka managed to touch him and make him float, she'd have the advantage. So the first thing she should do is, Midoriya began. Eighth match, start. Present Mike shouted. Uraraka sprinted straight toward Bakugo, hands outstretched. A swift attack, Midoriya finished quietly. Withdrawing isn't an option, Uraraka shouted. Let's see how this plays out, Midoriya said. Even if it's a small chance, if she touches him, she can make him float and win. Bakugo won't give Uraraka a chance to get close, Iida pointed out. True. Bakugo won't evade, he'll counterattack, Midoriya replied. Then die. Bakugo roared, swinging his arm. Here comes his right hook. If I dodge it, Uraraka thought. But Bakugo blasted the ground right in front of her as she ducked, the explosion ripping through the air and hurling her backward. Uraraka. Midoriya and Iida yelled. He actually blasted her, Mineta squeaked. Bakugo doesn't show mercy. Even if it's a girl, Asui said quietly. Uraraka winced. This is bad. I didn't react in time, she thought. She plunged into the smokescreen created by his blast, trying to use the cover. Seeing a silhouette move in the haze, Bakugo snarled, "Don't underestimate me," and loosed another explosion. The blast shredded the target, only for him to realize it was just Uraraka's gym shirt. The real Uraraka appeared from behind him. Oh, she made her jacket float and used it as a decoy. She did it in an instant. Present Mike cried. Uraraka lunged, fingertips glowing as she tried to tap him. Bakugo whipped around and detonated another blast at point-blank range, blowing her away. He reacted even with the smokescreen. Zero said, stunned. With that reaction time, the smokescreen didn't matter, Kaminari added. Uraraka's at a disadvantage if she can't get her quirk off, Zero muttered. Bakugo emerged from the smoke, stalking forward. Too slow, he yelled, blasting the ground and Uraraka's side simultaneously with a massive explosion. Midoriya and Iida watched, fists clenched, as Uraraka attacked again from another angle. Take this, she cried. Bakugo spun and unleashed an even bigger blast. Class 1A. Everyone except Todoroki flinched. Ochako. Asui whispered. I can't watch, Jiro said, covering her face. Bakugo. Don't tell me you're a sadist, Mineta muttered. Midoriya's jaw tightened as he watched Uraraka get blown back again and again. Still, she stood. Not yet, Uraraka shouted hoarsely. She charged once more and was blown away once more, only to stand again. Many pro heroes in the stands shifted uneasily. Her substitution trick earlier didn't work. She's getting desperate, one hero said. Monoma, listening in, scoffed. What an idiot, he muttered. Another explosion from Bakugo rocked the arena, drawing shouts from the pros. Hey, shouldn't you stop this? One pro hero yelled down at Smentos. Isn't he going too far? Another added. Uraraka staggered to her feet again, breathing hard. She sprinted, only to be blasted back once more. I can't watch, a third pro hero said. Hey, how can you just stand there and hurt her? Just send her out of bounds already. A male pro hero in a white, red, and yellow suit with a yellow cape shouted. Bakugo ignored him, focusing solely on Uraraka. Stop bullying the poor girl. The yellow-caped hero shouted. Yeah, a poodle-themed heroine added. Boos began to rain down from sections of the crowd. There's booing from some parts of the stands. Honestly, I also feel the saw. Present Mike started, only to be cut off as both Aizawa and Hikaru elbowed him in the face at the same time. Eraserhead took the microphone from him. An elbow. What's the matter with you two? Mike protested. Did a pro just say he's playing around? How many years have you been a hero? Aizawa asked coldly. Present Mike blinked. The crowd quieted at Aizawa's tone. If you said that with a straight face, there's no point in you watching anymore. Go home and change careers, Hikaru added sharply. Aizawa addressed the stadium. It looks like Bakugo is doing too much damage. But he's being careful, because he acknowledges Uraraka's strength. She made it this far. He's doing everything he can to win. That means he won't go easy on her or let his guard down. Back in the ring, Bakugo watched Uraraka, still standing despite everything. Not yet. She's still, he thought. Uraraka wiped sweat and grit from her face. She's not dead yet, he finished in his mind. I think it's about time, Uraraka said aloud, making him tense up. Thanks, Bakugo, she continued, raising her arms. For not letting your guard down. He muttered. From Bakugo's position, it can't be helped. But for a pro in the stands to boo without noticing. Monoma said, unable to resist commenting. She kept her body low every time she advanced, focusing on the ground where Bakugo attacked. Then she restricted his field of vision with relentless rushes so he wouldn't look anywhere else. The crowd followed his gaze upward. High above the arena, countless chunks of broken concrete and debris floated, suspended in the air. Release, Uraraka cried, clapping her hands together. The debris plummeted. A meteor shower, Present Mike yelled. You should have noticed, Aizawa and Hikaru said in unison. She had a desperate plan like this. Midoriya gasped. Bakugo glanced up at the falling rubble as Uraraka sprinted toward him. With this much debris, he can only dodge or counterattack. Either way, there'll be an opening. I'll close in at that moment with my secret move, Uraraka thought. Bakugo raised his arm toward the sky. Uraraka brought her fingers together to reactivate her quirk. I'll win and be like Deku-kun, she thought. Bakugo detonated a colossal explosion that ripped through the sky. The blast vaporized or scattered the descending debris and kicked up a brutal shockwave, hurling Uraraka back. She stared upward, horrified. Damn, that was close, Bakugo muttered. His arm trembled slightly from the strain. I figured you'd be up to something. Considering you're friends with damn Deku, he said, eyes narrowing. In one shot, Uraraka murmured, stunned. Bakugo delivers a massive explosion. He blows through Uraraka's plan. Present Mike cried. Uraraka, Midoriya whispered, worry tightening his chest. Slowly, painfully, Uraraka forced herself up again. Even so, she thought. Bakugo smirked faintly. Time to get serious, then, Uraraka. He shouted, charging. Deku-kun wouldn't give up. She screamed in her head, bracing to move. But her legs buckled. She collapsed. Uraraka's down. Present Mike announced. My body won't do what I want, she thought. She dug her fingers into the ground and began to crawl. I also, she tried to say. Bakugo lifted his hands again, wary of a last-second trick. Can still, she whispered. Her mind flashed back to a childhood memory. When I get big and strong, I'll help mommy and daddy. Little Ochako had sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. I appreciate the thought, Ochako. But as your dad, I'd be happier if you could achieve your own dream. When that happens, you can take us to Hawaii, her father had replied with a gentle smile. Back in the present, Uraraka's vision blurred. Her strength finally ran out. I'll become a hero, she murmured. Midnight stepped in quickly, signaling Bakugo to stand down. She knelt, noting the exhaustion in Uraraka's eyes. Daddy, Uraraka whispered and then went limp. Uraraka is unable to continue. Bakugo advances to the second round. Midnight declared. The crowd cheered as medic bots rolled onto the field. Take her to recovery girl, Midnight instructed. I know, one of the bots replied in a flat mechanical voice. Bakugo watched them carry Uraraka away, then turned and walked off the field without a word. The eighth match of the first round. Oh, Uraraka. Oh, right. Bakugo moves to the second round, Present Mike said, subdued. Don't be biased, Present Mike, Hikaru chided. She's right. If you're going to do this, do it properly, Aizawa added. Now, let's pull ourselves together, Mike said, forcing cheer back into his voice. You're letting your emotions take over, Aizawa commented. The first round isn't quite over yet. Present Mike continued. Let's see who will advance to the second round between Kirishima and Tetsutetsu. Outside, MT. Lady watched Uraraka being taken to recovery girl on the monitors. She replayed the fight in her mind, impressed. Get back to work, Kamui Woods scolded. Mount. Lady wasn't the only one watching closely. Somewhere else, Tatsumaki had also seen the match. Her gaze lingered on Uraraka's image before she turned away and resumed patrol with her team. Inside the arena, Midoriya walked the corridors toward the waiting rooms, Uraraka's words echoing in his mind. Let's meet in the finals, he recalled. Uraraka, Deku. A familiar voice snapped him out of it. Midoriya turned. What do you want? He asked Bakugo, irritation lacing his tone. It was you, wasn't it? You gave round face that plan during my match. As if that weak extra needed any help from a villain like you, Bakugo sneered. Midoriya's fist moved before his mind did. His punch slammed into Bakugo's solar plexus, knocking the air from him. Bakugo coughed up saliva, but before he could fully react, Midoriya had him pinned against the wall, forearm pressing into his throat. Listen here, you prideful Pomeranian, Midoriya growled. What happened out there was all Uraraka, not me. If I had given her a plan, she would have beaten you quickly. I've known you long enough to know exactly how to take you down. You're very predictable, he broke off, jerking back as Bakugo's knee whipped up, nearly slamming into his abdomen. Bakugo wiped his mouth, sparks popping angrily from his palms. The sharp scent of singed skin hit Midoriya's nose, making him grimace. You always liked running your damn mouth, like nails on a chalkboard, Bakugo hissed. A grating sound that just pisses me off. He shoved his hands into his pockets, shoulders tense. Do you really want to start this now? I can put you down easily. You know I can, Midoriya warned, a vibrant red bleeding into his green irises. Smoke curled from his nostrils as his agitation spiked. I don't care. Besides, don't you have somewhere to be, Deku? Bakugo spat the name like it tasted foul. Midoriya's voice went cold. You are not my friend. You are not family. Don't call me that, if you know what's good for you. For a full minute, they locked eyes, the air crackling between them. Then, almost in sync, they clicked their tongues in annoyance and turned away from each other. Midoriya headed toward the waiting room. Bakugo stormed back to Class 1A's stands. Hey, Bakugo, that was tough, huh? Playing the bad guy, Shiro said. Especially against a frail girl, Kaminari added. You play an amazing villain. Considering you've done it before during the battle trial, Asui commented. Just shut up. Be quiet, Bakugo snapped as he sat down. His chest still stung, and his breathing felt just a little too shallow, but he refused to acknowledge it. Midoriya found the waiting room Uraraka had been assigned and stepped inside. Man, I lost, Uraraka said brightly. Huh, Midoriya blinked, thrown by her tone. I got carried away at the end, thinking I'd won. Dang it, she huffed. Uraraka, are you okay? What about your injuries? Midoriya asked, worry returning. Recovery girl already healed me. She only did moderate healing, so I didn't lose any stamina. But I've still got some scratches and stuff, Uraraka replied. She pumped her fist in small, frustrated motions. Man, that Bakugo's really strong. I need to work harder. She finally noticed Midoriya's troubled expression. Uraraka, are you really all right? He asked. I'm fine. Better than expected, she insisted. Her phone buzzed. The caller ID read, Daddy. I mean, you always start looking ahead, Deku-kun. I should be like that, too. Just because I lost doesn't mean it's over for me. I've got more chances in next year's sports festival, she said. Midoriya opened his mouth to respond, but Present Mike's voice interrupted over the speakers. The draw from the 7th match will now be settled. The winner will be decided in an arm wrestling match to determine who goes on to the 2nd round. Will it be Kirishima or Tetsu? Mike shouted. On the arena floor, Kirishima and Tetsu sat opposite each other at a sturdy concrete podium, both with their quirks activated. Their grips were so tight that cracks spider-webbed across the stone surface. Neither boy budged. Then Tetsu's fingers fractured with a sharp crack. He grunted in pain, his grip faltering. Kirishima seized the opening and slammed Tetsu's hand down. That's enough. Kirishima advances to the 2nd round. Midnight declared. Yes. Kirishima roared. Gah, my metal fatigued. I should have eaten more iron today, Tetsu groaned. Kirishima stood and offered him a hand. It was a good match, he said. Tetsu chuckled and took it. So youthful and chivalrous. Midnight squealed. Smintas's expression remained utterly deadpan. Now that we've got everyone for the 2nd round, let's get this party started. Present Mike shouted. Already, Midoriya muttered. He'd wanted more time to talk with Uraraka. I'm sorry, Deku-kun. You weren't able to prepare because of me. Uraraka apologized. Nah, it's fine. I already know what to do against both Shinso and Todoroki, Midoriya said. I'll be watching, okay. Good luck, she smiled. Thanks, he replied, heading for the door as she answered her call. Sorry for not picking up earlier, Daddy, Uraraka said into the phone. It's fine. Sorry for calling when you were busy. Your mom and I saw you on TV. You were so close, but it was amazing. Her father said warmly. I wasn't that close, and I wasn't amazing. I rushed myself at the end, and I didn't even have a plan for what came after. I just got beaten, Uraraka replied. As that's so, I don't know all the complicated stuff, her dad admitted. But just because you lost doesn't mean it's over, right? There's always next year, but the scouts will focus on those who made it further. I lost before I could show them what else I can do, she said, frustration leaking into her voice. What are you in such a hurry for? He asked gently. Her throat tightened. I want to hurry and help you guys. Uraraka choked out. Ochako, it's fine even if you don't rush, her dad said softly. Tears dripped onto the table. Feeling that way just means you're kind. And I know you'll become a great hero. Keep doing your best, he told her. They ended the call. Uraraka felt more tears coming when movement at the doorway caught her eye. Deku-kun, why are you still here? She asked, startled. Midoriya didn't answer. He just stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her. She froze, face flushing scarlet. You don't have to say anything. Just let it out, he murmured. She clutched his shirt and broke down, sobbing into his chest. Midoriya simply held her, saying nothing until her crying finally subsided. Thanks, Deku-kun, she sniffed, wiping at her eyes. He smiled. Hey, a hero's supposed to make sure everyone's happy and safe, right? Just like when you were a vigilante, she said softly. You'd ride into the scene and make sure the people you were saving were safe and sound. He scratched his cheek, a bit embarrassed by the reminder. Anyway, thank you, and you should hurry. Your next match is going to start, she added. You're right. Also, when I face Bakugo, I'll make sure to land a few good punches for you, Midoriya said. Good luck, Uraraka replied. As soon as he left, she hugged herself, cheeks still warm. She could still feel the safety and warmth of his embrace. Blushing, she headed back up to her class's seats. On his way to the arena, Midoriya found his path blocked. Ah, I was looking for you, Endeavor said, looming in front of him. What do you need, Endeavor? Midoriya asked, voice flat. I saw your skills during the first 2 events, and from the recordings of the entrance exam. Your command of fire is impressive, and I have no doubt you have more surprises in store. Especially considering you fight almost like All Might, Endeavor observed. If that's all you needed to say, we're done. I have a match to get to, Midoriya replied, already starting to move past. My son must surpass All Might as the #1 hero, Endeavor said, stopping him. Midoriya paused. His match with you will be excellent testing material to see how much training he still requires. So don't hold back. Force him to use his left side. That's all I wanted to say. I apologize for bothering you. He turned to leave, but Midoriya's voice cut through the air. I'm not All Might, Midoriya said. That's Ob. Endeavor began, turning back, only to freeze under the intensity of Midoriya's glare. And your son isn't you, Midoriya finished. He's not a tool, he's a human being. The hallway seemed noticeably warmer as Midoriya walked away, leaving Endeavor staring after him with a hardened gaze. Back at the benches, Iida and Tokiyami watched the arena preparations. Did the match start yet? Uraraka asked as she approached. Iida turned, and nearly jumped. Her eyes were swollen and red from crying. Are you hurt, Uraraka? If so, you must go to Recovery Girl immediately, Iida began, only for her to wave him off. I already went to her. This is from something else, she said, quickly wiping at her eyes. Something else. Then you must have been frustrated earlier, Iida concluded. Rather than dwell on regrets now, you should use the next match as encouragement, Tokiyami said calmly. Yeah, Uraraka agreed. Iida sagged, stylized like a manga character drawn all in white with black shading. That's true, he admitted dramatically. In the arena, a pillar of flame erupted skyward as the crowd cheered. Thanks for waiting, everyone. The first match of the second round is about to begin. Present Mike yelled. Shinso walked up the stairs and onto the stage, hands in his pockets and eyes half-lidded. The man who made it this far with a surprising quirk. From the general course, Hitoshi Shinso. Mike announced. From the opposite tunnel, Midoriya emerged. The pinnacle of inspiration. Class 1A's powerhouse who shattered All Might's record. From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike declared. Midoriya and Shinso approached the center of the ring, staring each other down. On the bench, Iida turned to Tokiyami. Tokiyami, what do you think of this match? He asked. It depends on whether Shinso manages to get under Midoriya's skin, Tokiyami replied. Yeah, Midoriya can't say anything, or he'll be brainwashed, Uraraka added. In the arena, the two boys settled into their stances. Which one of these two will advance to the semifinals? We'll find out right here. Midoriya versus Shinso. Begin. Present Mike shouted. Once Present Mike announced the start of the match, Midoriya immediately opened with a volley of fireballs. Shinso dodged every projectile, weaving through the flames. Before he could counter, Midoriya closed the distance and cracked him with a Muay Thai flying knee. Shinso threw a cross, but Midoriya caught the timing and redirected him with an Aikido Kaden Nage. The indigo-haired boy slammed into the floor, but he quickly scrambled back to his feet. He had no time to breathe. Midoriya crashed forward with a Lethway-style thrusting headbutt. Shinso's head snapped back, and Midoriya followed up with a boxing combination. Jab, cross, hook, and uppercut, slamming blows into Shinso's face and torso. A kickboxing front kick to the chest sent him skidding back, barely managing to twist away from the Hapkido spinning heel kick that grazed his head. Wow, Midoriya's not giving Shinso a chance to breathe. Present Mike shouted, voice crackling through the stadium. Shinso knew he couldn't keep taking hits. If this continued, he'd lose. Gritting his teeth, he decided to play his ace. Why are you trying so hard? Did I make you upset? Shinso called out, eyes narrowing. He slipped past Midoriya's Northern Shaolin Tenshi Ryuzentai, the spinning technique cutting through empty air. Was it because of what happened to that monkey and the black-haired girl in your class? Shinso continued, tone deliberately needling. Midoriya struck him with a traditional jujutsu upward and hook elbow combination. A shame the pro heroes won't scout them. Unless that black-haired chick uses that body of hers, Shinso said coldly. Midoriya's temper spiked, fury burning especially at the insult to Yaoyorozu. The hell did you just? He started. And that was enough. Midoriya's eyes went vacant as Shinso's brainwashing took hold. I win, Shinso smirked. Now turn around and walk out of the ring. Midoriya turned and began walking toward the edge. Oh no, will Midoriya lose the same way Yaoyorozu did? Present Mike cried. Outside the stadium, Fubuki and DVA tried to restrain a seething Tatsumaki. Izuku, I swear you'll get a painful lesson from me if you lose like this. Tatsumaki shouted. Genji and Mercy helped Fubuki hold the older Esper back. Izuku, snap out of it. Yaoyorozu pleaded from the stands. Yeah, you're better than this. Uraraka added. Goddamn it, I need to snap out of this. I promised Momo and Uraraka, and I intend to keep it. Midoriya screamed internally. Suddenly, in the tunnel before him, 8 shadowy silhouettes appeared, indistinct yet imposing. A surge of power flooded through his body. Lines of red and pink flared to life along his left arm. Move, Midoriya ordered himself. Someone like you will never understand, Shinso said, oblivious to the internal struggle. With a quirk like mine, I lagged behind. But I still have my dream. Now lose for me. Midoriya's left arm detonated with a shockwave that tore fresh blood from his skin. From the droplets, figures materialized, historical warriors, both male and female. Samurai, Chinese martial artists, Spartans, Egyptian warriors, pirates, black knights, cowboys, indigenous fighters. They surged forward and struck Midoriya's upper body with precise blows, jolting him awake. His eyes cleared as his mind snapped free of the brainwashing. Midoriya stopped himself from going out of bounds. And it looks like he can summon more than just Spartans and knights. This guy's full of surprises. Present Mike yelled as the crowd roared. From the stands, Eraserhead narrowed his eyes, focusing on Midoriya's injured arm. His arm is hurt. Did he break free of the brainwashing by inflicting damage on himself? Even if that hadn't worked, those warriors he summoned would have stopped him, he thought. Gah, you guys didn't have to hit me, I was already free thanks to my left arm. Midoriya complained to the warriors, wincing. But thanks for making sure I stayed in the fight. You can go back now. I'm going to finish this. The historical warriors bowed to him before dissolving into the air. Shinso stared, stunned. You shouldn't be able to move freely. What did you do? Midoriya didn't answer. His mind was elsewhere. Those people I saw. They were the previous wielders of One for All. Did they save me by triggering that power surge? Is that even possible? He wondered, only returning to reality when Shinso shouted again. What did you do? Shinso demanded. I'll think about it later. Right now, I need to end this, Midoriya decided. He won't answer, Shinso thought, watching Midoriya closely. Did he figure out my quirk's secret? The only way that's possible is if that black-haired girl told him. I just need to make him talk again. Say something, Shinso yelled. Midoriya didn't speak. He charged. Not only can you control fire, but you can also summon historical warriors. I'm jealous, Shinso pushed on. I felt the same way once, Midoriya thought back silently. Was everything you said during the pledge a lie? Did you even mean any of it? Shinso demanded. I did mean it. I want those who dream of becoming heroes to see those dreams come true, Midoriya answered mentally. You had it easy getting into the hero course. People like me have to struggle just to prove we can be heroes. Shinso shouted. I only became who I am because of the people who trained me. Midoriya thought back. Say something, Shinso roared, firing across. Midoriya slipped past it and slammed a Jeet Kune-do straight kick into Shinso's midsection. A Jeet Kune-do double cross, and hook followed, rattling Shinso's head. Then came a blistering kickboxing combination. Jab, cross, side kick, and front kick, each strike driving him back. A savate roundhouse crashed into Shinso's head, staggering him. Midoriya didn't relent. A volley to-do spinning back kick hammered Shinso's chest. A Goju Ryu palm heel smashed into his face, followed by a precise knife hand strike to his neck. He chased Shinso to the ring's edge with a relentless Wing Chun chain punch flurry to the face and chest. Then, with a Jeet Kune-do somersault kick, Midoriya blasted Shinso out of bounds. Shinso's out of bounds. Midoriya advances to the semifinals. Midnight called, and the stadium erupted. On the ground, Shinso stared at the sky as a memory from 3 years ago resurfaced, classmates whispering about how much bad he could get away with, muttering that he'd probably become a villain someday. The cruel irony hit him. If someone else had his quirk, he would have thought the same. Back in the stands, Yaoyorozu and Uraraka sank into their seats in relief. I was worried there, Yaoyorozu admitted. Right, Uraraka agreed, turning the tide in his favor. Expected of our class representative, Iida declared. Outside, Tatsumaki beamed, finally calmed. Fubuki, DVA, Mercy, and Genji all shared in her relief. In the stadium, Bakugo watched the whole exchange with narrowed eyes. He's getting better. But he's still not strong enough to beat me. I'll show Deku who belongs at the top, he thought. Aizawa watched as Midoriya healed his own arm and walked toward Shinso. Midoriya used his experience to turn the situation in his favor, just like in combat training. He's improving fast, Aizawa thought. Hey, Shinso, sorry if I went a little overboard. I was pissed about what you said about Momo, Midoriya said, extending a hand. Shinso ignored it and forced himself up on his own. I don't need your pity. Sometimes, you just don't get what you long for, Shinso replied, turning away. He started to walk off when Midoriya spoke again. I can tell people treated you like a villain because of your quirk. There were times you started to believe them, right? But they're wrong about you and your power. Like I said in the pledge, there's no such thing as a heroic or villainous quirk. Only the user decides that. Shinso froze. Midoriya stepped closer, voice steady. There are so many situations where your quirk is better than mine. Today, you showed that people with powers like yours can still be heroes. I know there are future heroes hidden in the general course. And I'm not the only one who thinks so. He pointed toward the stands. Shinso followed his gaze. Up in the bleachers, his classmates were cheering, congratulating him, calling him the star of the general course. Even some pro heroes were praising him, loudly insisting UA had misjudged his placement. There'll be other chances for you to transfer into the hero course, Midoriya said. Shinso looked back at him. Midoriya was smiling. So keep chasing that dream of becoming a hero, Shinso. I want to train alongside you. When you get transferred, I'll be the first to welcome you with open arms. I want to see you fulfill that dream. But for now, go celebrate with your classmates. Midoriya turned to leave. Shinso's eyes filled with tears. I will. You'd better wait for me, because I'll become a great hero once I'm certified. I won't give up, you hear me? He shouted. Midoriya looked back, smiling, and gave him a thumbs up. Shinso returned the gesture. Elsewhere in the stadium, Iida ducked into a quiet waiting room and called his older brother. Hi, Tensai, it's me. Iida began. I'm currently on a mission and cannot answer the phone right now, Tensai's recorded voice replied. Iida sighed and ended the call. Tensai, you can do it, he encouraged silently. In Hosu City, Tensai Iida, pro hero Ingenium, ran down a dim street, engines roaring. He stood 6 feet tall with a muscular build, his hero costume similar to his little brother's, though his engines were located at his elbows instead of his calves. He scanned the alleys as he ran. Group A, head north. Group B, search west, he ordered through his communicator. Group A, Roger. Group B, Roger. As he sprinted past a narrow alleyway, something caught his eye. That was, Ingenium muttered, skidding to a stop. He reversed, then ignited his engines to blast up the side of a building. He landed lightly on the rooftop, eyes fixed ahead. Without a doubt, it's him, he finished, dropping down in front of a lone figure. I found you, hero killer, Ingenium declared. The hero killer stared back at him with a chilling, unblinking glare. Back at UA's sports festival, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Now, let's start the second match of round 2. Present mic boomed. Up first, he's been dominating with only his eyes, straight from the hero course, Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki stood in the ring, expression unreadable as he stared down his opponent. Versus, speed is his game. Also from the hero course, Tenya Iida. Iida bowed slightly, legs coiled, ready to explode into motion. Fighters, ready, begin, midnight called. Todoroki immediately slammed his right foot into the ground. A wave of ice surged toward Iida, but the engine-legged student sprinted forward, trying to close the distance. Another sweeping wave of ice cut him off, forcing him to veer away. In seconds, he found himself trapped between rising ice walls. Oh my, Iida is boxed in between Todoroki's ice. What's he going to do now? Present Mike shouted. Todoroki sent another wave of ice barreling down on him. Recipro burst. Iida roared. Blue flames exploded from his engines as he shot forward, launching a roundhouse kick at Todoroki's head. Todoroki ducked under the kick, and Iida landed behind him. I have 10 seconds before my engines stall, he calculated. I have to win at that time. He pivoted and kicked again. This time, his foot slammed into Todoroki's back, knocking him down. A direct hit. Present Mike cried. Iida grabbed the back of Todoroki's collar and took off at full speed, dragging him toward the edge of the arena. 8 seconds remain. I can do it, Iida thought, lungs burning. I'll throw him out of bounds. His thoughts stopped as he felt a sudden chill along his legs. He looked down. My mufflers are frozen. When did that happen? He shouted. His engines were encased in ice. Todoroki, hand still touching Iida's leg from the earlier kick, began freezing Iida's entire body, leaving only his head exposed. During that kick, Todoroki said calmly, I lured you in with long-range attacks to force you into close combat. The timing was the only tricky part. Iida is immobilized. Shoto Todoroki advances to the semifinals. Midnight declared, I'm sorry, Tensai, I failed, Iida thought. Back in Hosu, Ingenium lay on the ground, a pool of blood spreading beneath him. He was still alive, struggling to move. A boot came down, crushing his phone. Hero. That word has lost all meaning in this era, the hero killer said, standing over him. Once, it meant something. Now the title is full of fakes. There is only one true hero among the imposters, and that hero is All Might. He paused, eyes drifting, voice lowering slightly. However, there is another true hero who is still in training. You should thank him. His words fascinated me enough to spare you from further harm. He leaned closer. Those two people are the only ones I'll allow to kill me. All Might and Izuku Midoriya are worthy. They are true heroes. Back at the sports festival, Present Mike's voice rang out again. Now time for the third match of the second round. First, a man whose very soul resonates with darkness. From the hero course, Fumikage Tokiyami. Tokiyami stood tall and composed, beak angled slightly downward. Versus, a maiden in every sense of the word. From the hero course, Abara Shiozaki. Shiozaki met his gaze serenely, her vine-like hair swaying gently. Fighters, are you ready? Begin. Midnight signaled. Shiozaki pressed her palms together in prayer, then thrust her hands toward the ground. Her vines tunneled through the floor, erupting near Tokiyami in an attempt to ensnare him. He leapt aside just in time. Dark Shadow, he called. The shadowy entity burst forth, lunging at Shiozaki. She raised a wall of vines, but Dark Shadow plowed through the barrier as if it were paper. A massive fist shot forward. Shiozaki formed a smaller shield just in time, though the impact sent her skidding back. Dark Shadow pressed the attack, hurling punch after punch. Shiozaki turtled behind her shield, then retaliated by launching a wave of vines toward Tokiyami. Tokiyami sidestepped the attack, leaving Dark Shadow to continue the assault. One final heavy blow sent Shiozaki staggering. Dark Shadow stopped, its rampage ending abruptly as Tokiyami reined it in. Shiozaki braced herself, ready to launch a counterattack. Shiozaki, you're out of bounds. Midnight announced. Shiozaki blinked, then looked down. One of her feet had crossed the line of the arena. Tokiyami advances to the semifinals. Midnight declared. Tokiyami recalled Dark Shadow and bowed to his opponent. I wanted to conclude this battle quickly. In a prolonged fight, you would have been a difficult opponent, Maiden of Vines. Thank you for a great match. Though I desired victory for the Lord, I humbly accept this defeat, Shiozaki replied, clasping her hands together in prayer. I shall learn from this loss. Creature of the Shadows, I also thank you for a great match. In the stands, both Class 1A and 1B collectively sweat dropped. So they have one of those people in their class, too, both classes thought. Tokiyami and Shiozaki left the arena. Now it's time for the final match of the second round. Present Mike shouted. First up, filled to the brim with manly spirit. From the hero course, Eijiro Kirishima. Kirishima rolled his shoulders and cracked his knuckles. Versus, a guy with an explosive attitude. From the hero course, Katsuki Bakugo. Let the match begin, Midnight called. Take this, Kirishima yelled, charging in with a punch. Bakugo slid out of the way, Kirishima's hardened fist cutting a shallow cut along his cheek. Bakugo retaliated with an explosion on Kirishima's side. A counter, Present Mike cried. The blast washed over Kirishima, but his hardened body barely flinched. That won't work on me, explosion boy. Kirishima grinned. Bakugo leapt back, putting distance between them. He's not budging. There's more to him. And his quirk. then he lets on, Bakugo thought. From the stands, Tetsu jumped up. Kirishima, go for his chin. His chin. Yesterday's enemy is today's friend, huh? Honanuki commented. At the bracket board, Midoriya studied the chart. Once this match is over, I'm up against Todoroki. Let's see if I can help him in that fight, he thought. In the arena, Kirishima continued to swing, each punch forcing Bakugo to dodge. Bakugo's having a hard time. He can't get in close with Kirishima's fierce offense. Present Mike narrated. Iida rejoined Class 1A's stands. Midoriya, he called. Midoriya turned. Hey, Iida. Iida immediately noticed his friend's healed arm. I see recovery girl treated your injured arm, Iida observed. Oh, no, my Quirk healed the injuries. I just went to her to make sure I didn't miss anything, Midoriya replied. You did your best against Todoroki, Midoriya added. Thank you. I had hoped to face you in the semifinals, but I'll push harder next year, Iida said. By the way, is your big brother, Ingenium, watching the festival? Midoriya asked. I called him earlier, but he's working. I'll tell him I did my best and will perform even better next year, Iida answered. Their conversation was cut off by a resounding blast. Bakugo counters again. What's this? Present Mike shouted. Kirishima clutched his side, which was still hardened but clearly aching. Unlike before, Kirishima's now feeling the damage. Present Mike said, You've been straining to keep your hardening up, right? Bakugo said, advancing. If you attack in that state, it's going to crack apart. He slammed his palms together, creating a massive explosion. Kirishima raised his arms to block, but Bakugo was already upon him, unleashing rapid-fire blasts. Kirishima's quirk began to falter. His gym uniform ripped and shredded under the barrage. You little. Kirishima managed. The final blow. Die. Bakugo roared. He swung his arm upward and unleashed a huge blast, sending Kirishima crashing to the ground, unconscious. I get why you didn't want a drawn-out match with me, Bakugo said coldly. You were at a complete disadvantage. Kirishima is knocked out. Bakugo wins. Midnight announced. From the stands, Tetsu exploded with frustration. You idiot. You didn't have enough guts, Kirishima. He yelled. With that vicious carpet bombing, Bakugo wins and moves on to the semifinals. Which means we have our final four. Present Mike cheered. Looks like your match with Todoroki is up next, Izuku, Yaoyorozu said. Do your best out there, Deku-kun. Uraraka encouraged. You got it, Midoriya replied, getting to his feet and heading toward the staging area. Outside the stadium, Tatsumaki, Fubuki, DVA, Mercy, and Genji were taking a short break and enjoying a meal. So Izuku's match is next. What do you think he's gonna do against that Todoroki guy? DVA asked between bites. Well, it's already obvious he's got one advantage, Tatsumaki said, popping a piece of takoyaki into her mouth. What do you mean, sister? Fubuki asked, sipping her drink. During the entire festival, Todoroki's only been using ice. He only uses his fire to keep himself from freezing after overusing his right side, Tatsumaki explained. That's rather strange, Genji commented. He'd have a better chance of winning if he used both sides of his quirk. There must be a reason he won't use his fire, Mercy added. Hey, mind if we join y'all? A woman's voice called. They turned to see a trio dressed in futuristic Wild West gear. The first was a 37-year-old man, about 6'1", with fair skin, short brown hair, brown eyes, and a trimmed beard. His build was muscular, his left arm a rugged prosthetic. Beside him stood a towering robot, 7 feet 1 inch tall, with 4 glowing green eyes, a metallic black beard, and a bulky frame. The last was a 39-year-old woman, 5 feet 10, with fair skin, short white hair, and sharp red eyes. She had an athletic build, a beauty mark on her right cheek, black mascara, and red lipstick. Ah, Cassidy, Ash, B.O.B., of course you can join us. The more the merrier, right? Genji said. The three cowboys sat down as Cassidy and Ash set their food on the table. So what do you guys think of the matches so far? DVA asked. Some fights were slow at first, but things are heating up now. It's been quite entertaining, Ash replied, taking a bite of her hot dog. Ash and I made a bet with Junkrat and Roadhog, Cassidy added, lighting a cigar. We said Izuku would take first in all the major events. They're betting he'll come in second or third. So far, looks like Ashi and I are winning. Bob gave a short, affirming nod. But how do you think Izuku's gonna do against Todoroki? Fubuki asked. Oh, without a doubt, he's going to kick that peppermint-haired kid's ass, Ash said confidently. I mean, he beat you and your sister, Fubuki. You just love bringing that up, don't you? Tatsumaki muttered. Considering you steamrolled every Overwatch agent, every hero, and Izuku's older siblings in Sentinel. Only 3 people have ever beaten you. Takeru, Hikaru, and Izuku, Fubuki reminded her. And she made a lot of money from it, too, Cassidy smirked. Well, let's see if Izuku can beat the son of Japan's number 2 hero, Mercy said. Alright, folks, it's time for the first match of the semifinals. Let's hear some noise. Present Mike bellowed. The crowd exploded into cheers. Is he always like this? Loud and obnoxious? Hikaru asked, leaning toward Class 1A's homeroom teacher. Yep, Eraserhead replied flatly. In the pro hero section, Mirko and Yukio watched intently. Who do you think's going to win? Mirko asked. It's hard to say, Yukio answered. Endeavor's son is only using half of his quirk, while Midoriya hasn't shown us the full extent of his own. If you want my take, I'm betting on Midoriya, Mirko said. Like you said, he hasn't shown us everything yet. Up first, a man who continues to surprise us. From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike shouted. Midoriya walked into the arena as the crowd roared in anticipation. Are you sure you want to go through with this plan of yours? Akuma's voice echoed in his head. You requested that our fire be able to harm innocents, and you've asked for the healing factor to be temporarily deactivated. If this fails, your body will suffer grave consequences. Yeah, I'm sure. You know I'm optimistic and a risk taker, right? Trust me, it'll work, Midoriya answered mentally. Akuma sighed. You and that selfless, optimistic nature of yours. Fine, I'll trust you. Just don't overdo it. No promises, Midoriya replied. Versus the son of Japan's number 2 hero. Also from the hero course, Shoto Todoroki. Present Mike announced. Todoroki stepped into the arena, eyes locked on Midoriya. Here we are, Todoroki said quietly. And only one of us is walking away the winner, Midoriya finished. At Class 1A's stands, Iida turned to Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, how do you think this match will go? He asked. It depends largely on whether Izuku can close the distance, Yaoyorozu replied. That's the core issue. How's Deku-kun supposed to avoid all that ice? Uraraka added. Meanwhile, in a dark room somewhere, Shigaraki watched the sports festival on a computer screen. Observe, Tamura Shigaraki, came an older voice from another monitor. These two could become obstacles to your rise, especially the former vigilante, Akuma. Shigaraki scratched his neck, irritated. I'm not worried about a couple of noobs, he replied. But those rookies have a pro walking among them. The real threat is Akuma. At the Midoriya residence, Inko sat huddled in front of the TV. The floor around her was littered with crumpled tissues and half-filled trash cans. Her worries for her son had taken a physical toll. Now, as she watched him face Todoroki in the semifinals, she clutched another tissue nervously. Good luck, Izuku, she whispered. Midoriya's siblings and aunt watched from elsewhere, equally tense. Are the fighters ready? Midnight asked. Both boys nodded. Begin. The R-rated heroine shouted. His power is too dangerous. I can't let him use it, Todoroki thought. He slammed his right foot down, sending a massive wave of ice toward Midoriya. Midoriya raised his right hand and flicked his index finger. A shockwave ripped forward, obliterating the ice. The force of One for All at 100% snapped his index finger instantly. Todoroki sent another wave of ice, and Midoriya flicked again, destroying it, and breaking his middle finger. The shockwave would have blasted Todoroki out of the ring if he hadn't thrown up an ice wall behind himself to brace against it. At the bleachers, Kirishima returned to his seat, freshly recovered. It already started, he asked. Hey, Kirishima, you were amazing out there, Shiro said. Thanks. After this match, whoever wins faces Bakugo, Kirishima replied. Bakugo watched the fight, arms folded. It'll be an easy win for me. I'll kill them, he muttered. Cocky, aren't ya? Kirishima laughed. But man, you, Midoriya, and Todoroki, your quirks are insane. And you don't have any lag time, Zero added. That's not the point, Bakugo shot back. Huh, Kirishima and Zero said in unison. If you overuse your muscles, the fibers tear. If you keep running, you run out of breath. Quirks follow the same rules, Bakugo explained. Quirks are like MP gauges in video games, there's a limit to how much you can use. Todoroki's limits are obvious, but does Deku have a limit? He wondered silently. Todoroki sent another wave of ice. Midoriya shattered it with another flick. Todoroki keeps hammering him with ice, but Midoriya keeps blowing it away. Present Mike narrated. Todoroki quickly fired yet another wave. Just going to keep attacking with ice, huh? Midoriya muttered. He flicked his right pinky, obliterating the attack, but leaving his hand in shambles. Todoroki seized the opening and rushed in. Todoroki's closing in, going for a surprise attack. Present Mike shouted. Todoroki slammed his fist to the ground, creating an ice ramp to launch himself. Midoriya flicked his right thumb with his mouth, destroying the ramp, but Todoroki was already airborne. He dove at Midoriya, forcing him to hop back as Todoroki smashed the ground and created an ice pillar. Todoroki looked up, tracking Midoriya's position. He twisted his right leg and sent a jet of ice along the ground. Midoriya leapt back, but a chunk of ice caught his foot. Gritting his teeth, he channeled one for all into his right arm and smashed the ice apart, freeing himself. But his right arm snapped under the strain. Enough games, Todoroki shouted. He stomped again, unleashing a massive wave of ice that came crashing toward Midoriya. Midoriya flicked his left index finger, unleashing a shockwave that destroyed the ice and hurled Todoroki backward. The blast would have thrown him out, but Todoroki once again created an ice wall to arrest his momentum. Midoriya noticed the creeping frost forming along Todoroki's right side. Just as I thought, Todoroki's nearing his limit, he realized. Todoroki forced himself upright, ice slowly encasing more of his body as he trudged forward. You're trembling, Todoroki, Midoriya said. You haven't landed a single solid hit on me. I've been injuring myself the whole time. Are you really going to keep holding back? Did you forget that quirks are physical abilities too? Todoroki's eyes widened as he glanced down at the growing ice on his right side. You said you'd beat me. But you won't win using only half your power, Midoriya continued. If you're trying to make me use that bastard's power, forget it. I won't use his quirk. Todoroki shouted. Midoriya sighed. A katana materialized in his left hand. Fine, if you're going to handicap yourself, then I'll handicap myself too, he said. The stadium went silent as Midoriya suddenly drove the blade into his own lower abdomen. He yanked it free and dropped to his knees, blood spilling onto the arena floor. A female kunoichi appeared beside him, took the katana from his hand, bowed, and vanished. Hey, buddy, quick question. Did I hit anything vital? Midoriya asked Takuma. No, you stabbed the lateral lower quadrant of your abdomen. None of your major organs was damaged. But you'll pass out from blood loss sooner or later. Finish this quickly, Akuma replied. Midnight stepped forward, ready to stop the match, but Midoriya raised his hand. Don't stop it, Midnight, he yelled. I didn't hit anything vital, but yeah, I'll pass out from blood loss eventually. This is a lesson for Todoroki. A lesson? Have you lost your mind? What could I possibly learn from you harming yourself? Todoroki demanded. Hear me clearly, Todoroki, Midoriya said, eyes hard. Right now, I'm playing a villain you managed to wound using only your ice. I'm about to unleash a powerful attack. Do you honestly think you can stop it using only half your quirk? Here's your warning. If you fail to stop this, you'll kill me and everyone behind you. The words sent a chill through everyone in the stadium and beyond. Holy shit, is that kid serious? Mirko yelled, pressing her face against the glass. Is he really going to go through with this? Yukio murmured. What the hell did Izuku just say? Tatsumaki screamed. Why is he doing something so reckless? Fubuki asked, horrified. Oh, I knew Madrina would be a bad influence on him. Genji groaned. Cassidy and Ash both spat out their beer. Mercy patted their backs as they coughed. Is Izuku on drugs or something? DVA blurted. Izuku wouldn't. Would he? Yaoyorozu said, panicking. Deku-kun, don't do it. Uraraka begged. Midoriya, reconsider this course of action. Iida shouted, chopping the air furiously. A massive fireball blossomed above Midoriya's right hand. No, I'm playing the role of a villain right now, Midoriya declared. I have to, if this so-called hero is all talk. The fate of these people is in your hands, Todoroki. He hurled the fireball. Midoriya, what the hell, man? Shinso shouted from his class's section. You're in so much trouble, Mr. 10 Million. Hatsume cackled from the support course stands. What the fuck, Izuku? Midoriya's older siblings and aunt all yelled in unison. Todoroki instantly threw up multiple ice walls, but the blazing sphere tore through them one after another. No. These people shouldn't die because of me, Todoroki thought. As the fireball bore down on him, he made his choice. He braced himself and reached out with his bare hands, trying to physically hold the attack back. Oh my goodness, Todoroki is trying to stop Midoriya's attack with his bare hands. Present Mike screamed. The massive orb of fire pressed him into the ground, burning his skin, but he held on with everything he had. The crowd watched in breathless horror. You're all talk, Todoroki. Midoriya shouted. I told you you'd never beat me using half your strength. Now innocent lives are on the line because of your vendetta. You're a pathetic child shackled by the past, about to be responsible for countless deaths. What will it take for you to realize this quirk is yours, not your father's? He began firing smaller fireballs into the massive orb, feeding it, making it grow even larger. Todoroki struggled, gritting his teeth as his life flashed before his eyes. Endeavor's brutal training, the distance from his siblings, his mother's desperate attempts to protect him, and the abuse she suffered for it. The boiling water, the scar across his eye. Endeavor coldly informed him that she'd been sent to a mental hospital. He thought it was the end. Then another memory surfaced. As a child, he had watched All Might's debut on TV with his mother. That's right, children can inherit quirks from their parents, All Might had said on-screen. But what's most important isn't the blood connection, it's recognizing yourself. That's what I mean when I say, I am here. You want to be a hero, don't you? His mother had told him gently. It's okay for you to become one. You don't have to be a prisoner of your blood. You choose who you want to be. Flames erupted along Todoroki's entire left side. The arena temperature spiked. With a roar, Todoroki pushed back, channeling his fire into the sphere. The massive fireball began to reverse, sliding back toward Midoriya. Midoriya raised one hand and caught it, shrinking the blazing orb down until it vanished. He couldn't help the wide grin that spread across his face. He'd done it. Todoroki had finally accepted all of himself. Oh my goodness. Todoroki just exploded with flames and pushed Midoriya's attack back. But Midoriya caught it and made it disappear like it was nothing. And the temperature? Woo. It's scorching up here. Present Mike shouted. So that's why Midoriya pulled that stunt, Aizawa realized. He deliberately injured himself to show Todoroki the limits of quirks and forced him to use his full power. Seriously, you never cease to amaze me, Izuku, Hikaru thought. You put your opponent's growth before the win. Just like your father, selfless to the core. I'm not all talk, Todoroki said, flames and ice bursting from his body at once. I want to be, no, I will be, a hero. Then let's finish this, Todoroki. With one final attack, Midoriya shouted. He channeled one for all through his entire body as fire coiled around his right arm. SHOTOOOOO. Endeavor roared. Flames flared around the number 2 hero as everyone's attention snapped toward him. He stormed down the stairs. Have you finally accepted your purpose? He shouted, stopping at the lower railing. This is the birth of a new era for us. With my blood, you will surpass me. You'll fulfill the purpose of your birth. Endeavor's shouting encouragement. What a doting father, Present Mike said dryly from the booth. Don't blame me if you lose, Midoriya, Todoroki warned. That depends on whether you can beat me here, Midoriya replied. Both continued charging their quirks, building up to one decisive clash. Smentos pressed both hands to the ground. Midnight, we have to stop them. Midoriya might die, he shouted, pillars of cement rising toward the arena. Midnight tore off one sleeve, releasing a cloud of sweet-smelling, light purple gas. Midoriya's body won't hold up, not in that condition. She cried. In the ring, Midoriya rocketed toward Todoroki as Todoroki unleashed a massive blast of fire and ice. Midoriya, thank you, Todoroki thought. Midoriya's right sleeve ripped away as his arm glowed with power. Cement walls surged up to block them, but both attacks smashed through the barriers like they were paper. The resulting shockwave hurled Midnight and Smentos out of the ring. Inside the stadium, people grabbed onto their seats, the railings, anything they could, to avoid being blown away. Outside the arena, onlookers braced themselves against the blast of wind. When the shockwave finally dissipated, a thick cloud of dust obscured the arena. Ken, Rika, Yugo, Maki, and Hikaru raced down from the stands. Midnight slowly got up, coughing, eyes straining to see through the smoke. As the smokescreen cleared, the stadium held its breath. Todoroki lay slumped against the outer wall of the arena, his left side of his shirt burned away. He was still conscious, struggling to pull himself up. Midoriya stood at the very edge of the ring. His right arm was a deep, ugly purple, blood dripping from mangled flesh. He held a perfect Goju Ryu straight punch stance. His siblings and aunt rushed to his side. All 5 of them realized the same thing instantly. Midoriya was still on his feet, but completely unconscious. Hikaru pressed her fingers against his neck, then rested a hand over his heart. After a few seconds, she exhaled in relief. Midnight, Izuku's okay. He's just unconscious. Hikaru shouted. Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to the finals. Midnight announced. The stadium erupted with deafening cheers. Many in the crowd were stunned that Midoriya had passed out while still standing. Class 1A, everyone except Bakugo, sighed in relief that both Midoriya and Todoroki were alive and more or less intact. Outside, Tatsumaki and her group also breathed easier. Holy shit, passing out but staying on your feet. That's badass, Yugo said. Well, our little bro is full of surprises, Rika replied. Come on, let's get him to Recovery Girl, Hikaru said, hefting Midoriya over her shoulder with practiced ease. I'm sure he lost a lot of blood. But hey, he set a new record for himself. Really, how long did it take for him to pass out this time? Maki asked. 15 minutes. His previous record was 8. Now let's get this reckless idiot patched up, Hikaru answered. She took off toward Recovery Girl's office, the older siblings following close behind. Meanwhile, Smentos checked on Todoroki. Todoroki, can you move? The cement hero asked. I'm fine. I can make it to Recovery Girl myself, Todoroki said, pushing himself to his feet. Well, we'll be taking an hour-long break to repair the arena. Present Mike announced. I know we could all use it after being on edge through that whole match. So stretch your legs, grab some snacks, hit the bathroom, or chat with your friends and family. Once we're done, we'll move into the final rounds after the last semifinal match. The crowd began to disperse, students and spectators alike taking the chance to rest, eat, or talk. Everyone, however, shared the same thought. After what they'd just seen, the final match was guaranteed to be unforgettable. UA's sports festival was drawing to a close, and the excitement in the air was palpable. The arena, however, had taken a serious beating from Midoriya and Todoroki's match and needed emergency repairs. While Smentos and the others got to work, an unconscious Midoriya was rushed to Recovery Girl's office by his aunt and siblings. Elsewhere, Todoroki was also on his way to the nurse. He didn't make it far before a familiar, oppressive presence blocked his path in the tunnel. You're not going to say, you're in the way. Endeavor's voice rumbled. You finally threw away that childish rebellion of yours. But your left side was out of control. We'll have to work on that. Still, you've finally become a perfect improvement of myself. Come to me after you graduate. I'll lead you down the mighty road. There's no way I can throw it away, Todoroki replied calmly. His father grunted. The things you've done can't be undone that easily, Todoroki said, glancing at his slightly burned left hand. It's just that, during that one moment, I forgot about you. Endeavor's eyes widened in shock. Todoroki brushed past him without another word. Whether that's good or bad, right or not, I need to think about it, he said over his shoulder as he walked away. Midoriya came to in Recovery Girl's office beneath the stadium. His vision swam for a second before he registered All Might, thin, gaunt, in his true form, standing nearby. "You're finally awake," All Might said, relief in his voice. "You really did a number on yourself in that match against Todoroki." Midoriya lifted his right arm and saw a thick cast encasing it. "The bones in your right arm are shattered," Recovery Girl informed him briskly. "Your healing factor focused on restoring the blood you lost. I need to perform surgery to remove the bone fragments before they lodge in your joints. I'll heal you afterward. Sorry for the trouble, but I had to help Todoroki accept himself," Midoriya said, bowing his head. "It's fine. Your aunt explained how you always put others first," Ua's nurse replied with a sigh. "However, you will not be doing something that reckless again." A bead of sweat trickled down Midoriya's temple. He cleared his throat. "Thank you, and I'll try," he said. "But, All Might, there's something I want to ask you. During my match with Shinso, I saw something while I was brainwashed. I saw 8 shadowy figures, and one of them looked like you. What was that?" he asked, turning to his mentor, only to flinch at the shaken look on All Might's face. "Spooky. I'm a ghost," All Might said, shivering theatrically. "What the? I thought you might know something about it," Midoriya shouted. All Might coughed, regaining his composure. A fleck of blood appeared on his lip. "Sorry about that. No, I don't know exactly what they are. But I had a similar vision when I was young. It means you're gaining a better grasp of One for All," he explained. "They're traces of the Quirk's previous wielders. Whatever they are, they can't directly influence or interfere with you." He flinched mid-sentence, pulling out a handkerchief to dab at the blood, then continued, "And you can't do the same to them. That means the vision itself didn't break the brainwashing. Your strong will did that. You overcame Shinso's quirk with your own strength." "I'm not completely convinced, but I'll take that explanation," Midoriya muttered, making All Might chuckle. The moment of calm ended when the door slammed open, and Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Iida, Asui, and Mineta crashed into the room. Their sudden entrance nearly gave the symbol of peace a heart attack. "Geez, you kids scared the crap out of me," All Might muttered. "Deku-kun," Uraraka said, then noticed the skinny man beside him. "Oh, hello, sir," she added politely, not recognizing All Might in his true form. "Hello," he replied with a small wave. "Hey, guys, what happened to the next match?" Midoriya asked. "There was extensive damage to the stage. We have a break until it's repaired," Iida answered. "What the heck was that all about, Midoriya? That stunt you pulled scared a lot of people," Mineta blurted. Yaoyorozu and Asui bonked him on the head at the same time, only to freeze when they realized their hands were stuck to his hair. Both girls screamed and tried to shake Mineta off, tugging at his scalp. "I'm bleeding," Mineta wailed as they desperately tried to free themselves. "Why is your hair this sticky?" Yaoyorozu cried, giving a fierce yank. Asui did the same. "Oh, God," the frog girl muttered, shaking her hand frantically, which only made Mineta howl louder. Recovery Girl marched over with a bottle of alcohol and lemon juice. She liberally doused Yaoyorozu and Asui's hands. The adhesive finally gave way, and Mineta dropped flat onto his back. "Ow!" he groaned. "Don't rub salt in Midoriya's wounds, Mineta," Asui scolded, though she flinched a little when he hit the ground. "Hey, I'm just stating facts," Mineta protested. "Quiet, all of you," Recovery Girl snapped. "I know you're worried about him, but I have to perform surgery now." "Surgery?" Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Asui, Iida, and Mineta yelped in unison. "Is Midoriya going to be okay?" Iida asked. "Will he still make it in time for the final match?" Uraraka added. "Are Izuku's injuries that severe?" Yaoyorozu asked anxiously. "Surgery's a pretty big deal," Mineta shouted. "Don't worry, leave him to me," Recovery Girl said, firmly herding the group out the door. "Hero," Asui murmured just as it slammed shut. Inside, Yue's nurse administered anesthesia, gently putting Midoriya under. Before she began, she glanced at All Might. "He said you were there in the vision he saw, among the past users of your power," she remarked. "That's not a bad thing," the symbol of peace replied quietly. Out in the arena, Smintos and Midoriya's eldest brother, Ken, finished repairing the stage. The second semifinal match was ready to begin, Bakugo vs Tokiyami. The last semifinal match has begun. Present Mike bellowed. Bakugo vs Tokiyami. And Bakugo is already rushing his opponent. Tokiyami sent Dark Shadow surging forward, but Bakugo dodged. Your quirk is annoying. Bakugo snarled. He hurled an explosion at Tokiyami, only for Dark Shadow to block it. The blast's light made the shadowy being recoil. This viciousness. Tokiyami muttered. Tokiyami got this far thanks to his nearly invincible quirk. Present Mike commented. But now he's focused more on defense. Tokiyami, what's going on? You were on the offensive in your earlier matches, Mina said from the stands. There has to be a reason, Uraraka replied. I believe Tokiyami's quirk is very weak against light, Yaoyorozu deduced. It's only stronger in darker environments. I underestimated Bakugo, Tokiyami thought grimly. I don't have time to recharge Dark Shadow's darkness. If I run out, it'll be over. Bakugo launched himself into the air with a burst of explosions. Is he trying to wear me down? Bakugo's getting faster, Tokiyami realized. Dark Shadow moved to block Bakugo, but the explosive boy blasted the entity aside. Grab him, Dark Shadow. Tokiyami commanded. Dark Shadow lunged for Bakugo, but Bakugo twisted in midair, evading and landing behind Tokiyami. Amazing. Bakugo got behind Tokiyami. Present Mike shouted. Dark Shadow whipped around to attack again, only to freeze at the sight of tiny explosions crackling in Bakugo's palms. Stun grenade. Bakugo roared. A blinding flash and deafening blast filled the arena, followed by a choking cloud of smoke. What happened? Everything's covered in smoke. Present Mike coughed. As the haze thinned, the crowd saw Bakugo pinning Tokiyami by the beak, sparks still flaring from his hands to keep Dark Shadow subdued. You figured out Dark Shadow's weakness? Tokiyami asked, straining. I figured it out after attacking over and over, moron, Bakugo said flatly. It was just a bad matchup. I don't feel bad for ya. Tokiyami lowered his head. I concede, he said. Tokiyami surrenders. Bakugo advances to the finals. Midnight declared, snapping her flogger. With that, our two finalists are decided. Izuku Midoriya vs Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike announced as the crowd erupted. Bakugo smirked, already convinced of his victory. He could finally put Deku in his place. Man. Poor Tokiyami. Uraraka said softly. I thought he'd win, Shiro added. I guess that means Midoriya's the only invincible one in our class, Kaminari declared. You just had to pick a fight with someone outrageous, huh? Kendo said, lightly chopping Monoma on the head. No, he was simply lucky his quirk was effective against his opponent, Monoma argued. So today's sports festival is all about Class 1A. Damn it, Tetsu groaned. It doesn't matter who won or lost. This year's first years are incredible, one pro hero said. Looks like the draft will be interesting, another replied. Hey, Iida, do you think Deku-kun's going to make it to his match? Uraraka asked. I believe Recovery Girl will do her utmost to get Midoriya ready, Iida answered earnestly. Suddenly, his entire body jolted, startling Uraraka, Asui, and Yaoyorozu. What is it? The three girls cried. It's my phone, Iida said, pulling it from his pocket. They exhaled in unison. Just your phone, huh? They said together. Iida looked at the caller ID. Mother. He thought, stepping into the hallway to answer. Hello, Mother. I'm sorry I lost in the sports festival, he said. No, it's not about that, his mother replied, her voice tight with worry. Tenya, please listen calmly. Her next words turned his blood to ice. Tensai, your brother, a villain got him. The phone slipped from Iida's hand and clattered to the floor. Meanwhile, in Hosu City, the hero killer stood atop a water tower. He had fair skin and a muscular build. Though he stood around 5 feet 8 inches, his hunched posture made him seem smaller and more feral. Long, messy black hair framed a flat, somewhat triangular face. His small white eyes and tiny irises lent him an unsettling, predatory stare. His dark combat suit was reinforced with metal plating. The sleeveless torso left his bandaged arms exposed from just below the shoulders to the wrists. Thick black wristbands wrapped his wrists, and a watch was strapped to his left arm. Metal knee pads and black, steel-plated boots guarded his legs. A blood-red scarf, a matching headband, and a tattered cloth mask covering the lower half of his face completed the fearsome image. He raised his sword and slowly licked the blood from the blade, his unnaturally long tongue covered in countless small papillae. You fools still haven't realized that society is smothered in hypocrisy and vanity, the hero killer growled. To those who dare call themselves heroes, I will make you see it. He suddenly sensed a presence behind him and slashed backward. His blade cut through empty air. He turned and found himself staring at Kurogiri. Please stay calm, Kurogiri said in his low, rumbling voice. We are on the same side. The hero killer's expression did not soften. I've been looking for you, hero killer. Stain, Kurogiri continued. Your notoriety precedes you. May I request a bit of your time? Stain's eyes narrowed at the warp villain. He listened, but every muscle remained poised to strike. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit room, Shigaraki hunched over his computer, reading an online article about one of the hero killer's victims. Hero killer. Stain, he muttered. Back at the sports festival, Midoriya sat alone in player waiting room 1, staring at the scars marring his right hand. He drifted back to the moment he had woken from surgery. I removed all the broken bone fragments from your right arm and hand, Recovery Girl had said. Midoriya had looked at his twisted, disfigured hand, then healed it in an instant. But the scars remained. Young Midoriya, why didn't you heal the scars on your right hand? All Might had asked, puzzled. Because I want to keep them, Midoriya replied. Do you want to know why I keep the scars on my body? Yes, I've been curious for a while, the number 1 hero admitted. Especially since you have a healing factor. They remind me of my determination to be a hero, Midoriya said. Every time I see them, I remember the backbreaking work it took to get this far. But these new scars on my right hand tell a different story. They remind me that I helped Todoroki accept himself and his quirk. An admirable reason, young Midoriya, All Might said, smiling. But don't pull any more reckless stunts, Recovery Girl warned sharply. If you keep this up, you may cause yourself permanent damage. You got it, Recovery Girl. And thank you for the healing and surgery, he said with a grateful smile. Now get going. You don't want to be late for your final match, Ua's nurse urged. Yes, ma'am, Midoriya replied, starting for the door, only for All Might to stop him. Something wrong, All Might? He asked. Nothing's wrong, All Might said. There's just something I haven't told you yet. Let's talk outside. Midoriya followed him into the hallway. So what did you want to tell me? He asked. I've been keeping another secret from you, even during our training, All Might admitted. What is it? It's the fact that I was quirkless, just like you, before I inherited One for All, the symbol of peace revealed. Wait, you were quirkless? Midoriya gasped. Back in my day, being quirkless was rare, though not as rare as it is now. My master had a quirk, but she still believed in me and took me under her wing, All Might said. When you told me you'd been quirkless, I saw a lot of myself in you. You've exceeded my expectations more times than I can count. It proves I chose a worthy successor, someone who will undoubtedly surpass me. All Might, Midoriya whispered, at a loss for words. Now go, prepare for your final match, and give it everything you've got. All Might said, ruffling his hair. Yes, sir, Midoriya answered, his grin bright and unrestrained. In the present, Midoriya smiled faintly at the memory. His reflection was cut short when the door to his waiting room exploded open. Hey, why are you here? I thought. Bakugo stopped and glanced at the plaque beside the door. Crap, this isn't room 2. Midoriya ignored him and focused on steadying his breathing. When he finally turned around, Bakugo was already gone. Confused, Midoriya stepped out into the hall. The ash-blonde boy was nowhere in sight. Time passed. The final match was about to begin, and all of Japan seemed tuned in. Bakugo stood alone in the ring, arms at his sides, waiting. Outside the stadium, Tatsumaki and her group watched from a large outdoor screen. So the finals have arrived, Genji said. And it's down to Izuku and that explosive kid he told us about, Cassidy added. I still can't believe UA let someone like him enroll, Tatsumaki said coldly. Especially after what Izuku told us about Bakugo. We can't control who enters the hero universities, sister, Fubuki reminded her gently. Besides, we all know Izuku will beat him. The only question is, will Midoriya humiliate Bakugo as he did in middle and high school? DVA wondered aloud. Oh, Izuku will, Ash said with a smirk. My money's on Bakugo flailing and attacking at random. Pride is a dangerous thing, Mercy commented. It can be the cause of one's downfall. It's time for the final battle of UA's sports festival. Present Mike's voice boomed over the speakers. The top of the first years will be decided in this match. Already in the ring, from the hero course, Katsuki Bakugo. He was about to continue when a hand snatched the mic away. Hey, Present Mike protested. Sorry, Hikaru said, grinning. But I want to introduce my youngest nephew. Trust me, you're all going to love this. She leaned into the microphone. Quick question for everyone here and everyone watching at home. Who here is a fan of Japan's most popular wrestling promotion, New Japan Pro Wrestling? The stadium erupted into cheers. You all know him in NJPW as the face of the company, the founder of Sentinel, a 12-time Grand Slam champion, and the #2 hero before Endeavor. Hikaru continued, the big screens behind her flickering to life. Takeru Mamoru, aka the elemental hero, Alpha Wolf. Images of Takeru Mamoru filled the monitors. He was tall, 6 feet 4 inches with tan skin and a rugged, muscular build. Short, unkempt brown hair framed amber eyes, and a small stubble beard shadowed his jaw. He looked to be in his 30s. Scars crawled across his chest, arms, neck, and face. In his hero costume, he wore sleek cybernetic armor, topped with a stylized wolf head helmet. But that's not all, Hikaru went on. He, 4 of his 5 children, and I are all UA alumni. Graduation photos of Takeru, Hikaru, Ken, Rika, Yugo, and Maki rotated across the screens. And now, my brother's youngest son walks UA's halls. You all know him for that incredible sports festival pledge and for breaking All Might's record. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Izuku Mamoru Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya strides out from the tunnel as CF$0's Phenomenal blasts through the stadium, the words, Phenomenal 1, blazing across the massive screen above him. He wears a black sleeveless entrance jacket and matching gloves modeled after his late father Takeru Mamoru's iconic gear, right down to the P1 style emblem that marks him as the heir to that legacy. The hood shadows the top half of his face as he walks, shoulders loose and confident, soaking in the roar of the crowd. At the top of the ramp, he spreads his arms wide, pointing out to the stands. When the music dips, he lowers into a deep crouch, upper body hunched forward, timing his movements perfectly with the beat. On the final cue, fireworks and pyrotechnics erupt around the arena. Izuku flings back his hood, letting the lights hit his face as the crowd explodes. He raises both hands high, flashing the P1 emblem on his gloves so every camera can see. He then drops to one knee, traces a small cross over his chest, and points to the sky, a quiet, personal salute to Takeru, before rising and marching toward the ring. As he walks, he calls out to the crowd, making sure everyone understands exactly who he's representing. That's right, representing and honoring my father, folks, he shouted, throwing up double horn signs. Let's get this party started. Footage of Takeru's NJPW matches and hero feats played across the monitors. The crowd redoubled its cheers as Midoriya stepped into the arena. Holy shit, I didn't know that kid was one of Alpha Wolf's children. Mirko exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear. He just got even more interesting. Quite, Yukio agreed, lips quirking. Goddamn, Cassidy laughed, seeing Takeru's entrance again is nostalgic. I always tuned in whenever he wrestled. His matches were awesome. No argument there, partner, Ash replied. He's wearing his father's actual coat and gloves, Fubuki noted. I wonder why he's putting on that show, Tatsumaki murmured. To honor Takeru's memory, Genji said. I heard he did the same performance during his own sports festival. And, probably to annoy Bakugo. I can believe that, Mercy added. Midoriya reached the center of the ring and once again raised his hands high, showing off the logo before pointing to all sides of the arena. One of his samurai summons materialized at his side, took the coat and gloves from him, bowed, and vanished. Bakugo glared as Midoriya began to bounce lightly on his toes, loosening his muscles. That was the best homage to a hero I've ever seen, especially since Alpha Wolf did the same in NJPW. Present Mike shouted. And he first performed it right here at the UA Sports Festival, as a student, before becoming a professional wrestler, Hikaru added. Well, after that amazing show, let the final match of UA's Sports Festival begin. Present Mike declared. Bakugo blasted forward, right hook cocked back. Midoriya braced to block, only for the punch to turn into a feint. Bakugo angled himself downward, using the recoil of his explosions to rocket up and over Midoriya, landing behind him. A sharp elbow drove into Midoriya's back, sending him stumbling. Midoriya twisted, grabbed Bakugo's sleeve, and threw him with an Aikido Munetsuki Koshinage. Bakugo rolled through and sprang up, only to be caught in a crisp Judo Koshi Guruma hip throw. Midoriya followed with a Jujitsu combination, front snap kick, roundhouse, then a whipping backfist. Bakugo lashed out with an explosion that missed by inches. Midoriya closed in with a Goju Ryu spinning side kick, but Bakugo ducked under it and slapped his palm onto the ground, blasting the arena floor. The shockwave forced Midoriya into the air. He came down hard, deliberately, onto Bakugo's head with a Shotokan hammer fist. Bakugo crashed to the floor but forced himself up. Midoriya flowed into a Shorin Ryu roundhouse punch and kick combination, followed by a Kyokushin inside crescent kick and a knife hand strike to the spleen. Bakugo grunted and seized Midoriya's arm, pivoting to slam him down. A brief flash of deja vu rippled through Midoriya. He rolled away just as a blast scorched the spot where his head had been. He sprang up and drove a downward elbow into Bakugo's shoulder, numbing his attacking arm. Then he unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes before leaping back. Bakugo charged. Midoriya re-entered with a rising kick, the front of his boot smashing into Bakugo's chin. The crowd roared at the fluid, almost cinematic execution. A few, however, pro heroes, analysts, and the more serious spectators, watched with narrowed eyes, dissecting every move. Wowie, it's like an a brawl out there. People, place your bets. Present Mike yelled, only to be scolded by his company commentators. Bakugo grits his teeth. No matter how hard he pushed, Midoriya was clearly holding back. He lunged again, only to be hurled over Midoriya's shoulder in a Hapkido rotary throw. While Bakugo was on the ground, Midoriya spun into a low Hapkido sweep, knocking him flat again. Bakugo grabbed Midoriya's arms and yanked him down, driving both heels into Midoriya's torso. The air rushed from Midoriya's lungs. Wow, this is more than I expected, Yaoyorozu admitted as the two boys clashed evenly. It shows how different Midoriya is from the rest of us, Tokiyami said quietly. Yeah, considering he already had combat experience, Hiro, Asui agreed. Though, to last this long against him. Bakugo isn't all talk, it seems, Hiro. Well now, Ash said, one eyebrow raised. Seems Blondie's finally putting his money where his mouth is. I still don't think he's gonna win, but let's see, Cassidy added. Bob and DVA cheerfully waved a flag and a banner printed with Midoriya's name and face. Good. Izuku hasn't been slacking on his training, Tatsumaki said, pride in her voice, though she had expected Bakugo to be knocked out of the ring far sooner. Well, he has excellent teachers, Fubuki replied. Izuku wants to make them proud, and he's doing it. Indeed. I hope my brother is watching, Genji said. He'd want to see whether Izuku kept up his practice. I'm sure Hanzo is, Mercy replied. He'd want to keep an eye on his student. Our student, Genji corrected with a small smile. Mercy just giggled softly. Holy moly, folks, this match is heating up fast. Present Mike cried. Bakugo's starting to apply pressure, and Midoriya's doing an outstanding impression of a human Swiss Army knife. He's using a wide variety of martial arts, Eraserhead observed. And if you're wondering how many and what they are, he knows 24 fighting styles, Hikaru added. But we've only seen 12 so far. Bakugo fired another blast, rocketing toward Midoriya. Midoriya slipped aside and launched into a Shaolin fist Haishin Shugeki, but his hand struck only smoke. Something yanked the back of his shirt. Bakugo dragged him upward into a swirling vortex of smoke. From the stands, it looked like Midoriya was being drawn into a tornado of his opponent's making. I can't see anything. What's going on? Questions erupted across the stadium. Don't worry, folks, it's just Bakugo's, Present Mike began. Howitzer impact. Bakugo roared. The swirling column tightened, then erupted outward, spiraling up and then curving down at terrifying speed. It twisted and writhed with light before slamming into the arena floor. Explosions rippled outward. Red, yellow, and orange flames spread as a massive cloud of smoke swallowed the ring. Spectators craned forward, trying in vain to see through the haze. Tatsumaki clicked her tongue and swept her hand through the air. A green aura shimmered over the arena, and with a flick of her wrist, the smoke tore away like a curtain. When the air cleared, Bakugo was poised to attack Midoriya from behind. Midoriya was already mid-turn, ready to counter. Both boys sprang back, eyes locked. Bakugo was seething, faint sparks igniting in the sweat coating his palms. Midoriya noticed the veins bulging along Bakugo's forearms. Bakugo rubbed them, forcing the swelling down. Midoriya realized he had been too defensive. It was time to shift gears. He stepped in and drove a Bajiquan pushing palm strike into Bakugo's stomach. A follow-up Bajiquan skyward fist smashed into Bakugo's chin, launching him upward. Bakugo blasted himself higher and then dove, streaking past Midoriya repeatedly, making his trajectory hard to track. "You're really pissing me off, Deku," he shouted. "Stop holding back and fight me with your quirk." He dove straight down, arm outstretched, palm blazing for Midoriya's head. Midoriya waited until the last possible instant, then stepped aside. Bakugo slammed into the arena with a roar of flame and dust. Midoriya surged forward at high speed. Using his momentum, he whipped into a fierce spin kick that would have sent Bakugo flying, if he hadn't grabbed him by the collar at the last second, snapping him back and causing slight whiplash. He struck next with a Wing Chun slap block, then followed with horizontal elbows, a double punch, and a sharp chop. He shifted seamlessly into Jeet Kune Do, a tight hook punch, an upward side kick, and a spinning back kick. Before Bakugo could respond, Midoriya pressed on. A volley to-do combination crashed into him. Knee kick, double punch, and a sweeping low kick. Midoriya took him to the ground, securing a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Americana from side mount. A heartbeat later, he transitioned into a heel hook on Bakugo's leg. Bakugo escaped the submission only by firing a desperate explosion. He staggered up, feeling the lingering pain in both arm and leg. Midoriya charged in. He hammered Bakugo with boxing fundamentals: jab, cross, hook, uppercut, then rolled into kickboxing: overhand right, back fist, roundhouse kick, push kick. He followed with savate, jab, cross, crisp roundhouse, and a stinging hook kick. Bakugo swung, palm crackling with an impending blast, but Midoriya seized his wrist and shoved him back with a Sambo side kick. A Sambo scissor takedown sent Bakugo crashing to the mat, followed by a crushing Sambo calf lock on the opposite leg. Midoriya then hauled him up and pounded him with Sambo hooks, casting punches, elbows, knees, and a double hammer fist. Bakugo screamed and rushed, detonating blast after blast. Midoriya weaved through them, closing the distance. A sillet palm uppercut snapped Bakugo's head back. Midoriya unleashed a ruthless sillet chain: forearms, hooks, elbows, jabs, knees, and roundhouse kicks. Bakugo swung a right hook with an explosion primed, but Midoriya ducked low. From his crouch, he hammered Sillet's horizontal elbows into Bakugo's stomach and legs. As Bakugo dropped to a knee, Midoriya slipped behind him and drove a Sillet cross punch into the side of his neck. Bakugo trembled as he tried to stand, his body protesting every movement. He glared at Midoriya, who calmly waited for him to rise. Bakugo roared and launched an explosive uppercut. Midoriya slipped past it, grabbing Bakugo's arm and throwing him with a Krav Maga shoulder throw. Bakugo scrambled up and charged again, only to meet a cross-body punch, then an uppercut, straight punch, round kick, and a sweeping heel kick. "Incredible. Keep your eyes on my nephew, everyone," Hikaru said through the mic. "Take notes on what he's learned and mastered. What fighting styles does he know, and who taught him?" Present Mike asked, awestruck. "His father taught him judo, Muay Thai, Muay Boran, and Lethwei," Hikaru explained. "I taught him Aikido, Hapkido, and Taekwondo. But we weren't his only teachers. My brother's friends trained him in Shaolin Fist, Bajiquan, Wing Chun, and Jeet Kune Do. My own friends instructed him in Jiu-Jitsu, Savate, Sillet, and Krav Maga. Sentinel heroes also contributed to his martial arts training, she continued. Genji and Hanzo trained him in Goju Ryu, Shotokan, Shorin Ryu, and Kyokushin karate. Cassidy and Ash drilled boxing and kickboxing into him. Zarya taught him Sambo, and Lucio introduced him to Vale Tudo and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Excellent choices, Eraserhead said. Every one of those styles is highly effective. My nephew took his training very seriously from the very beginning, Hikaru replied. Meanwhile, Bakugo stared down at himself. Bruises blossomed across his body. He spat out blood. The injuries weren't what enraged him, it was the feeling that Deku was making a fool out of him. He forced himself to his feet and glared daggers at Midoriya. Stop screwing around and get serious, as you did with that half-and-half bastard. Bakugo shouted. I only get serious when I need to, Midoriya replied evenly. So I'm a joke to you? Bakugo snarled. I'll show you what happens when you look down on me, Deku. He prepared to launch himself again, but Midoriya's next words cut through the tension like a blade. Do you really believe you'll be number one? Midoriya asked quietly. Damn right I will, Bakugo snapped. Unlike you, I'm not going to waste my time prattling on about crap for God knows how long. Who said I was prattling? Midoriya asked, voice low. No one. I'm seeing it myself, you wretch, Bakugo hissed. Wretch, huh, that's a new one, Midoriya said mildly. I'm surprised you know what it means. Bakugo bristled, but Midoriya pressed on. Do you know why my father was content with being number 2? What the hell does he have to do with this fight? Bakugo snarled, teeth grinding. Sparks jumped from his reddened palms. If you can answer correctly, Midoriya began. Cut the bullshit, Deku. Bakugo exploded. This is exactly the kind of crap I'm talking about when it comes to you. If you'd listen instead of running your mouth, you'd understand what you actually need to do to become number 1, Midoriya shot back. You think I need your help, Deku? Bakugo demanded, his voice dropping, eyes narrowing. Not mine, Midoriya said. My father's. Because, unlike you, he didn't give a damn about his ranking. He didn't care if he was in the double or triple digits. There were things he cared about far more than numbers. His family and friends. Bakugo muttered before he could stop himself. Yes, Midoriya said, squinting slightly, surprised by the unexpected insight. Nice story and all, Bakugo said impatiently, but I still don't see how that ties back to this fight or to me. It's because of your mentality, Midoriya said bluntly. It's harmful, and it needs to be addressed. You want to know what a real number 1 mentality looks like. My dad was a symbol, for the quirked and the quirkless. He saved people, protected them, and even stood up to the Hero Public Safety Commission for the sake of the people. He raised his voice, each word gaining weight. My dad is the reason my older siblings and I trained ourselves nearly to death. We wanted to be great heroes like him. But he didn't want us to be his copies, he wanted us to surpass him. He inspired people who wanted to be heroes to chase that dream, quirkless, or with so-called villainous quirks, it didn't matter. Midoriya's voice climbed higher. All Might made a mistake when he became the symbol of peace. That mistake was making himself the only symbol of peace. I want to be the number 1 hero too, but I won't be the only symbol when I get there. I want my classmates to become symbols of peace as well. But, he shouted, eyes blazing as he locked onto Bakugo's. Bakugo flinched, then clenched his teeth with a hiss. With the way you're acting, you'll just become another Endeavor, Midoriya said. You're already too much like him. You think power and strength are everything. But that's not what makes people feel safe. With heroes like that, civilians feel more afraid. He jabbed a finger toward the stands. They feel safe because they know some heroes are willing to sacrifice everything to secure a brighter future. He drew in a breath. My dad believed a true hero is willing to risk everything for the people they vow to protect. Real strength has to do with helping others. That's what he believed. That saying is the foundation of Sentinel's philosophy. Some people say his ideals are impossible or ridiculous, but that won't stop the people he inspired. Midoriya pointed up at the sky. Everyone in Sentinel who follows my dad's philosophy isn't trying to be his clone. We're making sure his legacy keeps living, keeps inspiring, and shines as bright as the sun and stars. A gentle warmth brushed Midoriya's shoulder, gone as quickly as it came. The stadium erupted in cheers. Pro heroes exchanged nods, quietly understanding the weight of his words. In Class 1A's section, his classmates sat straighter, eyes shining. Holy crap, Midoriya wants all of us to be symbols like All Might. Kaminari said. Damn it, Midoriya's the pinnacle of manliness. Kirishima bawled. He's just so goddamn manly. Midoriya continues to be an excellent example of what we should strive to become, Tokiyami said. In the commentator's booth, Hikaru smiled proudly. Takaru, your children, and your friends are keeping your legacy alive, she thought. I hope you're proud up there. Yeah, you tell that explosive brat, Izuku. Rika yelled from the stands. Ken gave a silent nod of approval. You think Dad heard that in heaven, Maki? Yugo whispered. Without a doubt, Maki replied. In the ring, Bakugo's eye twitched violently. The noise of the cheering crowd grated on his nerves like sandpaper. Deku could have given that speech on a stage, at a ceremony, anywhere else, but no. He had chosen their match, the one chance Bakugo had to prove who was stronger. It felt like the whole world bent over backward for Deku just because he existed. He'd had enough. Bakugo raised his arms and flexed his fingers until they went rigid. Sweat poured from his palms as he clapped them together. A thunderous boom ripped through the stadium, abruptly cutting off the cheering. Midoriya flinched at the sound, then exhaled slowly. This is exactly what I'm talking about, he said. Fine, then, we'll do this the hard way. He peeled off his ruined shirt, what little was left of it, folded it once, and set it carefully on the floor. He rolled his shoulders, and for a moment, the arena went silent. Then the crowd exploded. Oh man, the crowd's wild. Present Mike shouted. Oh my, such a youthful body and spirit. Midnight squealed, licking her lips. Can't he keep his shirt on for once? Yaoyorozu groaned, covering her face as her cheeks reddened. But you don't really mind, do you? A blushing Uraraka murmured. You said it, girl. Ashido cried as she and Hagakure snapped rapid-fire photos. What's his workout routine? Jiro muttered. Those gains are insane. I wonder what I could do with that kind of regimen. It must have been brutal to get that far. The scars prove it, Asui said, eyes focused. Over in Class 1B's section, the girls leaned over the railing. I don't know why I'm surprised, Kendo said, blushing. Shiozaki clasped her hands and silently prayed to ward off unseemly thoughts. The rest of the class stared, wide-eyed. Holy shit, I wanna spar with that kid. Mirko exclaimed, grinning sharply. Indeed, Yukio said, he must have gone through a lot to earn that physique. A faint blush colored her cheeks. Outside the stadium, Mt. Lady stared at the broadcast. How the hell does that kid have a body like that? And how did he hide it under his uniform? She sputtered. To think that's the same kid who fought the sludge villain, Death Arms said. Life's full of surprises, Kamui Woods replied. With Tatsumaki's group, reactions were more mixed. Wow, no matter how many times I see it, I still end up blushing, DVA admitted. I agree, Fubuki said. That physique belongs on a seasoned veteran. But it suits Izuku. He's just showing off. As usual, Tatsumaki sniffed, though her light blush betrayed her. How many offers do you think he'll get from that body alone? Genji asked Mercy. Plenty. From female pro heroes, at least, she answered. You think everyone back at the base is cheering for Izuku right now? Cassidy asked Ash. Oh, absolutely, Ash said. And I'm sure half of them are already hammered. Bob nodded solemnly. Back in the ring, Midoriya folded his arms. Steam began to billow from his skin. A low growl rumbled in his throat. He flung his arms wide and let out a battle cry. A massive pillar of fire erupted around him, engulfing him in a blazing column. Bakugo slammed his foot into the ground, bracing himself. Redness spread from Bakugo's palms to his fingers as he clenched his fists. Sweat poured from his hands in rivulets. Within the fiery vortex, something changed. The pillar detonated into a cloud of steam. When it cleared, everyone could see Midoriya clearly. His entire body was wreathed in white-blue flame, his form glowing and burning like living fire. His eyes shone a brilliant, eerie white. He lowered himself into his fighting stance and spoke, his voice echoing strangely. Tsukoshi wa mo sasateker yo? He asked, fire crackling the air. The crowd roared as the final match of UA's sports festival raged on. Bakugo's eyes narrowed at his opponent, smoke rising in angry wisps from his outstretched palms. Across from him, Midoriya still burned, heat rippling off his body, faint bubbles forming on his skin. The greenette didn't notice, or didn't care. "Well, what are you waiting for, Bakugo?" "I'm waiting," Midoriya taunted, curling a finger at the blonde the way one would tease a cat. Bakugo growled at the provocation, sweat pouring into his hands. With a deafening blast, he rocketed forward. Midoriya dropped into his fighting stance and pivoted aside. Bakugo sliced through the air at high speed, changing directions with violent, spearhead strikes, yet Midoriya weaved away from each one. "Damn it, stop dodging and fight me," Bakugo snarled. "Gladly," Midoriya replied. He slipped past another wild swing and cracked a punch across Bakugo's face. Grabbing the blonde's arm, Midoriya threw him over his shoulder. Before Bakugo could rise, Midoriya dropped an elbow into his stomach. Bakugo paid him back with a sharp knee to the jaw as he moved in, making Midoriya bite his tongue and taste iron. Both fighters rolled apart and sprang back to their feet. Bakugo fired a horizontal explosion as he hopped up, but Midoriya ducked under it and swept low at his legs. Bakugo leapt over the sweep and tried to slam both palms down onto Midoriya. The greenette rolled aside as twin blasts scorched the arena where he'd just been. Heat licked at his back as he came up. He hadn't seen that move before. Midoriya planted his own palms on the ground. Fire erupted beneath him, an explosion eerily similar to Bakugo's. The blast hurled him skyward. He twisted midair, drew his arm back, and conjured a flaming spear. With a snap of his wrist, he launched it. The force of the throw spun him in the air. The spear drove straight into Bakugo's outstretched palm, pinning the blonde in place for a heartbeat. Midoriya used that instant. He dropped from above with a two-handed hammer blow to Bakugo's skull. As the blonde staggered, the greenette slammed his palms forward, hurling several fiery projectiles that streaked along the arena floor before erupting against their target. Midoriya followed with 3 blazing uppercuts, then swept his arms upward, washing Bakugo in a burst of fire. The relentless barrage broke when Bakugo's fist crashed into Midoriya's jaw, sending the green-haired boy stumbling back. Midoriya rolled with the impact, using his momentum to whip a kick up under Bakugo's chin. Wow, Midoriya is literally on fire, and Bakugo is forcing his way through the heat. This fight is reaching an all-time high, folks. Let's see where this ends up. The voice hero shouted from the booth. This bastard better not think he's gonna toss me around. Bakugo seethed. His knuckles popped as fresh sweat ignited on his palms. The heat inside his body had climbed to its peak. He needed to finish this before he dried out. He clapped his hands together, smoke billowing from his palms. Midoriya frowned but rushed in to continue his assault. Bakugo met him head-on. Their fists collided, a small blast of smoke bursting between them. They both slid back, the fight reset to neutral. Midoriya understood in that single exchange. Bakugo's arm had been rigid, his fist locked. He was planning to trade blows. Midoriya got to hit him, but in return, Midoriya had to take a hit too. That was a problem. The form he was using was on a strict time limit. His thoughts were cut off as Bakugo launched himself forward again. Instead of point-blank explosions, the blonde slashed at him with smoking palms. Each swipe left a trail of black vapor that shifted to a clear white, then ignited in a chain of delayed explosions. Midoriya ducked and wove under the rapid flurry of swipes and thrusts, heat chasing him a half-step behind. He leaned back as Bakugo's stiff arm shot past where his head had been. Twisting at the waist, Midoriya whipped a kick into Bakugo's side, nearly knocking him over. Bakugo caught Midoriya's leg under his arm, teeth grinding. A blinding blast erupted from both of them. Smog swallowed the arena, once again blinding the crowd to what was happening inside. Tatsumaki and her group had made it into the stadium. The elder Esper lifted a hand, green aura flaring around her, only for it to fizzle out a heartbeat later. Confused, she turned toward the announcer's booth. Her gaze smoldered when it found Aizawa. His hair floated and twisted like a candle flame, erasure active. His brows were furrowed, lips pressed into a hard line. Class 1A's homeroom teacher gave a tiny shake of his head. No, she would not intervene again. DVA didn't like how the match was going. This was supposed to be a total wash for Midoriya. She hadn't expected Bakugo to land clean hits, much less keep trading with him. Midoriya needed momentum. She decided she'd give it to him. The gamer shot to her feet. "Come on, everyone. Give him some encouragement. Cheer him on," she cried. No one had to ask which him she meant. The stadium erupted. "You can do it. Show him. He's nothing. Come on, champ. You're the best." The cheers seemed endless, a tidal wave of adoration. The people loved Midoriya, most of them, anyway. A closer look would have shown a few dissenting faces, but it didn't matter. The effect was immediate. From inside the smog, Bakugo came hurtling across the stage. He slammed his palms into the arena floor, fingers sinking in as the concrete melted beneath the heat he generated. The swirling smog twisted tighter, compacting into raw flame that surged toward Midoriya. He drew it into his palms. He crushed the heat down into a tight, searing orb, then lifted it for Bakugo to see, a tiny sun glowing in his hand. The crowd went wild as Midoriya turned toward them, arms spread, smiling bright against the flames licking his skin. Then the smile vanished as he faced Bakugo again. His gaze hardened. Bakugo's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull. His body lurched as something struck him, something he never even saw. The impact passed through him an instant before Midoriya's fist connected with his chin in a blazing uppercut. His head snapped back. A burning grip closed around his left arm, and then his world blurred as Midoriya flung him like a rag doll across the arena. He didn't know which way was up until his back slammed into the floor. Blinking through the pain, Bakugo saw a heated palm descending toward his face. He kicked upward on instinct. Midoriya caught his leg and, with a mighty swing, hurled him into the air. Bakugo righted himself mid-air and reignited his palms, explosions stalling his uncontrolled spin. He scanned frantically for his opponent. Midoriya was gone. Every instinct screamed that standing still would get him killed. Bakugo blasted himself downward, boots carving a crater as he hit. He snapped his head up, and found Midoriya hanging in the air where he'd just been. Time seemed to slow. Green eyes met red. Bakugo's pupils narrowed to slits. He dug his heels in, veins standing out under his skin. Teeth clenched, pores stinging, he aimed both hands upward. Light swallowed his palms. The blast that followed was massive, heat and sound erupting in a single, blinding detonation. The recoil nearly ripped him off his feet and buckled the arena beneath him. It was like a flashbang. Audience members flinched, shielding their eyes. Midoriya crossed his arms in front of himself and took the inferno head-on. His skin singed despite his heat resistance, it was still blisteringly hot. He flexed his fingers, mirroring the way Bakugo had done earlier, and gripped as the power gathered in his hands. His aura absorbed most of the blast, but it still burned. With a roar, Midoriya twisted his body and swung, redirecting the torrent back toward its owner. Bakugo stared at the massive fireball racing down on him. His limbs trembled with strain. His throat and skin felt dry and raw. He tried to lift his arms to fire a counterblast. The wave hit. The arena vanished in a wall of flame. A thunderous boom shook the entire stadium. Smentos erected thick concrete walls to shield the crowd, but even those began to melt at the edges as shockwaves cracked the ground and sent debris flying. Some people covered their ears, others weren't quick enough and screamed as their eardrums burst. When the fire finally died and the molten cement cooled, a stunned silence fell. Many spectators were frozen with their mouths open. Others had passed out. Even the pro-heroes were left speechless. All of it, from the first clash to this apocalyptic blast, had been wrought by the power and skill of two first-year students. Endeavor's jaw hung slack. Aizawa's face had gone pale, his hair flaring up like a startled cat. Present Mike stood with his face pressed to the glass of the booth, fogging it up, one eyebrow twitching. Back in the lounge, Hikaru wiped hot chocolate off the window she'd just splashed in shock. Her eyes bugged out, her mug hovering forgotten near her lips. The fight, however, wasn't over. Midoriya landed lightly on the floor. His expression was stern, until his brows rose. Bakugo's right arm was badly singed, skin darkened and trembling. Before Midoriya could say anything, Bakugo forced himself into a stance. The blonde winced but squared his shoulders. He was still ready to fight. Bakugo launched a volley of explosions, but Midoriya charged straight through them, absorbing the blasts into his burning aura. The blonde swung for a hook. Midoriya slipped outside and cracked a Jeet Kune Do backfist into his face. The green-haired man didn't stop. Bakugo ate a Jeet Kune Do combination. Double jab, backfist, spinning hook kick, then a flurry of Shaolin fist techniques. Chusho, Reikengeki, Suyokugeki. Midoriya flowed straight into Bajakwan, Hachiman Kata, Kansutai, and Sho Chaochu. Finally, he capped the barrage with a Sambo sequence, hammer fist, double jab, high side kick. Bakugo still managed to snatch Midoriya's wrist. He used an explosion as a pivot, spinning them both before slamming Midoriya into the ground. A massive blast engulfed the area where Midoriya fell. The greenette burst out of the smoke and slammed a savate uppercut into Bakugo's jaw. He followed with a crisp savate combination. Cross, hook, mid-roundhouse kicks, then a high roundhouse to finish. Bakugo swung wildly, but Midoriya dipped under the strike and countered with a Judo Kataguruma, flipping him over his shoulders. Bakugo scrambled up, only to be hurled back down by an Aikido Juji Nage. Midoriya dropped with him, catching his arm and locking in a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Kimura. Bakugo hammered punches into Midoriya's ribs until the greenette loosened the hold. They broke apart and rose again. Bakugo drew his arm back for another explosion, but Midoriya slipped in low, chopping him down with a sillet sequence, ground side kick, spinning sickle, naga kicks, before chaining into volley to-do, palm uppercut, jab, high roundhouse. This is a fantastic match we're seeing, everyone. Keep your eyes peeled, even if it looks one-sided now. I'm sure we're gonna see more surprises from these two. Present Mike shouted, but the important question is, what is the purpose of the technique Midoriya's using right now? What's the point of setting himself on fire? Eraserhead asked from beside him. I can answer that, Hikaru said, crossing her arms. The form my nephew is using amplifies his quirk and protects him. The fire around his body shields him from any flames, no matter how hot. Bakugo's quirk is basically useless right now. Midoriya can absorb the blasts or just ignore them. The form also lets my nephew increase the raw power of his quirk. It boosts his strength and speed enough to inflict serious damage, she continued. He created it as a trump card for when he faces enemies stronger than himself. Right now, this is a test run, to see if it works the way he envisioned. But there is a downside. He hasn't mastered it yet. What's the cost? Present Mike asked. Sorry, no spoilers. The match is still going, Hikaru answered. Damn it, Bakugo roared. Midoriya didn't reply. He just raised an eyebrow and curled his fingers in a silent bring it on. Bakugo charged, leaping with both fists raised. He brought them down in an explosive arc, but Midoriya interlocked his hands above his head, bracing. Power flared through his arms. He slammed his palms to the ground. Vulcan Geyser. 5 towering pillars of flame erupted beneath Bakugo, tossing him skyward. He hit the ground hard and rolled, scrambling up, only to find empty space in front of him. A fireball smashed into his back. Midoriya appeared in his blind spot, driving an elbow into his gut. As Bakugo folded, Midoriya channeled One for All again. Hellfire Drive. He unleashed a hail of Jeet Kune Do punches and kicks, each strike wreathed in fire. The final blow was a 1-inch punch to the chest that detonated point blank. Midoriya vanished in a blazing blur, leaving a flaming afterimage behind. He reappeared an instant later, carving a blazing horizontal line across Bakugo's body. The line exploded, launching Bakugo into the air before he crashed back to the arena. Damn you, Deku, he howled. Midoriya only smirked and appeared in front of him once more. Misatoru, Shikunetsu no Kobushi wo, he said quietly. He activated One for All again and seized Bakugo's body. Flames exploded outward as he pummeled Bakugo with a barrage of explosive punches, each hit detonating on impact. Then he rocketed into the air, arms spread, spinning through the sky while striking Bakugo repeatedly. His opponent was knocked higher and higher until Midoriya landed and turned to face him. Midoriya lifted his rear hand. A sphere of flame gathered and condensed, pulsing with power as Bakugo plummeted, just above the arena. Kurei! He fired the flame in a massive wave. The blast caught Bakugo full on, flinging him out of the ring and into the stadium wall. The reinforced concrete buckled, nearly caving under the impact of his unconscious body. A.N. Kure, in English means, eat this. Midnight stepped forward to declare the result, then froze. Midoriya's white-blue glow flickered out. He staggered, expression slack. He turned toward the crowd one last time, just in time to be slapped in the face by a bra flying out of the stands. He toppled backward. The R-rated hero dashed into the arena, catching him before he hit the ground. Midoriya's head dropped against her chest, and she let out a small chuckle. Jealous glares from nearly every woman present locked onto her in an instant. You did amazing out there, Midoriya. You've earned some rest, she whispered, gently rubbing his hair. Then she straightened and raised her voice. Bakugo is out. Your winner is Izuku Midoriya. Midnight announced. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Cassidy whooped as Ash and Bob celebrated beside him. I knew Izuku could do it. DVA cheered, bouncing up and down. Izuku, you delivered an honorable and incredible performance, Genji said calmly. You honored everyone who trained you. Indeed, you, and those who taught you, must be very proud, Mercy agreed. Genji chuckled softly, making her smile. That woman is getting awfully handsy with Izuku, Tatsumaki growled, eyes narrowed at Midnight. Calm down, sister. Midnight just caught him, so he wouldn't get hurt when he fell, Fubuki said, trying to rein her in. Fuck yeah, you showed that explosive Pomeranian who's boss, little bro. Rika crowed. I bet mom's crying tears of joy right now. And who could blame her? Ken added. Yes, yes, yes. Izuku won his first UA Sports Festival, Maki squealed, practically vibrating. But how angry do you think Bakugo will be? She asked, glancing at Yugo. Oh, mighty pissed, Yugo replied. Izuku didn't even go all out and used him like a test dummy. Plus the beatdown on top of that. Meanwhile, at the Midoriya residence, Inko sobbed openly as she clutched a pillow. Izuku, you did it. She wailed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Back at UA, Present Mike's voice boomed over the speakers. And with this year's sports festival is finished. The first-year winner is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. The monitors showed Midoriya's face with the word winner above him. Fireworks exploded in the sky as the crowd cheered anew. So the cost of Midoriya's new ability is a time limit that knocks him unconscious once it's up, Eraserhead muttered. Yes, Hikaru confirmed, but with enough training, Izuku should be able to avoid passing out. He'll still suffer tremendous strain on his body, though. Later, all the first-year students gathered on the field for the award ceremony. All of the events for the first year's sports festival are complete. Now, we will move on to the award ceremony, Midnight announced. Fog rolled in behind her as three pillars rose from the ground, each at a different height. Todoroki and Tokiyami stood side by side on the shortest one, while Midoriya occupied the tallest. Gasps rippled through the crowd when they saw the second highest pillar. Bakugo was chained to a stone slab. Midoriya's eyes widened, and his head jerked back when the blonde snapped awake, sharp red irises locking onto him, pupils thinned like a feral cat's. Massive cuffs clamped around his hands, and a muzzle covered his mouth. He thrashed against the restraints, glaring daggers at Midoriya. Why is Bakugo chained up? Todoroki asked quietly. Because he went berserk when he woke up and demanded a rematch with Midoriya, Tokiyami replied. The behavior he's showing is that of a feral animal. Laughter rippled through the stadium. Unfortunately, we are missing one first-year student, Midnight continued. Tenya Iida had to leave due to a family emergency. Thank you for your understanding. She punctuated that with a wink at the cameras. Must you really? Tokiyami muttered with an invisible sweat drop. Iida was looking forward to the award ceremony, Asui said softly. I know, Uraraka replied. Iida, Midoriya thought. When he'd first woken up in the infirmary, he remembered Iida's words. Midoriya, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, it's sudden, but I must leave, Iida had told them, hands clenched at his sides. My brother was attacked by a villain. You mean Ingenium? That's awful, Uraraka had gasped. What's his condition? Yaoyorozu had asked, worry creasing her brow. I don't know the details yet. I need to see for myself, Iida answered. Ingenium is a beloved hero who respects the law and leads others. I've always wanted to be like my brother. He's the reason I aspired to become a hero. Back in the present, Midoriya looked up at the sky. I hope your brother's okay, Iida, he prayed silently. Meanwhile, Iida sat on a train bound for Hosu, gripping the handle beside his seat so hard his knuckles turned white as he stared out the window. Back at the stadium, Midnight raised the mic again. Now, we will award the medals. The person presenting them this year will be none other than. Ha 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 ha. A booming laugh rang out from the roof. It's All Might, a civilian shouted as the audience erupted into smiles and cheers. The symbol of peace leapt down from the rooftop. Our hero, Midnight began. I've got the medals, All Might said at the same time. All Might, right here. They finished together, overlapping. An awkward silence followed. All Might glanced sideways at Midnight, a gloomy aura radiating off him. I'm sorry, I spoke over you, the R-rated heroine apologized. Midoriya, his older siblings, and Hikaru all struggled not to burst out laughing. PFF'd. That was so lame, they all thought in unison. The first-year students are so lucky, a civilian whispered. The number one hero was watching them, another added. Please award the medals, starting from third place, Midnight said, handing the ribbons to All Might. All Might draped the first bronze medal around Tokiyami's neck. Young Tokiyami, congratulations. You're very strong, he said. You're too kind, Tokiyami replied. All Might pulled him into a quick hug. To fight well against different opponents, you must not rely only on your quirk, All Might advised as he let go. Train your body. The stronger you become, the more options you'll have in battle. Tokiyami stared at his third-place medal and nodded. Yes, sir. Next, All Might placed the second bronze medal on Todoroki. Young Todoroki, congratulations, he said. I assume there was a reason you didn't use your left side until your match with young Midoriya. I didn't realize how much I'd been holding myself back, Todoroki replied quietly. But my eyes were opened, thanks to Midoriya. I can understand, at least a little, why you're interested in him. I want to become a hero like you. But it wouldn't be right if I were the only one who broke away. He lifted his gaze to All Might. There's something I must settle. All Might nodded and pulled him into a hug. Your expression has changed since your match with young Midoriya, the symbol of peace said. I won't cry. I'm sure you'll be able to do what you need to do. Then he turned to Bakugo with the silver medal in hand. Young Bakugo. This is a bit much, he muttered, eyeing the chains and muzzle. He removed the muzzle first. You did your best. You gave it your all. Congratulations. All Might, Bakugo said, his voice rough. All Might leaned in slightly, curious. There's no way I can accept that worthless award. Bakugo exploded. It means nothing since damn Deku wasn't using his full power. How am I supposed to prove I'm the strongest when I got beaten? Especially when that bastard held back. What a scary face, All Might thought, sweat dropping internally. It's true that people are constantly being compared in public, All Might said aloud. But there aren't many who can keep aiming for the top on a fixed scale. He looked at Bakugo's seething expression. So scary, he thought again. Take this medal, okay? He urged, holding it out. Think of it as a wound you can never forget. I don't want it, Bakugo snapped. Now, All Might moved to slip it over his head. Bakugo jerked his head back. I said I don't want it. Even so, All Might managed to flick the ribbon so that the medal dropped right into Bakugo's open mouth. There we go, the pro hero said cheerfully, turning and walking toward Midoriya with the gold medal. Young Midoriya, congratulations, he said, placing it around his successor's neck. Today, you inspired many present and future heroes, not just with your words, but with your actions as well. Even I was inspired when you reminded me I should have helped make other heroes into symbols. Your father must be honored and proud to know his family and friends continue his legacy. I'm sure you'll become an even greater symbol than me once you become a pro hero. Thank you, All Might, Midoriya said with a warm smile. I only made it here because of everyone who inspired and trained me. This award doesn't belong to just me, it belongs to everyone who gave their all in this year's sports festival. All Might pulled him into a tight hug. Continue to inspire others to chase their dreams as you have, he said. Become a symbol like your father, and like me. I'm rooting for you. He released Midoriya and turned back to the crowd. Well, here are the winners this time. He boomed. But listen up, any one of you could have ended up on these podiums. It's just as you saw, competing, pushing each other to improve, and climbing even higher. The next generation of heroes is definitely sprouting. He thrust a fist toward the sky. So, I just have one more thing to say. All Might shouted. Everyone, say it with me. Ready, go. Thank you for the hard work. Plus Ultra. All Might and the audience yelled together. Another awkward silence followed. What? Plus Ultra should have been first. All Might. The crowd complained. Well, I thought everyone worked hard, he mumbled. Midoriya, his siblings, his aunt, and the present Sentinel heroes couldn't hold back their laughter this time. Later, the first years returned to their classroom. Aizawa shuffled in, sleeping bag slung over one shoulder, the class waiting for his announcement. Good job, he said flatly. There's no school tomorrow or the day after. You'll receive offers from pro heroes who watched the sports festival. We'll gather those and announce them after the break. Rest, and wait in anticipation. Yes, sir, the class replied in unison, everyone except Bakugo, who still had the silver medal jammed in his mouth. That night, Iida arrived at Hosu General Hospital. He hurried to the front desk. Excuse me, my brother, Tensai Iida, what room is he in? He asked. Once given the number, he took off down the corridor. Please don't run, a nurse called after him. Iida ignored it. He skidded to a halt when he saw his mother standing outside the room. Mother, he exclaimed. Tenya, she said softly, face lined with worry. How's Tensai? He blurted, pushing the door open without waiting. Tenya, lower your voice, and put on a mask, his mother admonished. Inside, a doctor stood near the bed. The anesthetic just wore off. He's awake, but he's not fully alert yet, the doctor explained. If the surgery had started even 2 minutes later, he wouldn't have made it. Tensai's eyes fluttered open. Tenya, Mom, he rasped. Tensai, Iida whispered, stepping to his brother's side. Sorry, I have a capable little brother, looking up to me. Tensai said, voice trembling. I'm sorry, Tenya, your big brother lost. Tensai, Iida cried, tears spilling down his face. The next day, Midoriya sat at the dinner table in their apartment building with his family. Ken, Rika, Yugo, Maki, and Hikaru had all gathered alongside Inko. You were so brave and amazing out there, Izuku. Inko said, dabbing her eyes with a tissue. But I fainted about 7 times whenever you were in a dangerous situation. I'm pretty sure the last 2 were from dehydration, from crying too much, she added. Wow, you were braver than me, Midoriya joked. Don't mock your mother, Inko scolded lightly, though her lips twitched. The rest of the family snickered. Still, you pulled some risky, crazy stunts during the festival, Maki said. Yeah, Rika agreed. You shot yourself into the air with mines, stabbed your own stomach just to make a classmate use his full power, made people think you were actually going to blow them up, and used a technique you haven't even mastered yet. But then again, we pulled some crazy shit back when we trained at UA and during our missions, Yugo pointed out. Inko reached over and smacked him lightly on the head. No cursing at the table, Yugo. You know better, she chided. Sorry, Mom, Yugo said with a sheepish giggle. But he's right, we have done some insane things, Ken admitted. Are you sure you want to keep the scars on your right hand? Hikaru asked her youngest nephew. Yeah, Midoriya said without hesitation. My scars are meaningful. The ones I got in training are proof of my determination to become a hero. This new one, it means I helped someone accept themselves when they couldn't. Just like your father, Inko chuckled fondly. He was proud of the scars he gained during training and on missions, too. And our little brother has definitely gotten popular with the ladies, Ken added, nudging Izuku, whose face turned crimson. That's right. Especially when you took off your shirt during your fight with Bakugo, and when that girl threw her bra at you, Rika teased. You were even completely unfazed with your girlfriend, Yaoyorozu, ending up on top of you at the end of the obstacle race, Hikaru added with a smirk. I'm wondering when I'll get to meet Yaoyorozu, Inko said. From what Hikaru's told me, you two spend a lot of time together. Midoriya pulled his hood up and covered his face, trying to shield himself from the teasing. His family only chuckled harder. Meanwhile, Uraraka returned to her small apartment, balancing grocery bags in both arms. She placed them down and reached for the doorknob. Huh, that's weird. I locked the door before I left, she muttered as it turned easily. As soon as she stepped inside, two shadowy figures lunged at her. Ochako! They shouted. Uraraka screamed, her eyes bulging comically. The lights flicked on, revealing the intruders. The first was a man around 5 feet 9, with tan skin, auburn brown eyes, a light stubble beard, and short, messy khaki hair. The second was a woman who looked almost exactly like Uraraka, except her auburn brown hair was longer and she stood about 5 feet 7 inches. Both looked to be in their late 30s or early 40s. There you are, the man said with a thumbs up and a wide grin. Daddy, Mommy, what are you doing here? Uraraka yelped. We came to throw you a party. Her mother beamed, gently pressing one of Uraraka's popped eyes back into place. We had to come after seeing our daughter put on such an awesome performance on TV. Her father added proudly. Wait, what? But what about work? Did you take the bullet train? When? How? Uraraka sputtered. She finally stopped, took a deep breath, and then smiled with tears in her eyes. I can't believe you're here, she said, wrapping both of them in a tight hug. At the Todoroki estate, Shoto pulled on casual clothes and headed for the door. Shoto, where are you going? His older sister Fuyumi asked. She stood about 5 feet 5, with fair skin, a curvy figure, and turquoise eyes. Her white hair was cut to her shoulders, with ear-length side bangs and a short clump at her forehead tinged with crimson. Red-framed rectangular glasses rested on her nose. She, too, was dressed casually. The hospital, Shoto answered. Why all of a sudden? Don't you need to tell Dad? Fuyumi asked. No, he said simply, opening the door. Why are you going to see her now, after all this time? She asked quietly. I'll be back soon, Todoroki replied, stepping out. On his way to the hospital where his mother stayed, he passed a child excitedly telling his mom about the sports festival. The words pulled him back to that day years ago. His mother's hands were shaking as she held the kettle. She made a phone call to her own mother. The children are turning out just like him. I'm going crazy. His left side. I can't bear to look at it. Todoroki clenched his fists as he stopped in front of the hospital. He asked the front desk for his mother's room. As he walked down the hallway, his thoughts darkened. I haven't seen her since that day. My existence only caused her suffering. She's probably still being held captive, by my father, and by me. If I'm going to become a hero with this body, using everything I have. He stopped at her door, hand hovering over the handle. You choose who you want to be, he heard his mother say in his memory. What will it take for you to realize this is your quirk, not your father's? Midoriya's voice echoed right after. To become the ideal hero. I need to see her. I need to talk to her, Todoroki decided. He opened the door. His mother sat by the window, looking outside. There's so much we need to talk about, he thought as he stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Mom, he said quietly. She turned slowly. She appeared to be in her early 40s, with fair skin and an average build. Her brown-gray eyes were framed by long lashes, and her straight, shoulder-length white hair fell forward in long bangs. Surprise flickered across her gentle features. Even if she doesn't want it, I'll rescue her from here. That's my starting line, Todoroki vowed silently. Rain hammered the windshield as Midoriya guided the 1969 Ford Mustang Mach 1 through the streets toward UA. Yaoyorozu sat in the passenger seat, with Uraraka and Asui in the back. The wipers clicked back and forth in a steady rhythm as Midoriya held the wheel with relaxed focus. He had tried calling Iida earlier to see if he wanted a ride, but he hadn't picked up. Odd, but not enough to dwell on. He rolled to a stop at a red light. The engine rumbled beneath them, low and powerful, and for a moment, the rain was the only sound. Then a voice cut through it. Excuse me, are you Midoriya from Class 1A? Midoriya glanced to his left. A businessman in a suit was leaning slightly out of the window of the sedan beside him. On his right, a group of adults in another car were now paying attention as well. Yeah, that's me. Midoriya replied cautiously. His shoulders relaxed when he heard what came next. Amazing job at the sports festival. I rooted for you the entire time, the businessman praised. You're the winner of the sports festival. Well done. The driver of the car on the right called. He powered through everything. The driver's friend added. He'll no doubt become a great hero, the lady in the passenger seat said warmly. Keep doing your best, hero. The group chimed. Thank you, Midoriya replied, a little awkward but genuinely grateful. The light turned green. He eased off the brake, the Mustang rolling forward through the curtain of rain. They arrived at UA, tires splashing through the puddles as Midoriya pulled into the lot and found a space. You sure are popular, Izuku. You have many supporting you, Yaoyorozu remarked as she stepped out, opening her umbrella. Yeah, I thought some people might be scared of you because of your stunts during the sports festival, hero, Asui added, popping open her own umbrella. They're more impressed by Deku-kun's skills and Quirk, Uraraka said, doing the same. The mentioned young man felt a faint bitterness churn in his chest at the word, Quirk, an instinctive flicker of something darker from his vigilante days. He shook his head, smothered it, and forced a smile as he changed the subject. True, but you three did terrific as well. I'm sure you'll all have offers waiting for you, he said. Midoriya opened his umbrella and stepped out into the drizzle. Before they could head for the gate, a familiar voice rang out. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Asui. Good morning. Iida sprinted toward them in a raincoat and rain boots, arms pumping with his usual intensity. The group turned as he ran right past them. Why are you ambling? We will be late, he declared. Late? We have 5 minutes before the bell. Midoriya protested as he and the girls hurried after him. Students of UA are expected to arrive 10 minutes early. Iida fired back. Seriously? Midoriya yelped, breaking into a faster run. The others followed suit. Inside, they closed their umbrellas and placed them neatly with the others by the entrance. Their rain boots went into their respective shoe lockers with the same practiced routine. So Iida, how is, Uraraka began, but Iida cut her off. If this is about my brother, there's nothing to worry about, he said curtly, removing his raincoat. I apologize for making you all worry. He sounded formal and composed, but something in his tone felt off. Still, the group let it drop for now. Class 1A filtered into their classroom in small clusters, conversation bouncing from desk to desk. Midoriya, hanging back for a second, caught a glimpse of 2 familiar silhouettes down the hall, but before he could focus on them, the flow of students swept him inside. Man, there's a big difference between being on the news and being aired on TV. Ashido gushed. I was stopped so many times by fans on the way here. Same, Kirishima agreed. People were staring at me. It was so embarrassing, Hagakure said. Isn't that the usual for you? Ojiro asked innocently. You can't believe what kids kept saying to me, Shiro groaned. Nice try, Asui guessed. Shiro deflated. Yeah, it's amazing how we became the center of attention in one day. Kaminari said. UA is truly amazing. Mineta agreed. The classroom doors slid open. Conversations died in an instant as everyone hurried to their seats. Aizawa stepped in, no longer swathed in his usual bandages. Good morning, Eraserhead said. Good morning, Sensei, the class answered. Hiro, your bandages are gone, Aizawa Sensei. I'm glad, Asui remarked. The old lady went overboard with the treatment, the underground hero replied dryly, scratching at the new scar under his right eye with his pinky. Anyway, today's hero class is a little special. Special? Is it a test? Please don't let it be a test. Kaminari begged internally. I'm not good with the laws regarding heroes. I'm still learning, Kirishima thought, sweating. You're picking your hero names today, Aizawa announced. Something exciting today, most of Class 1A shouted. Aizawa's hair rose as he activated his quirk. The red glow of his eyes shut down the noise immediately. It's related to the hero offers I mentioned before your break, he continued. Drafts usually come in during 2nd and 3rd years, after students gain experience and become assets to pro heroes. For agencies to extend offers to 1st years means they're interested in your potential. However, those offers can be rescinded if their interest in you dies down before you graduate. Adults are selfish, Mineta grumbled, smacking his desk. Which means we have to prove ourselves after getting picked, right? Hagakure asked. That's right, Aizawa confirmed. Now, here are the offers Class 1A received. He clicked a remote. The monitor at the front of the room flickered to life, displaying the numbers. Offers to Class 1A. Izuku Midoriya, 7,895. Shoto Todoroki, 4,123. Katsuki Bakugo, 3,556. Fumikage Tokiyami, 360. Tenya Iida, 301. Denki Kaminari, 272. Momo Yaoyorozu, 108. Eijiro Kirishima, 68. Ochako Uraraka, 20. Honta Siro, 14. Usually, the offers are more evenly distributed, Aizawa said, but these three drew the most attention this year. Man, so unfair, Kaminari groaned, flopping back. The pros are blind not to see my magnificent shine. Aoyama lamented. Ashido just stared at the board, mouth hanging open. Todoroki is second while Bakugo is third. Jiro murmured. It's the complete opposite of their placement at the sports festival, Kirishima added. Well, I could imagine a pro not wanting someone who had to be chained up, Siro said. If I scare a pro, it means they were weak. Bakugo snapped. Yaoyorozu sighed quietly. She couldn't help wishing she'd done more at the sports festival. You must be proud, having so many heroes sending offers to you, she said to Todoroki. Most of them must be because of my father, he replied bluntly. Wow, Midoriya has so many offers. Hagakure exclaimed. Mainly because he's so versatile, Ojiro added. Speaking of Midoriya's offers, Aizawa continued, he didn't just get offers here in Japan. He's received offers from North and South America, Europe, Africa, and the rest of Asia. The room exploded with shock. That's amazing, Izuku, Yaoyorozu said. Thanks, Momo, Midoriya answered with a shy smile. We got offers. People want us. Uraraka cheered, grabbing Iida's shoulders and shaking him. Iida hummed absently in agreement. Sucks that the rest of us didn't get any offers. But how did Midoriya get so many after his stunts at the sports festival? Mineta muttered. Regardless of whether you got offers, you'll all be doing internships with pro heroes, Aizawa cut in. Internships, Uraraka echoed. Yes, you already have experience fighting villains from the USJ incident. But working alongside pros will give you more structured, productive training, Aizawa explained. That's the reason for the hero names. Sato wondered aloud. I'm looking forward to it. Hagakure said. The hero names are temporary, Aizawa warned, but if you're not serious. The door slid open. You'll have hell to pay. A sultry voice finished. Whoa, Kaminari, Mineta, and Siro yelped, faces flushing. Midnight sauntered in, hips swaying, arms folded behind her head. The scent of perfume seemed to follow her. Many hero names used by students are eventually recognized by society and become their official names when they go pro, Midnight explained. Midnight, Kaminari, Siro, and Mineta chorused, practically sparkling. That's how it is, Aizawa said. Midnight will evaluate your hero names. I can't do things like that. He grabbed his sleeping bag and, for a moment, his thoughts drifted back to his own student days. What, you haven't decided on a hero name? A young present Mike demanded. I don't want to be on the news, so what's the point? A younger Aizawa replied flatly. Well then, I'll happily give you one. How's? Eraserhead, present Mike said proudly. Fine, I'll go with that, Aizawa agreed, clearly unconcerned. Aizawa was about to dive into his sleeping bag when he addressed the class again. A hero's name represents an idea, he said. A clear image of who you want to be in the future. As the saying goes, names and nature often agree. Like, All Might, for example. Midnight began passing out small whiteboards to each student. After a while, she clapped her hands. All right, if you've figured out your hero name, please come up and present it, the R-rated hero announced. Wait, we have to present these. Kirishima panicked internally. Man, who's got the balls to go first? Siro wondered. Aoyama rose from his seat with dramatic flair, whiteboard in hand. Here I go, he said, stepping up to the podium. He flipped the board around. The shining hero. I can't stop twinkling. Which means you can't stop my shine. A sentence. Class 1A, minus Bakugo, screamed silently in their heads. You should remove the I and shorten cannot to can't, Midnight suggested. Why, thank you for the aid, Mademoiselle, Aoyama replied, beaming. That's fine. Kirishima, Kaminari, Sato, Shiro, and Jiro all thought in confusion. Also, decide between either Japanese or French, Sato commented. Then I'm next, Ashido declared, bouncing to the podium. My hero name, Alien Queen. She announced. You mean that thing with the acidic blood? I don't think so, Midnight said flatly, recalling a certain horror film creature. Dang it, Ashido groaned, trudging back to her seat. That wasn't good either, Kaminari and Ojiro thought nervously. Weird ones came up first. Should ours be funny too? Shiro, Jiro, and Kirishima all wondered, tensing up. Hiro, may I go next? Asui asked, raising her hand. Sure, Sue, Midnight said. Asui stepped up to the podium, calm as ever. I decided this back in elementary school. Rainy season hero. Froppy, she declared. How cute. And personal, too. This is a great example of how you want to be seen as a hero. Midnight praised. Everyone visibly relaxed. A chant of, Froppy. Froppy, echoed in their heads. Thank you, Froppy. Most of the class thought fondly, Bakugo excluded. Kirishima strode forward next. Sturdy hero. Red Riot. He announced. I see you're paying homage to the chivalrous hero. Crimson Riot, right? Midnight asked. Yes, he may be old school, but Crimson's everything I want to be, Kirishima said firmly. Shouldering the name of someone you admire will come with a lot of pressure. Are you prepared for that? Midnight asked. You bet, he replied without hesitation. Man, I haven't come up with a good hero name. Kaminari muttered under his breath. Jiro tapped his shoulder. Hey, Kaminari, how about Jamming Way? She suggested. Oh, it's similar to Hemingway, who wrote A Farewell to Arms. That sounds smart. I like it, Kaminari said. No, it's because even though you're strong, you always jam your brain, Jiro said between giggles. Oh, come on, Jiro. Quit messing with me, Kaminari whined. Jiro left him stewing and headed to the podium. Hearing hero. Earphone Jack, she declared. That's wonderful. A name that represents your quirk. Midnight complimented. Shoji followed. Tentacle hero. Tentacle, he presented. Oh, I love that portmanteau. Midnight said approvingly, appreciating the play on tentacle, and the Japanese word for octopus, teiko. Taping hero. Cellophane, Shiro said. Right on the nose. Good job, Midnight praised. Shiro blushed, grinning. Martial arts hero. Tailman. Ojiro announced, flexing his tail. No surprise there, Midnight replied with a smile. Sweets hero. Sugarman, Sato said. How sweet, Midnight remarked. Acid hero. Venus, Ashido presented on her second attempt. Ooh, what's the reason behind that? Midnight asked. I was having trouble figuring out my hero name, so Uraraka helped me. She said I should name myself Venus since the planet produces acid rain, Ashido explained. All eyes turned to Uraraka. I like space, okay. She blurted, cheeks burning. Yeah, and if I remember correctly, the planet was named after the Roman goddess of love. Venus symbolizes love and beauty, Midoriya added thoughtfully. That makes it even better. Ashido squealed. Indeed, a perfect choice, Midnight agreed. Stun gun hero. Chargebolt. Electrifying, isn't it? Kaminari said with a finger gun pose. Makes me tingly, Midnight replied. Reflecting hero. Prism. Hagakure announced. I love it. Let's keep those names coming. Midnight said cheerfully. Aizawa, meanwhile, had settled into his sleeping bag and promptly dozed off. I hope not to bring shame to this name. The everything hero. Kriti, Yaoyorozu said, bowing slightly. Creative, Midnight praised. Shoto, Todoroki said simply when his turn came. Just your name, are you okay with that? Midnight asked. Yes, Todoroki replied, unwavering. Jet black hero. Tsukuyomi, Tokiyami intoned. Ooh, god of the night, Midnight said appreciatively. Fresh picked hero. Grape juice. Mineta announced. Pop and Kichi, Midnight replied. Kota silently held up his whiteboard. Petting hero. Anima. Got it, Midnight said with a thumbs up. King explosion murder. Bakugo declared, eyes wild. Yeah, you should change that, Midnight said flatly. Why? Bakugo roared. How about Explosion Boy? Kirishima suggested. Shut up, shitty hair. Bakugo snapped, though Kirishima only laughed. Guess I'm up next, Uraraka said, taking a steadying breath as she walked to the podium. I came up with my hero name a while ago. Uravity, she said. How delightful, Midnight praised. Uraraka smiled in relief and returned to her seat. The hero names are going more smoothly than I expected, Midnight noted. We just have Bakugo, who needs to rethink his, Iida, and Midoriya left. Iida, however, wasn't really listening. His mind had drifted back to the hospital. Tenya, I didn't know whether to tell you this yesterday, Tensai said quietly, but I have to step down as a hero for a few months. That can't be, you're lying, Iida shouted. I'm sorry, Tenya, but I must. The doctors told me to step down until I fully heal, Tensai explained. No, you still have so many people to lead. I don't want this, Iida cried. I don't either, but if it's okay with you, will you honor me by telling me your hero name? Tensai asked. Iida stared down at his whiteboard. His marker hovered over it, then pulled away. I can't. Not yet, he thought. When his name was called, he walked to the podium and held up his board. Tenya Iida, Midnight asked. You're going with your name as well? Yes, he answered. Very well, she said, then turned to Midoriya. Midoriya, are you finished? Yes, I am, he replied with a calm smile. Then come on up, Midnight hummed. Midoriya stepped to the podium and turned his board around. Several of his classmates leaned forward, surprised. Wow, that's a pretty interesting name, Midoriya, Kirishima said. Yeah, what's the reason for it? Kaminari asked. I had trouble thinking of a hero name at first, Midoriya began. Then I remembered something two people I cheered up at the sports festival told me. The name came to me when they mentioned my time as a vigilante. One told me I appeared and disappeared like a ghost, while another said I rode into the scene to save the innocent. He took a breath. I know I'll have to reveal that I was the Akuma and the Shinigami to the public soon. I don't know when, but it will happen. I only hope people will accept me despite what I did as a vigilante. And I hope this name will be the first step toward everyone accepting me as a hero. His green eyes were steady, determined. For I'm the spirit that will protect the innocent from those who seek to harm them, he finished. He tapped the board. The spirit of vengeance. Ghost Rider. This has to be my name, Midoriya declared proudly. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka both flushed and smiled. They knew exactly which two people he had meant. Excellent choice, Midnight said. Thank you, Midoriya replied. In UA's staff room, Smintos peered at his monitor. Hey, an offer for a first-year student just came in, he said. For who? All Might asked. It's for Midoriya, Smintos answered. Another one. Let me see, All Might said, stepping closer. He glanced at the screen, then his expression twisted into pure terror. Seriously, this person, the symbol of peace exclaimed. Back in Class 1A's classroom. Lord Explosion Murder. Bakugo shouted triumphantly. No, you can't have that, Midnight said flatly, a cartoonish sweat drop practically forming over her head. Once everyone had settled on a name, Bakugo still very much in negotiations, Aizawa finally stirred from his nap. Now that you all have hero names, let's talk about internships, he said, climbing out of his sleeping bag. They'll last for 1 week. Those who received offers will have a list of agencies to choose from. Those who didn't will select from 40 agencies around the country that agreed to take interns. Take note that each agency has different specialties and areas of focus. For example, Midnight added, 13 focuses on saving civilians from accidents and disasters instead of fighting villains. Think carefully while you choose, Aizawa warned. Yes, Sensei. Class 1A chorused. Each student received a sheet listing the offers addressed to them. I want to fight villains in urban areas, Kirishima said, eyes shining. I hope there's an internship for water disasters and rescues, Asui mused. You have until the end of the week to turn in your choices, Aizawa announced. We only get 2 days. Kaminari yelped. Choose carefully. Class dismissed, Aizawa said, leaving with Midnight. Todoroki sat quietly at his desk, scanning his offers, until one name made him pause. Endeavor. He frowned. At lunch, Class 1A clustered at their usual tables, lists in hand. Hey, has anyone already decided who they want to intern with? Ashido asked. Mount. Ladies my choice, Mineta announced. Thinking of something perverted, aren't you? Asui said as she walked past him. Of course not, Mineta lied. It's weird you didn't get any offers, Mina, considering how far you got in the sports festival, Ojiro said. Right, Ashido agreed, pouting. You already decided who you want to go with, Deku-kun? Uraraka asked. No, there are so many great choices. It's challenging, Midoriya admitted. What about you? He asked in return. Yep, I already know who I want to go with, Uraraka said. Really? Mina leaned in. Where? Ojiro added. The battle hero. Gunhead. My fight with Bakugo made me realize I've got a long way to go. I need formal battle training if I want to be a versatile hero, Uraraka explained. Nice choice. Who are you going with, Momo? Midoriya asked. I was thinking of going with Uebami, Yaoyorozu answered. I'd suggest picking someone else, Momo, Midoriya said gently. How come? She asked. Both my sisters, Rika and Maki, interned under her before. They said Uebami prioritizes her modeling career over hero work. She still does her job when required, but... He shrugged. Oh, I see, Yaoyorozu said, reconsidering. Here, let me see your offers. I think I can help you find a good one, Midoriya offered. But you have so many offers from pro heroes. You should focus on yours, Yaoyorozu protested. It's okay. I have 2 days to turn my choices in, Midoriya replied, scanning her list. His eyes flicked down the page, then stopped. A small smile tugged at his lips. Yaoyorozu noticed. What is it, Izuku? She asked. Maybe because you'll learn something from this person right here, he said. He turned the page so she could see. Her eyes widened. Your aunt gave me an offer. Yaoyorozu exclaimed. Several classmates nearby froze. The leader of Sentinel had given Yaoyorozu an internship offer. Wow, you should take it, Yaomomo. You're gonna be trained by Midori's aunt. Ashido said excitedly. Yeah, go for it. Hagakure added. I will, Yaoyorozu decided, smiling. Considering that Izuku's aunt and late father trained well-known, loved, and respected heroes. I can't wait to see what my aunt taught you, Midoriya said. Across the room, Iida quietly filled out his form with a single, unwavering choice. Classes eventually ended for the day. Students trickled out, still chatting about agencies and hero work. Hey, Deku-kun, shall we ride home together with the rest of our friends? Uraraka asked. Sure, Midoriya said easily. Care to come, Iida? Uraraka began as she turned to his desk. It was empty. Oh, she murmured. Iida probably decided which agency he wants to intern with. He must have gone to the staff room to turn in his form, Midoriya began as he slid the classroom door open. He didn't get to finish. All Might, in his muscle form, appeared in front of him in a blur, bending down to Midoriya's eye level. I have arrived in a bizarre form. The symbol of peace declared. Whoa, All Might, why are you in such a hurry? Midoriya asked. I need you to come with me. Quickly, All Might said. You can go ahead, Izuku. We'll wait for you at the front gate, Yaoyorozu called, with Asui and Uraraka nodding beside her. Okay, I'll be real quick, Midoriya said, following his mentor. They stopped in front of the men's restroom. I'll get straight to the point, All Might said. You received another offer from a pro hero. One that I know personally. Really? Who is it? Midoriya asked, eyes shining. His name is Gran Torino. He taught at UA for 1 year and was my homeroom teacher, All Might explained. Really? Midoriya repeated, impressed. He knows about One for All. That may be why he offered to take you, especially considering I sent him a letter before the sports festival, All Might continued. Another reason is that he watched the festival. The way you used One for All made him think my instruction was inadequate. Even though you managed to control 30% of it. Damn it, legs, stop shaking. All Might hissed, slapping his own thighs. What did this guy do to make All Might scared of him? Midoriya wondered, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. Anyway, you should go to him to improve your control over One for All All Might said, still trying to steady his trembling legs. He handed Midoriya a slip of paper with a shaking hand. Here's his address. Thank you, All Might, Midoriya said, accepting the paper. He swallowed as he scanned the information. In the staff room, Aizawa sat at a desk reviewing internship forms. Are those for this year's internships? Snipe asked, tilting his hat up. Yeah, a few students made quick decisions, Aizawa replied. It's an important event. Hopefully, they really thought about it. Some third years regretted their choices, Snipe said as he walked away. You're right about that, Aizawa said. He flipped to one form and frowned. Ida's only choice is a hero agency in Hosu. He received offers from better agencies. Unless, the erasure hero thought, suspicion tightening his chest. Later that weekend, Class 1A gathered at the train station, each with a carrying case for their hero costume. You all have your costumes. Usually, you're not allowed to wear them in public. Don't drop or lose them, Aizawa said. Yes, sir, Ashido shouted happily, lifting her case above her head. Don't elongate it. Keep it professional, Aizawa said flatly. Yes, sir, she repeated more quietly. Don't become burdens to the heroes you're interning with. Show them you're ready for this kind of work. Now go, Aizawa ordered. Yes, sensei, the class replied. I'm so excited, Hagakure exclaimed. You're heading to Kyushu, right? It's in the opposite direction, Sato reminded her. Midoriya, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu noticed Iida striding wordlessly toward his platform. Iida, Midoriya called. Iida turned as the three approached. We're friends, right? If something's bothering you, you can tell us, Midoriya said. Yeah, Iida replied shortly, facing his train again. The three didn't see the angry expression twist his features as he walked away. Later, Midoriya stepped off a local train into Yamanashi Prefecture. The sky was clearer here, clouds parting to reveal the distant silhouettes of mountains. He followed the directions until he stopped in front of a worn, aging apartment building. This must be the place, he murmured, adjusting his grip on his case. He climbed the stairs, found the door with the right number, and knocked. Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm from UA, he called as he slid the door open. It's nice to meet you, he stopped. A body was lying on the floor. An elderly man, about 120 centimeters tall, with a scrawny frame and short, spiky gray hair, sprawled motionless in a pool of dark red. He wore a full-body monochrome suit with a yellow cape, belt, and thick yellow gloves and boots. Midoriya's heart lurched. He rushed closer, scanning instinctively for footprints, blood spatter, anything, but then he paused. The blood glistened oddly under the light. Wait, he examined it more closely and exhaled in disbelief. Ketchup, he muttered. The intestines beneath the man were sausages. Gran Torino, Midoriya ventured. Really, not too much of a reaction, the old man said as he suddenly sat up, perfectly fine. Midoriya blinked as the man dusted himself off. Now that he was standing, Midoriya noticed more details. The dark domino mask shaped like twin diamonds over his brown eyes, the letter G emblazoned on his belt, and the trimmed beard beneath his fringe of gray hair. So, when do we officially begin? Midoriya asked once his brain caught up. I want to see how good you are with One for All, Gran Torino replied. Catch me if you can. Before Midoriya could respond, Gran Torino blasted off the floor with a hiss of air from the soles of his boots, ricocheting through the cramped room. He twisted in midair, a roundhouse kick aimed straight at Midoriya's head. Midoriya dropped into a duck, feeling the breeze of the kick whip past his hair. Gran Torino rebounded off the wall and kept bouncing from surface to surface like a pinball. A game of tag, huh? Midoriya said, green lightning crackling around his limbs as he powered up 30% of One for All. Let's play, then. He launched after the veteran hero, tracking his movements. He sensed Gran Torino coming in from behind, pivoted sharply, and threw a Muay Thai diagonal kick. Gran Torino twisted and jetted upward, narrowly avoiding the strike. From above, he snapped out a push kick that connected with Midoriya's face. Midoriya crashed to the floor, skidding across the boards. He shook his head, pushing himself up. Not bad, Gran Torino said as he landed lightly. You've already surpassed Toshinori when he was a student. But I still have a lot to learn, Midoriya replied, rubbing his jaw. Gran Torino's lips curled into a faint smile. A humble one, aren't you? Most people brag about their power. But not you, he said. True, I'm nowhere near All Might's level of control with One for All, Midoriya said, straightening. But with you, I know I'm in good hands. Let's continue the lesson, Gran Torino. The old hero's eyes gleamed. I like your enthusiasm, kid. I'll whip you into shape and make sure you can really handle One for All, he promised. I can't wait. Let's keep going, Midoriya said, the room crackling again with green energy. They rushed at each other once more, the small apartment filling with the sound of impact and the hiss of compressed air. Gran Torino was already pleased with All Might's successor. Midoriya, for his part, was thrilled to be trained by the man who had helped shape the symbol of peace. Both of them knew this internship was going to be worthwhile. End of chapter 18. Small Omake. Midoriya dropped face first onto the soft bed in his temporary room, letting out a long breath as the mattress cushioned his aching muscles. The window was propped open, letting in a cool night breeze that stirred the curtains. The sound of the wind and distant city life drifted in, a low, soothing murmur. His mind, however, refused to settle. Apparently, during the chaos following his sports festival victory, someone had thrown a bra that had smacked him square in the face. It had temporarily knocked him out. He hadn't believed it when Kaminari and the others told him, until he found the footage online. There it was, undeniable, in high definition, a bra, to the face. A part of him couldn't stop wondering who had thrown it. All he really remembered from that instant was the faint scent of roses. He groaned and shoved his face into the pillow. Focus on training, not flying underwear, he muttered. Deciding that mystery could wait for another day, he reached over, flicked off the light, and let his eyes close. Sleep came quickly. He dreamed of Yaoyorozu. They were together in a vast field of roses under a gentle, golden sky. Petals swirled around them on the breeze as they ran, laughing. Yaoyorozu's hair flowed behind her, the rich red of the flowers mirrored in the blush on her cheeks. She loved roses. The color, the shape of the blooms in a bouquet, the soft scent of rose perfume. Midoriya's dreaming self watched her turn toward him, framed by roses, and something in his chest tightened. Back in the real world, his eyes flew open. His face went scarlet. His head felt like it was on fire. Somewhere between dream and panic, a loud, high-pitched scream tore out of him and ripped through the quiet of the night. The cry echoed throughout the dorms and refused to stop. It lasted so long that, by morning, half of campus was complaining. Present Mike was immediately blamed for the disturbance. Despite the voice hero's vehement protests that he hadn't done anything, absolutely no one believed him. Class 1A began their internships under the heroes of their choice. In Hosu City, Iida patrolled alongside the normal hero, Manuel. The pro hero stood at 5 feet 9 1/4, with fair skin, black eyes, and a lean, muscular build. Manuel's costume consisted of a blue and white, skin-tight, long-sleeved shirt tucked into orange gloves. He also wore dark pants, white boots, and a fish-like fin helmet with a blue visor. We usually wait for calls from clients, Manuel told Iida. But as you've noticed, it's been busy in Hosu. Does patrolling the streets help suppress crime? Iida asked. That's right, the normal hero answered. Still, I'm surprised Ingenium's little brother came to our agency. I know you've received offers from heroes far more capable than me, Manuel added. Iida, however, barely heard him. His thoughts were fixed on one person alone, the hero killer, Stain. The hero killer is elusive. He can't be caught even with society's modern surveillance net. Maybe this was useless, but I can't stop until I find him. I cannot forgive him. A hateful expression crossed Iida's face. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shigaraki and Kurogiri met with Stain. The three sat across from one another at a table with 3 milkshakes resting between them, 2 vanilla and 1 strawberry. I see, so you're the ones responsible for the attack on UA, Stain said, his voice low and grating. And you want me to join you? Yes, Shigaraki answered, the word sounding more like a hiss. Even while seated, his body twitched with restless, excitable jolts. What's your objective? Stain asked, lifting the strawberry milkshake. His long tongue swirled out to scoop up some of it before he swallowed. First, I want to kill All Might. Then I want to get rid of everyone who annoys me, Shigaraki said, holding up a photo of Class 1A, including heroic brats like them. All of them. His hands trembled as he set the photo down. Then he began scratching frantically at his neck. His skin looked dry and faintly wrinkled, with a texture that reminded Stain of leather, or perhaps a scab. It was foolish of me to take an interest in you, Stain said coldly. You're the type one despise most. Huh, Shigaraki replied. You expect me to follow someone driven by childish tantrums. What meaning is there in killing without conviction? Stain snarled, gripping his knives. Hero killer. Stain. A man meant to force growth from Shigaraki, who cared only for destruction. But this. Kurogiri watched Stain's grip tighten around his weapons. Master, you're not stopping this. The mist villain asked the monitor nearby. This is fine, Shigaraki's master replied. There's no point in giving him the answer outright. Tamura needs to discover his own flaws. That is what it means to educate someone. Meanwhile, Bakugo began his internship in central Tokyo under the number 4 hero, Best Jeanist. The pro hero stood at 6 feet 3, with fair skin, green eyes, and a slim build. He possessed an unnaturally long, flexible neck. Heavy dark lashes framed his eyes, angling slightly inward, and his long blonde hair was combed dramatically to the left, covering one eye. The fiber hero's costume consisted of a denim waistcoat with 2 large breast pockets, a pair of jeans, and a denim dress shirt with a high collar that rose to just below his nose. 2 belts completed the look, one around the collar, the other around the waist, along with short dark brown boots with thick gray shafts and soles. Frankly, I don't like you, Best Jeanist told Bakugo. Huh, the ash blonde teen shot back. You chose my agency because I'm one of the top 5 pro heroes, correct? Best Jeanist asked. You're the one who sent me the offer. Bakugo snapped. Correct. Lately, I've brought in several well-behaved children, but you're the first in quite some time to strike a chord. I watched you at the sports festival. Your quirk has tremendous potential, and you have a strong grasp of how to apply it. The fiber hero continued. It wouldn't be surprising if you were chosen as a sidekick based on talent alone. However, one person surpassed you, and that person was Izuku Midoriya. I know he received many offers thanks to his versatile quirk, his skill, and his motivation. And I imagine you were furious that you weren't number 1. Am I right? What? You brought me here just to lecture me? Bakugo barked, stepping toward him. Before he could get any farther, fibers lashed out and bound him in place. Correcting someone like you is part of my duty as a pro hero, Best Jeanist said evenly. Heroes and villains are 2 sides of the same coin. I will show those glaring eyes of yours what truly makes someone a hero. What are you talking about? Bakugo demanded. I'm going to teach you how to become an exemplary hero. Your speech, your appearance, your emotional control, your moral foundation, there's no end to what needs work. By the end of this week, I will sow those lessons into your very being. At the 4th Kind Agency, Kirishima and Tetsutetsu were stunned to find themselves interning at the same place. Whoa, they shouted in unison. Tetsutetsu, Kirishima said. Kirishima, Tetsutetsu replied. What are you doing here? They both asked at the same time, immediately shaking hands. We were able to put in 2 offers. Let's get started, said the chivalrous hero, 4th Kind. The pro hero had fair skin, buzzed grayish-brown hair, small but wide eyes, and a large, broad build, standing at 6 feet 0.5. He had no eyebrows, prominently straight teeth, and a diagonal stitched scar over his left eye. His hero costume was a plain black suit tailored for his 4 arms. A cyan-colored tie with 3 yellow diamonds patterned down the center hung from his collar. Thick gold rings adorned his 20 fingers, and a metal casing covered his jaw and neck. Thank you, Kirishima and Tetsutetsu said together. I saw your fighting spirit at the sports festival, and I liked it. But being a hero requires more than physical strength. As your senior, I'll teach you from experience, 4th Kind told them. As expected from the chivalrous hero, Tetsutetsu declared. He's so manly, Kirishima added. Wait until I finish, 4th Kind shouted, slamming his fists onto his desk. Sorry, both boys apologized. It seems I also need to teach you manners, he said. Thank you, the 2 UA students replied. Here's the basic premise. Pro heroes receive wages from the government, which means we're effectively civil servants, but there's more to it than that. The quirks we offer make our responsibilities different from those of ordinary workers. Now then, regarding our actual duties. Elsewhere, Uraraka patrolled the streets with the battle hero, Gunhead. The pro hero had tanned skin, stood at 6 feet 3 inches, and possessed a wide, muscular frame. His long pale mint green hair was spiked backward. Gunhead's costume consisted of a white square mask with 4 holes resembling a gun muzzle, with slight barrel-like stems protruding from the sides, except for the lower left one. He also wore a partial bodysuit in a dark grayish cyan color. The suit covered the lower portion of his torso, his arms from the shoulders down, and the palms of his hands. A padded combat vest sat over the suit around the sides of his chest, connected by 2 straps attached to the mask and shoulders. He wore plain brown pants and short black boots. Completing the outfit were silver, revolver chamber-shaped bracers with spikes on the knuckles. The basics of hero work are controlling crime, Gunhead explained to Uraraka. When crime breaks out, the police call us in for assistance. Agencies are distributed throughout each district. We also file reports on what we've done, arrests, rescues, and so on, and then submit those reports to the government office. We get paid after specialized agencies review them. Usually, it's a percentage, he added. The way he talks is so cute, Uraraka thought. Meanwhile, Kendo and her Class 1B classmate, Setsuna Tokage, were interning under the snake hero, Uwabami. Both girls, dressed in their hero costumes, stood inside a TV station with the pro hero. Uwabami had fair skin, gold eyes with vertical slit pupils, a curvy build, and stood at 5 feet 7 inches. Her long blonde hair was styled in curled locks, with folded curls framing the front. In the back, her hair was pressed beneath a curved plate, and 3 snakes protruded from it, a rattlesnake, a yellow king cobra, and a Japanese rat snake. Her costume was a maroon dress with scale-like details, matching high heels, and golden snake-like bracelets on her wrists and ankles. Heroes are allowed to have side jobs, Uwabami said as she applied makeup. There was a lot of debate about it when Hero Society was first being established. But because heroes became so popular, the public demanded it. I'm on my way to film a commercial right now, so stick around, okay? I thought we'd be doing more hero-like activities, Kendo said. Same, Tokage added. Are we here to be your entourage? Right. Is there anything else we can do while you film? Kendo asked. Do you know why I chose to recruit the 2 of you? Any guesses? Uwabami asked. Because you saw heroic potential in us. Tokage offered. Of course. But there's another reason. The snake hero smiled as the girls stared. You're both charming young ladies. Huh, Kendo and Tokage said together. I originally sent an offer to Momo Yaoyorozu, too, since she's beautiful as well. But it seems she chose to intern somewhere else. And honestly, the place she chose surprised me. Who was it? Tokage asked. The sports festival winner's aunt. Sentinel's current leader, Battle Vixen. The answer stunned them. No way, seriously, Kendo exclaimed. Indeed, Uwabami replied. Damn, if that's the case, I wonder what I could have done to get Battle Vixen's attention. Oh, who am I kidding? Yaoyorozu is Midoriya's girlfriend. Of course, she'd get picked up, Tokage muttered. Do you have any shame? Don't say things like that, Kendo scolded. Oh, come on, you were there when she threw her. Tokage was cut off when Kendo clapped a hand over her mouth. Uwabami's lips curled into a sly smile. Oh no. Go on. In another part of Japan, Jiro interned with Death Arms. The 2 of them patrolled the city while running. A hero has to practice and train every day, Death Arms told her. We do it even while patrolling. Right, Jiro replied. This is harder than class, she thought. As for Mineta, he spent his internship vacuuming the floor of MT. Ladies' agency building while the pro hero lounged on the couch, eating chips and reading a magazine. An important part of hero activity is knowing how to spend your free time. Got it, Mount, Lady said lazily. Yes, Mineta answered. This is not the kind of playtime I was hoping for, he thought bitterly. Man, why couldn't I have gotten that green-haired hunk who won the sports festival? Instead, I got this little shrimp, MT. Lady complained. Mineta inwardly grumbled at the jab at his height. Meanwhile, Todoroki arrived at his father's agency for his internship. I've been waiting, Shoto. Are you ready to walk the path of the mighty? Endeavor asked. I don't plan to walk the road you follow. I'll walk my own, Todoroki answered. Oh, really? Regardless, get ready. We're heading out. Huh, where? You'll see, his father said. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu arrived at a spacious office in a skyscraper in another part of Japan. Hello, Ms. Battle Vixen. I'm here for my internship with you, she called. No answer came from the empty room. She checked her paperwork to make sure she was in the right place. Unbeknownst to Class 1A's vice representative, 3 figures waited above her in the rafters. Yaoyorozu noticed their reflections in the window and spun around just as all 3 leapt down to the floor. She immediately saw they were dressed like ninjas. The 2 tallest appeared to be male, judging by their muscular builds, and both stood at 6 feet 0. One wore onyx-colored armor, the other, dark cyan. The third ninja, standing behind them, was female, with a curvier frame and a height of 5 feet 11 3/4. Her armor was black and steel-colored. The 2 male ninjas drew katanas, while the woman wielded a kusarigama. Yaoyorozu quickly created a shield to block the incoming overhead strike from the chained weapon. The 2 male ninjas rushed her with their blades. She created a bow staff and raised it in time to block both overhead strikes, then swept their legs out from under them. Before they could recover, she struck both across the face with the staff. Then the female ninja hit her with a flying side kick. Yaoyorozu staggered back but quickly regained herself, evading and blocking the woman's kusarigama strikes. The female ninja managed to loop the weapon around Yaoyorozu's shield arm, but Yaoyorozu yanked her enemy forward and slammed the shield into her. She barely had time to notice the 2 male ninjas closing in again before she was forced to dodge another flurry of katana strikes. Yaoyorozu evaded several blows, only for the Onyx ninja to drive a knee into her. Then the dark cyan ninja struck her with a high roundhouse kick, and the female ninja landed a spinning back kick from behind. As Yaoyorozu hit the ground, all 3 moved in for the finish. She crossed her bow staff and shield to block their weapons. Then she kicked the female ninja in the stomach with both feet, punched the dark cyan ninja in the side of the knee, and smacked the Onyx ninja across the face with her shield. Even so, as the battle continued, Yaoyorozu struggled to form a plan to subdue all 3 attackers at once. The black and steel shinobi kicked the shield from her arm. Yaoyorozu could only raise her forearms to block the woman's rapid punches and kicks. She tried to think, tried to plan, but then the other 2 ninjas joined in again, striking her with simultaneous push kicks that knocked her to the floor. Before she could rise, all 3 pointed their weapons at her. Then, just as suddenly, they lowered them. The 3 shinobi sheathed their weapons and helped Yaoyorozu to her feet. Confused, the vice representative heard slow clapping from the far end of the room. She turned to see Midoriya's aunt, Hikaru, entering the space in full costume. Battle Vixen approached the group with calm confidence. I learned a lot from that spar, Hikaru said. Enough to know what I need to do for you, Yaoyorozu. What do you mean? Yaoyorozu asked. From what my youngest nephew has told me, you're an intelligent girl. But you have flaws. Your greatest weakness is that you struggle to make decisions quickly in the moment. Just like how you couldn't form a plan to immobilize and capture any of my children during that spar, she added. Your children, Yaoyorozu repeated. Yes, the 3 ninjas you fought are my pride and joy, Hikaru revealed as the shinobi removed their helmets. The woman appeared to be in her late 20s, with golden eyes, fair skin, and black hair tied in a ponytail. The 2 men looked to be in their mid-20s and closely resembled each other. Both had fair skin, golden eyes, and black hair. The main difference lay in their hairstyles. One wore his at neck length with red highlights, while the other's hair was parted to the right. Yaoyorozu, I'd like to introduce my children, who will be assisting me during your internship. My oldest child, Ayane, and my twin sons. The one with neck-length hair and red highlights, the elder twin, is Shin. The younger one with the messier hair is Takeo. Hello, Ayane, Shin, and Takeo said together. The 4 of us will help correct your weaknesses and shape you into a capable, highly skilled hero, Hikaru told her. When you're out in the field, it won't resemble the idealized image of heroism children grow up believing in. It'll be a battlefield, one not unlike the worlds of paramedics, police officers, and soldiers. One wrong move, one poor decision, can cost one life, or many. You must learn to make fast choices, choices that save civilians, restrain enemies, and protect the people around you. And there may be times when taking a life becomes unavoidable. Yaoyorozu listened in silence. That's reality, Yaoyorozu, Battle Vixen continued. Some lives must be taken, especially if it means stopping someone determined to slaughter the innocent. I hope you never have to face that situation. Everyone in Sentinel has taken lives to protect others. Even when necessary, that burden leaves scars on the mind. But in the end, you need to learn how to make quick decisions that protect yourself, the innocent, and the people you care about. Hikaru's words sank deep into Yaoyorozu's heart. The clearest example was the man she loved, Izuku Midoriya. After learning he was the vigilante Akuma, Shinigami, Yaoyorozu had come to understand his choices. The people Midoriya had killed were rapists, traffickers, murderers, villains, and terrorists. He had ended them because he knew that, if left alive, they would only continue committing atrocities. And as long as they lived, innocent people would keep suffering. So Midoriya had chosen to eliminate those monsters to protect the innocent, giving people peace of mind in knowing those threats were gone. Hikaru and her children waited for Yaoyorozu's answer. The black-haired girl lifted her gaze, determination hardening in her expression. I understand, Yaoyorozu said. And I'm ready for whatever you have planned for me during this internship. Good, Hikaru replied with a smile. Because by the end of this week, you'll be approaching the level of those I've trained before. Back at Gran Torino's apartment that night, both Midoriya and the veteran hero were exhausted. They had trained all day without rest. You're good, kid. Not even Toshinori pushed me to use this much power when I trained him, Gran Torino said. You're a fantastic teacher yourself, Gran Torino. If you'll excuse me, I think I'm about to pass out in the guest bedroom, Midoriya replied. Go ahead. You've earned the rest. We'll continue tomorrow so you can handle one for all better. Midoriya nodded and headed to the guest room. Not a bad choice, Toshinori, Gran Torino thought as he prepared for bed. This kid's very talented. No doubt he'll surpass you, and your predecessor. The next morning arrived, and Midoriya was ready for more training. Before they began, however, he checked the news on his phone, specifically any mention of the hero killer. I know you felt what Iida truly desires, Midoriya, Akuma said in his mind. He wants to kill the hero killer. I know, Midoriya replied mentally. Stain attacked his brother. Even if Ingenium's injuries weren't fatal, Iida can't help being consumed by anger. His brother, the person he admires most, was almost killed. But he's letting that anger cloud his judgment, Akuma replied. He'll do something reckless to get what he wants. Trust me, the moment we know where Stain is, Iida will go after him. And when that happens, we'll intervene and stop him. We can sense our target by their soul, and teleport to them if we must. Their conversation ended when Gran Torino returned to continue training. At Gunhead's agency, Uraraka stood in the dojo with several other interns, practicing punches. Don't punch aimlessly, focus on every movement. The important thing is physical impact. Gunhead instructed, punctuating his lesson with an oddly cute pose. Yes, sir, the other interns answered. His gestures are cute too, Uraraka thought, nearly squealing. At Fourth Kind's agency, the pro hero slammed a teacup down on the table after taking a sip. This is lukewarm. You two can't even make a decent cup of tea. We need to impress the clients who visit this agency. He roared. He promptly smacked both Kirishima and Tetsu, who had their quirks activated. Is this the kind of garbage you'd serve them? Sorry, Fourth Kind, sir. The two boys apologized. Geez, your quirks make it satisfying to hit you, Fourth Kind muttered, turning away while his own hands reddened and swelled. Thank you for the compliment, sir. They replied earnestly. Back at Best Jeanist's agency, the fiber hero finished styling Bakugo's hair. A hero must bring reassurance to those in need of rescue. Ability alone is not enough. Grooming, speech, manners, and elegance are essential. Do you understand? In other words, this is the presence of a hero. Yes, Best Jeanist. His sidekicks and interns replied. I picked the wrong place, Bakugo thought bitterly, just before his hair exploded back to normal. At the TV station, Uwabami posed for a magazine while a photographer snapped pictures. After this photo shoot, she has an interview for a talk show, Tokage said, glancing at the schedule. Maybe you were right about us being her entourage, Setsuna, Kendo commented. Hopefully, we'll do actual hero work eventually. But if not, at least we might make a valuable contact, and it pays well, Tokage replied. Kendo flushed, unable to picture herself doing that kind of work. She was more comfortable with combat than glamour. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu underwent intensive training under Hikaru and her children. Ayane drilled her on making quick decisions in rapidly changing situations. Shin lectured her on how to become a remarkable hero, one who was not only respected, but genuinely beloved by the public during patrol work. Takeo trained her in using a wide variety of weapons, including firearms. Hikaru personally instructed her in martial arts best suited for Class 1A's vice representative: Judo, Jiu-Jitsu, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Hapkido, Taekwondo, Goju Ryu and Shotokan Karate, Muay Thai, Muay Boran, Jeet Kune Do, kickboxing, and Krav Maga. Yaoyorozu was left drained after each lesson, but she persevered without complaint. Watching her, Hikaru was reminded of the same determination Midoriya carried. Back at UA, All Might sat in the teacher's lounge with Tsukauchi. Apologies for the sudden intrusion, All Might, Tsukauchi said. Not at all. Have you discovered something? The symbol of peace asked. We have. We found something concerning about the Nomu from the USJ. The one young Midoriya defeated. What about it? We ran a DNA analysis. A DNA analysis? Yes. We don't need your direct help with the investigation. The information is too sensitive, but I had to tell you personally. This may be the clue that leads us to the mastermind. The words immediately made All Might tense. We used a special facility to examine the Nomu, Tsukauchi continued, producing a photo. We learned that it wasn't unable to speak. Rather, it gave no response because its brain activity had essentially stopped. Its original identity was a thug with a record of assault and extortion. And this helps us find the mastermind? All Might asked. Listen carefully. According to the reports, the creature's body contained at least 4 different strands of intermingled DNA. 4. Is it even human? All Might exclaimed. Its body appears saturated with various drugs. In other words, it's an artificial human designed to handle multiple quirks. That may explain the drastic drop in brain function. But the real issue is that it possessed multiple quirks at all. Even if foreign DNA were introduced into a body, it shouldn't result in multiple quirks unless there were a special permeating property involved. You would know that better than most, given one for all. Tsukauchi's expression darkened. Most likely, there's someone out there who can grant quirks. That means, All Might murmured, realization dawning. Given the circumstances, it's the most logical conclusion. That's why I came to tell you. All Might turned toward the window and shifted into his muscle form. That man, has he begun moving again? Elsewhere, back at the League of Villains hideout, Stain pinned Shigaraki to the ground with one knife through his shoulder and another pressed to his throat. Kurogiri, meanwhile, couldn't move at all. You want me to join your group? Conviction and desire are both necessary to achieve a goal. Those without them are weeded out. That's only natural. That's why this is happening, Stain lectured. That hurts. Kurogiri, send this guy back. He's weird, Shigaraki hissed. My body won't move. I think it's his quirk, Kurogiri replied. This society is overflowing with fake heroes who have erased the true meaning of heroism. Criminals who recklessly abuse their powers must be purged as well, Stain said, pressing the blade at Shigaraki's throat even closer. Then Shigaraki stopped it. I'll kill you. You're awfully chatty for someone talking about conviction. I've got convictions of my own. He snarled, disintegrating the knife at his neck. For one thing, All Might, I want to destroy the society that worships garbage like him as its hero. Stain paused, sensing the malice radiating from the League's leader. Shigaraki lunged, but Stain sprang back. My last injury just about healed, Shigaraki muttered as he rose. We don't exactly have anyone with a healing quirk. Are you planning to take responsibility? So that's who you are, Stain said. Huh, Shigaraki replied, thrown off. Our objectives differ, but we share one thing in common. We both want to destroy the present. Quit messing around and get lost. I'm exactly the kind of person you hate, aren't I? I was testing your true motive. People reveal their true selves when they face death. Yours is twisted, but it is desire. A distorted bud of conviction. It may not be too late for me to watch you grow before deciding whether to kill you. Kurogiri stumbled, finally regaining control of his body. You're going to kill me anyway? Shigaraki asked. I can move now, Kurogiri announced. Kurogiri, I don't want this psycho on our team, Shigaraki said. Tamura, if he joins us, he'll be a tremendous asset. The negotiations are complete, Kurogiri replied. My business here is finished. Take me back to Hosu. I still have unfinished work there, Stain ordered. Back in Hosu, Manuel and Iida returned to the agency after patrol and removed their helmets. The villains won't show themselves with the city on high alert, Manuel said. Is that so? Iida replied as Manuel stepped out of the room. So my research on hero killer. Stain was correct, Iida thought. He wounded 4 heroes in each of the 7 areas where he appeared. I don't know whether it's deliberate or just a pattern, but it will happen again. My brother was the only victim in Hosu so far, which means Stain will likely return here. And when he does, I'll kill him with my own hands. At that same moment, a warp gate opened in a nearby alley, and Stain stepped through. It was now the 3rd day of the internships. Back at Gran Torino's apartment, the veteran hero and Midoriya were in the middle of another round of training. Now channel one for all. But this time, spread it through your entire body instead of focusing it on one section at a time, Gran Torino instructed. Midoriya nodded and activated his mentor's quirk. Green lightning crackled across his body as he distributed one for all evenly from head to toe. How much are you using right now? Gran Torino asked. 35% of the amount I can currently control, Midoriya answered. Gran Torino quickly noticed the strain on his student's face. Can you move? No. It's too taxing right now. Then lower the percentage. Midoriya reduced it to 25%. This time, the strain vanished. He tested a few punches and kicks and found he could move freely again. Looks like that works. Now let's see if you can catch me this time, Gran Torino said. The veteran hero launched himself around the room with his quirk, bouncing from wall to wall. Midoriya pursued him relentlessly, staying on his trail the entire time. Gran Torino sped up, trying to shake him, but Midoriya kept pace no matter how quickly he moved. Then Gran Torino spun into a roundhouse kick aimed at Midoriya's face. Midoriya vanished from sight. Gran Torino looked up just in time to see him overhead, reaching down in an attempt to grab him. The veteran hero dodged at the last possible second, rebounded off a wall, and drove a kick into Midoriya's stomach. The green-haired teen crashed into the wall, but immediately sprang back up. He was ready to counterattack, but Gran Torino raised a hand to stop him. The old hero was smiling as he wiped a small scratch from his face. It's been a while since someone forced me onto the defensive. You're getting better and better, kid. Thank you, sir, Midoriya replied. Now put on your costume. We're moving to Phase 2. Phase 2, we're heading out to fight some villains. That suddenly, yes, put your costume on. We're wasting time standing around. Midoriya nodded quickly and ignited his body, his costume appearing around him. Where are we going? He asked. Shibuya. Time to test that new technique of yours. Yes, sir, Midoriya replied as he followed Gran Torino to the train station. Meanwhile, back in Hosu, Manuel and Iida continued their patrol. Day in and day out, all we do is patrol. Sorry if it's repetitive, Manuel said. Not at all. I enjoy it, Iida replied. Manuel hesitated before speaking again. Hey, I hate to ask this, but you're after the hero killer, aren't you? Iida stopped. I couldn't think of any other reason you'd choose my agency. And don't get me wrong, I'm glad you came. But you can't act on a personal vendetta. Heroes don't have the right to punish or arrest on their own terms. The use of quirks is permitted only because of strict regulations. Manuel looked at him seriously. That's why, no matter the reason, a hero can't use their quirk for personal gain. If you do, it's a serious offense. Iida lowered his eyes. That doesn't mean the hero killer isn't in the wrong, Manuel continued. You just seem too focused on one thing, and I was worried. Thank you for the warning, Iida said, bowing. As long as you understand. Now, let's continue our patrol. But what am I supposed to do with this hatred inside me? Iida wondered. Elsewhere, Stain stood atop a water tower overlooking the city. A warp gate opened behind him, and Shigaraki stepped out. Hosu looks a lot better than I expected, Shigaraki said. What exactly are you planning? To reform this city, a sacrifice is required, Stain replied. Is that the unfinished business you mentioned the other day? You're quick to catch on, Stain remarked. Cut it out with the smug comments, Shigaraki snapped. The title of hero is reserved for those who accomplish great things. Yet there are far too many pretenders who crave nothing but fame and money. Until the world recognizes that mistake, I will keep appearing. With that, Stain leapt from the water tower. For all his arrogant talk, he's basically just running a grassroots campaign. It's so noble it makes me want to cry, Shigaraki muttered, scratching his neck. We shouldn't dismiss him so lightly, Kurogiri said. Crime rates have dropped in every city Stain has appeared in. One critic even argued that he forced heroes to reflect on themselves, though the statement drew harsh criticism. Wonderful. Heroes are working hard to make themselves irrelevant. The hero killer is a hero breeder, huh? What a waste of time. As expected, we disagree, and he's still annoying. Shigaraki turned to Kurogiri. Bring out the Nomu. The mist villain opened a warp gate, and 3 different Nomu stepped through. The black one resembled the creature from the USJ, though it lacked eyes and wore battered trousers with shin guards. The pale yellow one had bat-like wings, talons, and 2 eyes on each side of its exposed brain. A mask covered its face, and it wore denim pants. The third, a pale green Nomu, had 4 eyes protruding from its brain and wore ripped trousers ending at its calves. You think you got away with stabbing me? Shigaraki thought. If you really wanted me dead, you should have done it. Fine, let's make this a competition, Stain. I'll crush your honor and your pride. Meanwhile, Midoriya and Gran Torino rode a bullet train. The old hero glanced over and noticed his intern using his phone. Using a smartphone while someone is sitting right next to you. Kids these days. Gran Torino barked. Sorry, I'm just worried about a friend who's in Hosu right now, Midoriya explained. Hey, look at that. One passenger shouted suddenly. The entire train car turned. That building just exploded. Where? What's happening? Gran Torino asked. Then the train lurched to a halt, and something slammed into its side. What the? Midoriya exclaimed. When the dust settled, he saw Ash's robotic sidekick. B.O.B. A 4-eyed Nomu had grabbed B.O.B. by the face and pinned him down. Nomu, Midoriya shouted. Kid, stay on the train. Gran Torino ordered, instantly launching himself out to kick the Nomu away from both B.O.B. and the train. But Midoriya rushed out as well, helping B.O.B. back to his feet as they both jumped off the train. From there, he could see part of the city engulfed in flames. A second later, the 4-eyed Nomu lunged toward Gran Torino. Before it could strike, Ash and Cassidy drove it back with gunfire. Ash, Cassidy, what's happening? Midoriya called. Hosu's under attack by Nomu. Cassidy answered. You've already met one of them. One of them? How many are there? Midoriya asked. 3. The other 2 are over by that fire, Ash replied. Then they saw DVA flying toward Hosu in her mech, with Tatsumaki and Fubuki soaring beside her. Genji and Mercy are helping the police evacuate civilians with Sentinel soldiers, Cassidy added. The group watched as the 4-eyed Nomu headed toward the burning district. Gran Torino landed beside them moments later. Kid, I told you to stay on the train. This is not what I had planned for us. He snapped. I'm sorry, sir, but I need your permission to use my quirk, Midoriya said immediately. Why? My friend Iida is here in Hosu, chasing revenge for what the hero killer did to his brother. That's the only reason he came to this city. What? Your friend is planning to hunt the hero killer in the middle of this chaos. Is he crazy or stupid? Ash shouted. I'd say both, Cassidy muttered. That's why I need permission, Gran Torino, Midoriya said. I have to stop him, and if necessary, fight Stain to save him. Besides, isn't this what heroes are supposed to do? Save lives and risk their own to protect the people they want to protect. Gran Torino went silent for a moment before answering. It seems Toshinori really did choose one hell of a successor. Fine, you have my permission to use your quirk to save your friend. But I only have one order for you, come back alive. Yes, sir. But first, Midoriya summoned his katana. Gripping the blade with both hands, he coated it in blood, then drove it into the ground to call forth his warriors. Male samurai, female kunoichi, male and female cowboys, and knights rose at his command, 30 of each. Some backup for you, he turned to his allies. Cassidy, you're in charge of the male samurai. Ash lead the cowboys and kunoichi. Have the male and female knights assist Genji and Mercy with civilian evacuation. You got it. Now go save your friend, Izuku, Cassidy said. Midoriya nodded and let out a sharp whistle. A fiery portal opened, and his Yamaha V-Max motorcycle roared out of the flames. He swung onto the bike and sped toward Hosu. All right, you heard your boss. Ash called to the summoned forces. You've got your orders, and you know what to do. Move out. We've got a city to save. Cassidy, Ash, Bob, Gran Torino, and Midoriya's summoned warriors raced toward the city. Meanwhile, Shigaraki and Kurogiri stood on the same water tower Stain had occupied earlier, watching the destruction unfold below. Fires continued to spread throughout Hosu, while the heroes on the scene struggled against the three Nomu. Shigaraki laughed as he watched the chaos and devastation. This is great. Let's go wild. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.